So good afternoon, everyone, and I'm calling to order the Committee of the Whole meeting for Monday, October 16, 2023. And we will begin our meeting with the land acknowledgement, and I will turn to Deputy Mayor Fryer, please.
Thank you, Chair Jeffrey. For more than 15,000 years, the First Nations walked upon and cared for the lands we now call home: Anishinaabek, Haudenosaunee, and Ojibwe, and many others who were families, friends, and communities the way we are today. The town of Collingwood acknowledges the Lake Simcoe Nottawasaga Treaty of 1818 and the relationship it establishes with the original inhabitants of Turtle Island. We acknowledge the reality of our shared history and the current contributions of Indigenous people within our community. We seek to continue empowering expressions of pride amongst all of the diverse stakeholders in this area. We seek to do better and to continue to recognize, learn, and grow in friendship and community, nation to nation.
Thank you very much. So that brings us to adoption of the agenda. It's that the content of the Committee of Whole agenda for October 16, 2023 be adopted as amended, and we're adding item 5.8T 23-21, the 2024 operational and capital budget draft number 1, addition of Appendix A and updated Appendix B. I'll get a mover and a seconder for the agenda adoption. Councillor Potts and Vice Chair Doherty. And I would ask the committee if there's any opposition. You should have received a reordering of the items for this evening, given the complexity and largeness of this agenda tonight. For the public, I will comment that we will be immediately following declarations of pecuniary interest, move to items 7 and 8. And then we will move to 5.3, 5.4, 5.8 to receive staff's presentation, and we'll only receive the budget at that point. And then we'll move into 5.1, 5.2, 5.7, and then we'll return to 5.8 to develop the final budget recommendation for the draft for public consultation. And time blessing us for the rest, we'll move to 5.6, 5.5, and anything else I've missed. Is there anyone who wishes to add items with respect to departmental updates or other in terms of timing? Yeah, Councillor Potts.
Thanks, Chair Jeffrey. I have 2 items I would like to add under other business today. One being the update on the Sports Hall of Fame room in the Eddie Bush Arena, and number 2, an update on the boulevard parking situation in our construction area of Maple Street between 8th and 9th Street.
Thank you. And Deputy Mayor Fryer.
Thank you, Chair Jeffrey. And under department updates, I was hoping we could have an update on the filtration plant expansion project.
Okay. Thank you. So we have those. Anything else? I'm not seeing anything. All right. So if we could have a vote then on the agenda as amended and as reorganized. All those in favor? And that is carried. Mayor Hamlin, were you in favor? Okay, it's carried unanimously. Thank you. All right. So declarations of pecuniary interest. Seeing none, we all know the protocol. So if you have something, bring it to my attention. We'll make sure you get it noted. And the deputations we have scheduled for 5 o'clock, so we will work around those. So staff reports, So we're going to go to item 7. Can't even follow my own order. Agenda item number 7 is reports and minutes of other committees and boards. 7.1, that the minutes of the following committees and boards be hereby received and recommendations contained therein be approved, with the exception of Resolution HER 038-2023 pertaining to the heritage permit for 104 here Ontario Street, as a response from the applicant is pending. So there's the Accessibility Advisory Committee, June 22nd, 2023, and Collingwood Heritage Committee, September 7, 2023, with the above referenced exclusion. I'm moving a seconder, please. Deputy Mayor Fryer and Councillor Ring. Are there any questions or comments with respect to these minutes? Seeing none, all those in favor? And that is carried unanimously. Thank you very much. And then item number 8 is the consent agenda, that the general consent agenda be herein received, and further that the information and opinions provided in the general consent agenda items are that of the authors and are not verified or approved as being correct. 8.1, Town of Wasaga Beach resolution regarding the illegal car rally provincial task force, and 8.2, Clearview Township letter of support, re-expanded water treatment plant. Kind of a mover and a seconder, please. Councillor Perry and Councillor Baines, all those in favor of receiving? That's carried unanimously. And would anyone like to pull one of these items? Deputy Mayor Farr. Okay, that's good. And notice was provided to the clerk.
Yes. And it has to do with the illegal car rally notice of Wasaga Beach. There's not any extreme need for this to happen quickly. So I do believe I need to give a notice of motion then, and then on the next council meeting agenda, it would just simply be to follow forward with the request that they make, which is to send a letter of support.
Okay. All right. Clerk has note of that. Okay. So that will bring us back to then item 5.3. So we'll move into the planning realm of things, and it's P 2023-29, the municipal servicing capacity allocation, our fall 2023 major development batch approval. And Director Valentine, if you want to just introduce it briefly.
Thank you, Madam Chair. In the interest of time, for both of these planning items, we can move straight to Senior Planner Wukash's presentation, if that is perfect. All right with you.
Thank you. Welcome.
And I'll be presenting today about the municipal servicing capacity allocation fall 2023 batch. This is the second batch of the year for items that have been conditionally approved to date in 2023. So as a reminder, in January of this year, Council approved a number of changes to the town's servicing capacity allocation policy, which I will refer to as the SCAP for the rest of this presentation, because that is quite a mouthful. So the amended SCAP decoupled planning approvals from servicing capacity allocation decisions, and Council agreed to consider servicing allocation decisions in a batched approach. In the spring and fall, following semi-annual Environmental Service Division Water and Wastewater Uncommitted Hydraulic Reserve Capacity Update reports, which come twice a year. The batch process allows for comparisons of SCAP evaluations in Council's decision to allocate servicing capacity. So there are 3 developments before you today, all of which have received conditional site plan approvals, either by Council or through a staff delegated approval. These developments are shovel ready, pending servicing allocation and execution of site plan agreements. So as a reminder, last year's Provincial Bill 109 mandated that municipal councils delegate site plan approvals to staff for those site plan applications received after July 21st of last year in an effort to expedite the approval process. Next slide, please. So the October 2023 Environmental Services Division report indicated a total of 550 single dwelling unit equivalents, which I will refer to as SDUs for this presentation. And that's the total available servicing capacity for 2023. So I'm just running through the chart here just to describe for those listening the math, so to speak. So subtracting from that, 80 SDU were allocated by Council for minor developments, which include development of vacant residential lots, accessory dwelling units, or changes of use from one permitted use to the other in the zoning bylaw. Another 50 SDU were allocated through an OLT settlement. 215 SDU were allocated by Council earlier this year in the first batch process in March for 4 development projects, And as a reminder, quickly, those were 120 Mountain Road Industrial Development, 655 here Ontario Residential Apartment Project, SkyDevCo's Residential Townhouse Project, and 25 Sandford Fleming Industrial Project. So as a result, the math works out that there are a total of 205 SDUs of water capacity remaining in the reserve for major development applications for this year. So this chart summarizes that and indicates that the 3 projects in this batch, in this report, total 182 SDU, which would leave 23 SDU remaining to carry over into 2024. Next slide, please. So the first project is the Cranberry Trail East Blue Fairway Phase 5 and 6 development. It is only the first phase of this project. It is a multi-unit residential development of 125 townhouses that was conditionally approved by council in July of this year. The first phase is 109 SDU. The second phase is 90 SDU, but that would require a further allocation decision by council at a later date. So the applicant scored their project in the SCAP evaluation at 74%, where staff scored it as 66%. So we do recommend this project for allocation. Next slide, please. This is just a visual representation of some of those, the project itself. Next slide, please. So the next project is called 32 Oak Street. It's a mixed-use development just south of First Street on Oak, 5 market rental apartment units and commercial space at grade, which is all replacing 1 single detached dwelling on the property. That was conditionally approved by council recently, earlier in October. It has a total of 3 SDU of water capacity. And the applicant scored their project 47%, where staff assigned a score of 44%. And just to provide a bit of context here, we have seen it challenging for smaller scale development proposals that represent infill or redevelopment of an existing site to gain sufficient points, being 50% threshold. That is applicable to all major development because these are smaller projects. This project does represent a fairly minimal number of SDU. And although it does score below the 50% threshold, the town is obtaining better outcomes than with the existing tools available. And some of those benefits are intensification of an existing underutilized site, supporting employment through the commercial uses on the property, bringing the use into conformity with the zoning bylaw, and providing 5 market-based rental apartments in addition to the commercial uses on the site. So the next slide just shows you a representation of that project and the building that's proposed for that site. Next slide, please. So the third and final project is the Collingwood Quay Mixed Use Project that's located just north of Side Launch Way, east of the Side Launch Basin. There's no municipal address for it, so it's kind of on a bit of a peninsula, so to speak, out into the Georgian Bay, just at the foot of Hurontario Street. So this is a mixed-use development of 101 residential apartments and 300 meters squared of ground floor commercial, including a restaurant. Council will be familiar with this project as the official plan amendment and zoning bylaw amendment were approved earlier this year in March, and the county approved OPA 47 in June of this year. So the principle of development was established earlier this year. This is a staff delegated approval, and that approval was granted earlier today. So you'll notice in your report that the report identifies that the approval was pending, but we can advise that that was completed today at the staff level. So this project represents 70 SDU, and the score was 75% by the applicant, whereas the town assigned a score of 60%. Next slide, please. So this shows you the location map on the left, as well as the project and how it will potentially look. Next slide, please. So here's just a summary of the 3 projects together. Staff do recommend that each of these development proposals receive servicing allocation by council, which would allow these projects to move forward to approvals and have site plan agreements registered and building permits issued. Next slide, please. So this batch, as I mentioned earlier, would use up the majority of the remaining allocation for 2023, leaving 23 SDU remaining, which we would recommend to be carried over to next year. So the recommendation is to direct staff to proceed with this major development batch approval and to come back with a new batch in early 2024. That is within the 2024 threshold as determined through the semi-annual Environmental Services Division report. So that concludes my presentation, and Director Valentine and I are available to answer any questions.
Thank you very much, Senior Planner Wukash. Is there anyone in the gallery wishing to speak to this staff report? Seeing none, Clerk, we have no one wishing to participate online, so I will put our motion on the floor that staff report P 2023-29 municipal servicing capacity allocation fall 2023 major development batch approval dated October 16, 2023 be received, and that municipal servicing capacity be allocated to the following proposals for a total allocation of 182 SDUs of municipal water and 220 SDU of municipal wastewater. Cranberry Trail East, Blue Fairway Phase 5 and 6 residential development, first phase, file D111619, 32 Oak Street mixed use project, file D11121, and Collingwood Key mixed use project, file D110623, and that the remaining 23 SDUs of municipal water capacity be carried forward to 2024 for future allocation, and that staff be directed to proceed with a major development batch approval in early 2024 for council to consider allocation of a portion of the municipal water capacity within the 2024 threshold once established. A mover and a seconder, please. Councillor Baines and Councillor Perry. Questions and comments. Councillor Baines.
In relation to the 23 SKUs that are being carried over, can I assume that you expect no development applications that would utilize those 23 SDUs in 2023? And if an application does come in at this point, how would that affect, I suppose, the 23 carryover?
Senior Planner?
Chair, development applications that are kind of ready to go, so to speak, that are shovel ready, are the ones that we've brought forward in this batch. We don't anticipate that there will be any projects that reach that stage before the end of the year. And we've already kind of set a process of doing 2 batches per year with the option for if something is really important or meets council's desires and objectives to bring that forward potentially, but we don't foresee anything in the sort of pipeline right now that would need that 23 SDU at this point.
Thank you very much. And if I may, just a follow up to Director Valentine.
Yes.
It seems that it's been consistent that there's a mismatch between the evaluations on the SCAP scores of the applicants versus staff. And that seems to have been happening in most of the applications that I think we've reviewed in the last year or so. So I suppose my question is, does that require or suggest perhaps a revisit of the evaluation criteria so that hopefully the 2 more meet in the center than what's been occurring to date?
Look to Director Valentine. I know we did make that ask previously this year in terms of that, and I think the recommendation at the time was that staff would simply note that they supported it, even though it was below. But I'll let Director Valentine respond.
Thank you.
Thank you. And through you, Madam Chair, certainly we did just recently undertake a comprehensive review of the SCAP in 2023. So what you have before you is has been subject to 6 months of review over the original SCAP, and there is a certain amount of subjectivity within the scoring. And the scoring, as Senior Planner Wukash indicated, the matrix must be applicable to all major developments across the town. So we do expect there to be a divergence between staff and developer scores, but we also had committed to the development community that we would be transparent. So within each of the matrices, you see staff score, you see the developer score, as well as the rationale for both. And if for whatever reason you leaned more towards the developer's rationale, you could certainly take that into account. And the planner has presented both of the scores for your consideration.
Okay, thank you very much. All right, any other comments or questions? Seeing none, all those in favor? And that is carried unanimously. Thank you very much. So that brings us to 5.4. Make sure I'm following my own list. P 2023-28 proposed zoning bylaw amendment 135 Sandford Fleming Drive, the Georgian Triangle Humane Society Center for Pets and People. So Senior Planner Wukash, take it away.
Thank you, Madam Chair, again. So I have been the planner assigned to this file. So I'll be running through the presentation today for the property known as 135 Sandford Fleming Drive. It's a proposed zoning bylaw amendment by the Georgian Triangle Humane Society. The next slide, please, shows the location of the property near the end of Sandford Fleming Drive, north of Ron Emo Road. The property has an area of about 2 hectares and is surrounded by industrial uses. Next slide, please. So the existing zoning on the property is Industrial Park M5 zone, and the proposed zone by the applicant is an exception to the Industrial Park zone, which would be number 6. The proposal is also to have a holding provision 23 applied to the property. Next slide, please. So the purpose of the rezoning is to permit an animal shelter on the property with accessory animal boarding establishment, kennel, pet daycare, veterinarian office, and business office. And the purpose is to relocate the Georgian Triangle Humane Society, which is currently located on the 10th line in town. The proposed uses are an expansion of the current GTHS offerings, and the new location, as was mentioned, is called the GTHS Center for Pets and People. So all of the provisions of the M5 zone would remain the same. It's only adding the use that would allow this to establish in this location. The holding 23 provision would apply to require the confirmation and commitment of water and wastewater servicing capacity allocation to the satisfaction of the town prior to that holding symbol being removed. And it would also require the execution of a site plan agreement to address technical matters to the satisfaction of the town. So that's a fairly standard requirement that the town does for zoning bylaw amendments of this type. Next slide, please. This slide shows the preliminary site plan. And as you can see, the building provides an extensive dog walking area in the back, along with the accessory uses within the building itself. Due to changes to the Planning Act, the town will accept a formal site plan control application upon the successful rezoning of the property, following a council decision to approve the zoning amendment and expiration of the 20-day appeal period. So an informal technical review of the site plan materials is ongoing at this time. Next slide, please. This slide shows the renderings of the proposed Center for Pets and People. And council will be familiar with this as there was a public meeting held very recently or late in September. Next slide, please. We have circulated the proposal to internal departments as well as external agencies and First Nations, and no concerns were received regarding the zoning bylaw amendment. However, technical comments are being received and reviewed through that informal pre-consultation process that's happening right now, which will be provided back to the applicant, and that will refine the site design prior to submission of the formal site plan application at a later date following the rezoning. So no public comments have been received to date. Next slide, please. So staff do recommend approval for the application as the application is consistent and conforms with applicable planning policy and regulatory instruments, contributes to complete communities, supports growth of offices and accessory uses for a local non-profit organization, and facilitates additional employment opportunities. And the application has been supported by internal and external review partners. Next slide, please. So this slide shows the planning process for the amendment. The items starting at the upper left have been completed. As I mentioned, the public meeting was held on September 25th, where no members of the public provided any feedback, and we're now at the recommendation stage to committee. The next step will include consideration by council if there's a favorable decision today. And if council enacts the proposed amendment, there would be a 20-day appeal period. And if no appeals, the proposed zoning bylaw amendment would come into effect. Next slide, please. So pending committee's decision today, the staff report would proceed to the next council meeting in early November for a decision. And if approved upon expiry of that 20-day appeal period, the zoning amendment would be in effect. So following site plan approval, which would be delegated to staff in this instance, the next steps would be a servicing capacity allocation decision by council, followed by the application to lift the holding symbol by the applicant. So that's the conclusion of my presentation, and happy to answer any questions if you have any.
Okay, thank you very much. Is there anyone in the gallery who would like to speak to this staff report? Seeing none, is there any remote participants? No one wishing to participate remotely. So I will read the motion. It is that staff report P 2023-28, proposed zoning bylaw amendment 135 Sandford Fleming Drive dated October 16, 2023 be received, and that an amending zoning bylaw attached as Appendix A to this report be enacted and passed. Can I have a mover and a seconder, please? Councillor Houston and Councillor Potts. Any comments or questions? Seeing none, all those in favor? And that is carried unanimously. Thank you very much. Thank you. All right. So our goal here is to work till 4:15 and then break until 5 and then come back with the deputations. So what I'd like to do at this point, rather than moving into the budget presentation, which I think would be better served altogether after the deputations, is that I would ask the deputy mayor to address his departmental update matter, please.
Tricked me.
Yeah, sorry.
And all I was simply going to do was through you ask if the CAO could give us an update on the work to date in regards to the filtration plant expansion.
For sure. Thank you. CAO Skinner.
Thank you, through the chair. Thank you for asking, Deputy Mayor Fryer. Just a few updates from the past week or two. As you're probably aware, we have hired Strategy Corp to support us with some of the public affairs with the province and federal government. This helps us in executing on Council's resolution to ask for provincial supports. And in fact, after Council's vote just over a week, two Mondays ago, we were able to send that letter immediately to the province and ask that they appoint the provincial facilitator to help us to make and maybe investigate the case for provincial supports in our water treatment plant. And we've been asking our MP and via the mayor, our MPP as well, for their continued support in that endeavor. We also asked our other municipalities who would receive water from either the first and or the second phase of the development to also pass resolutions in support of provincial and federal funding. And to date, we have already received a letter from Clearview. I think it's a nicely written letter and is provided in the agenda today. And hopefully we'll receive resolutions or letters from ESSA, Town of Blue Mountains, or others who would support council in getting this plant funded. We've been continuing to work with the design consultants, our procurement folks, the fairness monitor, to confirm that the bids that we have are valid and reasonable, or at least reasonable enough that we should be proceeding to push forward with an award. I don't see concerns on that front, but the final report has not gone to council. It is anticipated as scheduled on the 23rd of October. And Deputy Mayor, I know you'll be away on that date, which is unfortunate, but that will be an important report for council. There is a task force that has been set up with developers just to look at how our development community can help us to front end or fund the plant in part. And that had fallen out of a special council meeting where most of council attended a conversation with our development community led by the mayor several weeks ago. The first meeting has been held. The second meeting will be on Thursday of this week. We're very deeply appreciative of the Georgian Triangle Development Institute, a number of developers who've come forward to sit on the committee, some of our local engineering firms who are also allocating their time, and our sister municipalities to look at how that might work. There are some successful examples in other jurisdictions. Innisfil, West Gwillimbury, and ESSA come to mind where developers have helped to fund and front end, or there's various types of agreements in water treatment or wastewater treatment plants of this sort, because it is very important to their businesses as well as the towns that we are able to provide servicing. We've also been talking with other municipalities on the staff side about their needs, what may work. And there was some questions about our agreement with the Town of the Blue Mountains, which is available and I believe is a public document if we wanted to talk a bit about what our commitments to the Town of Blue Mountains are and how they may increase or not increase over time. I was just relatively recently, just before this council, that our agreement with New Tecumseth was refreshed and reset. So that one should be at most people's fingertips if they were looking on iCompass to see the provisions of that agreement. Happy to take any questions from council if there are any, and those are the major developments in the past week or so.
Okay. Deputy Mayor, I think you had.
Thank you. And I may be first off in regards to the Town of Blue Mountain agreement. Just as the CAO pointed out, the New Tech agreement is renewed. We have a current agreement with Town of Blue Mountains, and we were able to be provided the copy. The clerk sent it through to everybody, so we've seen it. And I was hoping that if there's any legal opinions on it or anything like that, that's something that we'd be able to receive information on. The other part, as the CEO also mentioned, is I will miss next Monday's meeting, but I will receive the report and I will certainly read it. I just will not have an opportunity to partake in the meeting. And so I'm just trying to make sure I'm as prepared as possible for when I return, because we will be getting very close to the decision-making point. And so I appreciate that updated information at this point in time.
Okay.
That's all I have for right now.
Okay, great. All right. Are there any other? Yes, Councillor Ring.
Through you, Chair, to CAO Skinner. You just said in this report here, this update, that there was a public meeting scheduled for Thursday evening.
Go ahead.
Through the chair, it's Thursday morning, and it is a task force meeting with our developers and development community, just looking at some of the details around how developers could participate.
It's not open to all, because I just didn't.
No, it's an informal group that's looking at how developers have seen this type of initiative in other jurisdictions and how that could work here and in our sister municipalities.
Thank you.
Okay. Thank you very much. So I'm just going to check in with the CAO and staff just to ensure there were no other departmental updates on our agenda. Does anyone anticipate another departmental update for this evening?
No, we didn't have any other departmental updates planned unless something had come up for question.
All right, I'm just ticking you off my list. So then, all right, if I won't throw Deputy Clerk Dahl off too much, I think we're going to move to 5.1 a little bit sooner than, or sorry, 5.2, because I think we have our manager of IT here, so that might be better to proceed with that one. So 5.2, the IT master plan, if I could call on the presenter for that item, Executive Director Peg.
Thank you, Chair. So we do have our IT manager here, but we also have consultants that are teed up to speak to the report. Just need to confirm if the Perry group, I'm looking at the manager if they're, and clerks, if they're on the line already, or if we'll need to ask them to join. It should be Suzanne.
If you prefer not, I'll go to other business. I just thought we'd try to clear out one of the master plans before we. Oh, they're going to? Okay. Okay, sure.
Great. Thank you.
All right. So we're just waiting for the Perry group, or? Okay. All right. So while we're waiting, then I'll ask maybe Councillor Potts to, do we think it'll be 5 minutes, or how long do we think before we get Perry group online? Momentarily? Okay. I'll be patient then. Not a strong suit.
Hi, Chair, if I may.
Yes.
So we don't see Suzanne Chase yet in as a participant logged in. So I do wonder if you'd like to proceed to another item, and we can certainly, if time permits, move into the IT master plan as soon as they do join. They are an integral part to the presentation, so I'd hate to proceed without them.
Okay. All right. I'll proceed. I'll just ask Councillor Potts. Then I believe you had 2 other items. If you could proceed with those, then please.
Thanks, Chair Jeffrey. And in, I guess, the forgiveness of time, if we need to look for more information at a later date, I have no issue with that either. The reason I bring these 2 items, the first one, I wanted, as a member of the council member of the Collingwood Sports Hall of Fame, we have our first committee meeting this Wednesday evening, reconvening from last spring, and we're looking for a update on the Hall of Fame room. There's been little communication, if I can say it politely. There's been really no communication, and what we're looking for is an update to see where we're at on the status of moving forward for public access and other items. But that's mainly my just looking for that at this time.
Okay, thank you. So, Director Kaufman. If I could ask Director Clary is asking, he appears. Director Culver, if you'd like to add some commentary, or if you need time to provide the update at a later time, we can appreciate that.
Yeah, no, thank you, Chair. In terms of the status of public access, we're pretty good to go. Through the summer, I do recognize, and I did have some conversations with Mark Rich, who leads the committee, that that we had some issues in terms of staffing, because staffing was moving around from facilities in the summer. It's sort of the Eddie Bush is partially operational in the summer, so there was some times when we intended to have the Hall of Fame room open and missed the target a bit. So we did have conversations and tried to double down on making sure we were diligent about that. As we've gone into the early part of the hockey season, we're now a little bit more stabilized, but early on with the all-in water play and flight, as well as some other things, there were a couple of occasions where we were struggling to hit the timing that had been agreed upon in the operational understanding that was set up with the Hall of Fame committee. But I think we're on track now. So in terms of public access, we should be ready to and able to provide the public access that was agreed upon with the Hall of Fame committee. And in terms of communication, I know that Mr. Rich met with Manager Milanovic at the end of August or early September about exterior signage on the outside face of the Eddie Bush, which would recognize that the Hall of Fame exists within the Eddie Bush. And as far as I understand, right now I was waiting for the application of a design so that we could go to the Heritage Committee for a heritage permit. And then, and also there was some racking within the room that was also sort of, Mel and Mark came to an understanding about regarding facilitating that upgrade so that for future years, more photographs could be mounted within the Hall of Fame room. So yeah, so I'm hopeful that helps. And again, if we are not communicating with the Hall of Fame, then I would certainly want to know about that. But I feel quite up to speed and up to date with Mr. Rich and the communication we've had so far.
Okay, thank you. Follow up, Councillor Potts?
Yeah, just one follow up through you, Chair. The security fencing that's in the room currently, there's been some questions to me regarding I guess any users that are on one side of the rink that need to access the washroom on the other side of the rink, and I see it, and I feel for it, in particular senior citizens, that and instead of having to go down and then climb back up a number of stairs, I don't see the purpose of the security fencing. And I believe in the agreement, and again, I don't know the particulars because of not receiving it, but can that room not be accessible 100% for the public to be able to travel through to use the washrooms a little easier than climbing up and down stairs? Thanks.
Okay. Comments, Director Culver?
Yeah, thank you, Chair. So through you, the operational understanding document, which is, it's not really an agreement, it was just a way of formulating how everybody will work together between the Blues and the town and the Hall of Fame. It was issued to council, I don't have the date, but I know it was, I think about middle of March of this year. So I'm happy to reissue that to council members so that everybody's up to speed with it. Taking the fence down in times when the Hall of Fame is not in operation would be different than what's laid out in the operational understanding. But of course, council has full discretion to direct those changes, and we're happy to follow council's direction.
Okay. Thank you, Phil.
Yep, no, thank you for that. And I will be taking this back to the committee Wednesday evening, and I will have the chair of the committee reach out if any further questions. Thanks.
Okay. And your second item?
Yeah, thanks, Chair. My second item.
Sorry. Councillor Ring has a question with respect to that. Go ahead.
Thank you, Chair Jeffrey. Through you to Director Culvers. So I'm having a hard time thinking that room is open the way it is right now. I can't see that being any benefit to anybody for what the intent of the room was. And I thought we had come to some type of a consensus that the room would be open, which it's, I'm not going to say it's an open room when you can only come in the north entrance, and there might be 20 feet of floor space and enough room for 4 chairs. And the problems that Councillor Potts has brought up with the washroom availability. In that agreement that I know we got, and I don't remember reading it, to be honest, so I'll apologize if it's not there, is was it intended not to have a throughway, like a thorough way through the parking or the room, and because I thought there was, and the intent of the Hall of Fame with the availability or the access to get visitors to come into the arena for a couple of reasons. Two things. One is to get warm, and another one would be to view the memorabilia or the pictures or the stuff that's owned by the Hall of Fame. The only part that's open is very limited to seeing any pictures of the Hall of Fame, and I would say it would be less than 10 or 15% of the pictures that you can access. So is this the way the room is set up here right now? Is that the way the agreement was intended, and how and that's the way it's finalized? Because if it is, I'm just wondering how long it's going to take to properly open it to the public, because that room is the ice has been in since August. We got user groups that have played, used the facilities, whether it's figure skating, public skating, or the hockey groups. Since that time, the Blues have had probably 8 or 9 games at home already. Is this the way that room was intended to be, as the agreement says, as it's open to the public? Is this the best we're going to get?
Director Culver.
Yeah, so through you, Chair. So what you're describing is not the way it was intended to be through the agreement. The way it was intended to be through again, the frame that I'm using is operational understanding, was that there would be hours of operation for the Hall of Fame. And I can't remember off the top of my head, and I will resend the document to all of council again. But it was intended that it would be open at a reasonable time for anyone who wanted to observe or use the room for warming or whatever. And then I think it was around 7 or 8 at night, it would then close. And the interest there was to protect both the Hall of Fame artifacts as well as the property in that room. Provide some way. And the way it reads is it won't be, I think it was 10 a.m. in the morning, so it won't be open earlier than 10 a.m., like open in its entirety any earlier than 10 a.m. in the morning, and it won't be closed any sooner than, I think, 7 o'clock at night. But again, those numbers, I could be wrong. So that would make sure that we had a consistent time opening, which would allow for the Hall of Fame to promote that it was open and to make sure that the public had access to the entirety of the room. The way, in order to facilitate, say early morning, before 10 o'clock warming and after 7 p.m. warming, if that was, still needed, that's why that south side of the room was cordoned off and made available for warming while still protecting the assets in the larger part of the room. I do understand the concern about the passing through, and like I say, council has full discretion over all of the town's property, and if they'd like that gate removed, what we would advise is only that it was established that way in agreement with the Hall of Fame representatives, Mr. Rich and Mr. Redding, at the time of the discussion with the Blues representatives, for that common understanding that this system that we'd established was a way to protect the room. But like I say, if it's deemed to not be working, and I want to make sure that I reiterate that we do acknowledge that through some staffing errors, there were some times when it was intended to be open and it wasn't open, and we've had some conversations very recently about this in order to get on track, and I believe we are now, to make sure that we understand that 10 to 7 window.
Thank you for that summary, Director Culver. So I think the summary is that the agreement reflects what we want, and implementation will be enforced shortly. Yeah. Deputy Mayor.
Thank you, Chair Jeffrey. And just, I think very quickly, I noticed advertisement advertising on the back of the arena, and I don't really know for certain how long it's been there. So just through you to Director Culver, because I got concerned about our own sign bylaw within the community, and I was just looking at it and thinking, the large billboard signs on the back of how does that conform to our policy? If it does, then great. I just was concerned about when I looked at it. It has been mentioned that the Hall of Fame is looking at putting their own advertising on the outside as well. So just how that all fits with our own sign bylaw.
Okay. Yep. Director Culvers, that's something you need to look into, or you can advise us tonight.
No, very, very quickly, those two billboard locations on the St. Marie Street
St. Marie,
face, they were identified quite early on. They've had display advertising up there for quite some time, and each time that the advertising has changed, it's been required that the proponent, which in this case is the Blues, goes to the Heritage Committee for a heritage permit, which they've acquired. So each time the work has not started until a heritage permit is in hand. And that includes when those displays change. To refer to the Deputy Mayor's question about the Hall of Fame exterior signage, they've actually requested that where the Eddie Bush Memorial Arena wording is above the main entrances facing here Ontario Street, that we actually move those up and put Collingwood Hall of Fame in conjunction with that, which again, because it's a sign change, it would require a heritage permit. And once we have a final design, I'm sure we can move forward and get that approval as well.
Excellent. Thank you very much for that update. All right, Councillor Potts, your second item.
Thanks, Chair Jeffrey. The second item is in regards to the Boulevard, I'm going to say Boulevard parking on Maple Street between 8th and 9th that I had referenced a couple meetings ago. So to date now, the construction is, I'm going to say 90% done. There's still the final lift of asphalt to go on. The residents that were hoping to have a resolution on their boulevard parking, and again, not to take up all the detail and take up lots of time, but for many years had the boulevard parking with really no other option other than one parking spot. They had brought their concerns forward pre-construction. I had corresponded with staff. I think there was one site meeting that had taken place, and from then on, there's been multiple attempts for communication from the resident to staff, and there's been nothing. The staff here in this case completely feels stonewalled, as I feel stonewalled as well. Trying to come to a resolution. I brought it up two meetings ago to try to see if maybe that would trigger maybe a response, and still to this date, other than a half an hour before the meeting today where I received a response, the resident is still sitting with construction pretty well complete. So I'm deeply concerned that this process has gone the direction it's gone, and I really feel that, you know, as a taxpayer and a resident in this community, it is completely unacceptable to go an entire season asking for a simple request that they were willing to work with, and there's been nothing to date as far as communication back to them. So I'm looking for an update if possible. Thank you.
Okay, so I'm assuming that should go to Director Slama in terms of or to the CEO. You okay? I didn't see your hand. Yeah, CEO Skinner.
Thank you, via the chair. Thank you, Councillor Potts. So I did look into this item as you had mentioned it at a council meeting. It is an operational item. There's some positional stuff for folks to be aware of, and I'm going to mention some of the details just because I think it's good for people in the community and council to know some of the options and how they were looked at. Early in 2022, there was a staff report. It was PW 2022-09 Boulevard Parking and Beautification Update. And council selected from a number of options, the option 3, which you looked up the report, would make more sense, but it directed staff to take a phased implementation to boulevard beautification and boulevard parking restrictions. So the context is that staff were directed to restrict and enforce boulevard parking to achieve a boulevard environment which is curbed, free of vehicles, covered in low vegetation like sod with trees as appropriate. To update our bylaws to prohibit boulevard parking on the streets that have distinct curb and grass and where present a sidewalk, and to implement it across town as the older residential streets are updated through the Capital Works program. So that's really the first street now that Councillor Potts is mentioning, where we're starting to implement the curbs and sodded or greened boulevards. It was recognized at the time that some residents would be required to make alternate arrangements for their vehicles, like this resident, and that there might be unique situations like property restrictions, mobility, or disability needs. and that there would be the potential to have boulevard parking permits and road occupancy permits with details to follow in parking and road occupancy bylaws. So those bylaws are nearing completion of drafting, but they have not yet come forward to committee and council. So if there was grandfathering or a permit application that this person could apply for on their own boulevard, that process isn't yet available. It may yet be potentially in the somewhat near future. Councillor Potts mentioned that staff and Tatham had a conversation with this owner, and I have not made the chance to circle back with the property owner. The situation is similar or the same as what I hope was discussed with him or her when staff initially went out. And the zoning bylaw is what really applies to all the residences in town. And it sets out how wide of a driveway you can have. And there is allowance at this particular property to potentially have a wider driveway. You can apply through a driveway permit, for example, to have a double driveway. However, the minimum length in the zoning bylaw is 6 meters for the minimum length of a driveway. So in the case of this one particular residence, it wouldn't, they don't have enough space in front of their house for the 6 meters. So generally, if there's a zoning issue that doesn't make sense, someone can apply for a minor variance or otherwise a zoning bylaw amendment to allow this change. Typically, from a staff perspective, the engineering division would speak to the committee, usually the committee of adjustment, against these types of shorter driveways. They do tend to have the ends of vehicles then sit coming out over the sidewalk. The same rules would apply to everyone if they had a boulevard or they were looking at changes in their driveway. And I do have to say that we do have constraints in our frontline engineering resources. I certainly would have liked this one to be addressed much quicker and to get back to the residents much quicker. Hopefully later today, as part of the budget deliberations, council will see in context how some of those engineering resources enhancements would fit with the overall budget. Thank you.
Thank you. A follow-up, Councillor Potts?
I think the only follow-up through you, Chair. And again, I can appreciate there's lots of different ways that, with property sizes and permitting and stuff, but my concern here is the communication. And, if potentially the homeowner had been communicated what they could do and what they couldn't do, they probably don't understand. There's a lot of things I don't understand. But I think in this, and I'm glad you've recognized that there maybe was a shortfall. Hard for me to accept a shortage of staff. I get there's a shortage of staff, or that's perceived to be that, but it's not a lot to ask just to communicate with the homeowner. They pay taxes here their entire life. We're going back 50, 60 years. It's a small little ask just to be able to be open with them, and so they can move on and we can move on with our daily business. Thanks.
Thank you, Councillor Potts. So it may be my assumption, but now that we've done all the backup and follow-up work, it wouldn't be difficult to communicate with them at this point.
We will absolutely follow up with this resident.
Okay, thank you for that. All right, so we're at 4:15-ish. So are we good to break, Clerk Almas? So we're going to take
Madam Chair, sorry.
Yep.
I just, with respect to the last item.
Yep.
I was just wondering if when staff communicates with this resident, they could also explain to them the committee of adjustment process and direct them to what steps might be necessary.
That was my understanding, that they would be doing all of that.
Thank you.
Yeah. Right.
Yes, that would be correct.
Yeah, great. Thanks. All right. So we're going to recess now until 5 p.m., at which time we'll come back to the deputations. Okay. Okay. Thank you, Clerk Almas. So we will come back to order after our recess, and that brings us to agenda item number 4, and we'll go right to our deputations. Our first deputation this evening is from Sonya Reichel from the Georgian Triangle Humane Society. So Sonya, please come forward. Yeah, it's just like a bad cold.
I'll leave at one point, I promise. Good evening, Mayor and Council. Thank you very much for having me this evening. So who do I look to change slides? Okay, perfect. Wonderful. So I'm here before you this evening with an amended budget request for 2024, as well as a little bit of an update on where we are at with our capital campaign to build a regional center for pets and people. Next slide, please. As you know, we serve the South Georgian Bay region. Those are 6 municipalities ranging from Grey Highlands, Meaford, over to Wasaga Beach, Clearview, Grey Highlands, Blue Mountains, and Collingwood. We are seeing mounting pressures for our services every single day. Just last week, we had carriers of cats left at the end of our driveway. We're finding puppies at the end of roads, kittens left on the side of roads. It is something where every single day animals are coming to us. Our population is growing, the cost of living is growing, and it's impacting pet owners in this area greatly. Next slide, please. I always like to provide a reminder on the services that we offer, both reactively to address the needs of pets in our community, those being taking in stray and surrendered animals, as well as proactively. So we are working in our communities to build a healthy community through the introduction of access to spay-neuter surgery, to rabies and microchip clinics. Just 2 weeks ago, we hosted a microchip clinic and rabies vaccination clinic extravaganza, we called it. And in one Saturday, we had over 100 pet owners visit our Humane Society to get their rabies vaccination, which was quite a success. In addition, we run youth programs. We're on track for 2,500 youth to go through our program this year alone. And we have given out 20,000 pet meals in our communities so far this year and counting, adding 10 depots to the 6 municipalities that we serve in our region. Next slide, please. I won't go into the next couple of slides because I have talked to you and I think we are all on the same page about the mounting pressures in our area and the fact that our 6,000 square foot building will no longer meet the needs of this region into the future. And that has created the motivation for our Regional Center for Pets and People. So next slide, please. And I'll go next slide, please. We are in the middle of a $16 million capital campaign. Our intention is to put shovel in the ground in the spring of 2024. It will be an 18-month build, 18 to 24-month build. So we hope to be able to cut the ribbon on the new build at the end of 2025, early 2026. It'll be a 19,000 square foot building. Next slide, please. That will be visited by over 30,000 visitors in our community every single year. It will have 50 full-time employment positions, 600 positions for volunteers, which is upwards. So right now, currently, just to keep us current, we have 350 active volunteers that come and work with our Humane Society, helping to ensure everything from animal care, cat care, dog care, to fundraising, to our hospital are able to function. We'll have 600 opportunities in the new build. We'll triple the capacity of our spay-neuter hospital, being able to conduct 8,500 spay-neuters for our communities every single year. And just to give you a little bit of an idea on the demand right now, when we open up our bookings, we open it up for 3-month periods of time. We fill it up in a couple of hours, and then we receive an entire week worth of frustrated calls from our community because they're desperately trying to get their pets fixed and can't afford it. Next slide, please. We wanted to highlight here where the work of the Humane Society intersects the areas of focus for our municipalities. We like to see ourselves as an augmentation of animal control and bylaw enforcement through the increased access to basic veterinary care, the reduction of zoonotic diseases, the reduction of stray animals in our community. And we've just highlighted here where a lot of the areas of municipal focus intersect with the work that we do every single day. Next slide, please. And this is a new table that you won't have yet seen. It was something that we developed with our municipal partners over the last 6 months to illustrate the breakdown of the impact as animals come to us and the other services that are used as per each of our municipal partners. You can see when you look at the Collingwood column that Collingwood is number one for intake of cats, number one for intake of dogs, close second for stray intakes, as well as use of our spay neuter services, and definitely this top provider or user of our pet support services. These stats are from 2022, so that would make a lot of sense. It's likely the high number that you're seeing there is due to our pet pantry being used, and that would be due to proximity, us being located in Collingwood. We're really working to increase access to our pet pantry services, especially for those that are really experiencing food insecurity at this time. And we're doing that by creating those 10 depots that I was talking about that are going to be going out throughout the region. Next slide, please. So our ask to the 6 municipalities that we serve is to give thoughtful consideration to help support our capital campaign and ensure that we can get shovel in the ground in the spring of 2024. Our total ask is $1.5 million over a 10-year period of time. That will be 9.3% of our total funds that are being raised. We have created a proportional percentage based on the population of each of the municipalities and the average assessment of each of the municipalities. So that final percentage there has then been applied to the 1.5 million and divided by the 10 years that we are making this ask. So next slide, please. For Collingwood, our total ask is $315,000 over 10 years. That is $31,500 that we are asking for the 2024 budget year. And we are also asking council to release the funds, the $20,000 that were set aside in the 2023 budget. We believe that those funds were set aside for this capital campaign. They just haven't yet been released to the Humane Society. And that could be a first installment towards this $315,000, which would be something we would all celebrate. And that is our request of council today. Thank you so much for your time.
Thank you very much, Sonya. Are there any questions? Okay, Councillor Baines. Good. All right. Any questions for Sonya? No? Okay. Thank you very, very much for being here. And I was only teasing about the bad cold. We're always happy to see you.
See you next time.
Okay.
No, hopefully not. Okay, thanks.
Good night. Thank you. Okay. So our second deputation this evening is a budget request for the Georgian Bay Business Accelerator, and we would welcome Alex Schwertner to present, and you can introduce anyone joining you.
I'm actually Peter Heinke, and Alex is working with me, but Alex sent in the deputation, so for clarification,
okay. Right.
I was off in Greece.
All right, well, hello to Alex.
Anyways, Mayor Hamelin, councillors, thank you very much for letting us have the opportunity to present to you an overview of the Georgian Bay Business Accelerator. My name is Peter Heinke, for those I haven't had the pleasure to meet. Next slide, please. So for those of you who aren't familiar with the Georgian Bay Business Accelerator, it was a not-for-profit established in 2021, and it was funded by the town of Collingwood, the Futures Program, and the region of Simcoe. Its mission was to accelerate success and growth of high potential companies in the area. Our current team consists of 3 people, myself as executive director, Alex Schwertner, who's back here, he's our head coach, and then we have a program coordinator, Renee Christensen. We have a board of directors, Jillian Fairley from Community Futures just finished her term, so she stepped down as chairperson. Brian Herner, who's the town appointee, Brian's back here. He's going to be our chairman. Hannah Parrish is joining the board. She's a mentor in the area and is now coming up to be a board member, and then we're appointing 2 other board members. We're currently in that process. Our focus is on program delivery. We offer no office or co-working space. Councillor Houston's Foundry does a great job at that. So we have no need to provide any space or location. Our KPIs are incremental jobs, revenue, and funding attracted to the area. Next slide, please. The founding mission was to fuel innovation and technology in the Georgian Bay area. We wanted to attract talent and investment into the community and diversify and grow the regional base more into the technology innovation space. What our main mandate is to increase the velocity of emerging businesses and their level of success, and addresses a lot of the expertise gaps that we have in the area, with more using the network of people that resided up here and some of the expertise that is now living in this area. Next slide, please. So what our vision is to build a healthy startup ecosystem, Southern Georgian Bay, that attracts founders, innovation, and growth. Our focus is on companies that have existing revenue and high growth potential located in the Southern Georgian Bay area. For you that are not familiar, there's what's referred to as an incubator, is where somebody's got an idea but hasn't really started, and you have these centers that help those companies. An accelerator is more focused. Our original mandate was companies that had like seed funding of 250,000, 2 or 3 employees, and already had market traction. We've funneled that a little bit differently. We'll talk about that a little bit later. Our core tentpole event is a startup growth program. We do individual consults for entrepreneurs. We have educational events and workshops. And then our main thing is that we're connecting young companies with the huge ecosystem we have here of entrepreneurs in the area. I'm not sure how familiar you are with some of the people in this area, but there's 2 or 3 people I could pull on stage, and there'd probably be about $35 billion worth of value that they've created. So it's a very, very strong and deep ecosystem here. Mm-hmm. Next slide, please. Our main program is called the Growth Program. It's a 4-month program. It's it's a little bit different. Most accelerators, when I looked at them, were heavy educationally based. Our focus is more, what are the needs that company has in order to support themselves to the next level, and focus on 2 or 3 items, not a whole bunch of different items, but be successful on getting them to 3 or 4 really strong areas they need, whether that's financing, human resources, culture, strategy. We have a rolling acceptance, which means we can accept companies throughout the year. We don't have a cohort-based type model. And currently we can probably manage about 6 concurrent businesses, and we do about 15 to 20 businesses a year. Next slide, please. So key impacts so far since we've been running, we've done about 23 companies advised through the GBA, 57% were from Collingwood. In the overall ecosystem right now, we have about 140 jobs, or 137, 55% of Collingwood, which 91 were created, with 58% of those in Collingwood. We've done 1 fundraising deal, 750,000. That client is now in the process of doing another round. Overall average increase of 300% of the companies that were in the accelerator. We've had more than 20 mentors and volunteers engaged in helping these companies. And the participants are finding it extremely successful of having people that have either sector or functional focus to really help them with their business. Next slide, please. Just a couple of success stories. Active Reader, I mentor under Tim Newton's SPEC program, and Active Reader was one of the companies that came to me. We looked at it. They were using flashcards for teaching kids to read with their parents, and we basically had them in. And with Hannah Parrish was in the meeting, and she was at Pearson Publishing, so understood that area. Alex was also, and we talked to them about their business. And we converted them from flashcards into a parent coaching business. So a lot higher LTV on the client. That company we combined with another sister company. And those 2 companies, I think next year will probably be in about a 7-digit sales figure number. We just started into the US with them. And we also just got into Mastermind with their product. So really excited about that one. Rapid was in a customized software company that was located in the area. 2 or 3 employees. We hooked them up with a company out of LA. That company in LA was doing COVID testing for all the major studios during the COVID period. So they did probably about 700 productions for all the major studios, probably tested over 200,000 people, and all the back-end infrastructure to maintain that and control that was developed by Rapid. They went up to about 30 employees. They now have also expanded to help other companies in the ecosystem. Their method of giving back is they provide free technical services for a lot of our clients on how they can use technology in their businesses. Youthfully is another business, the one that we raised the 750,000 for. It's a holistic coaching business, and it provides like students in high school with coaching services so they can excel better in their university. And then today we have Originality that's currently in the program. Its CEO and founder is John Gillum. His brother Jason also runs Impossible Metals, which is another one of our clients. I always wondered whether we should call it the Gillum Brothers Accelerator because rather than Georgian Bay. But anyways, I'm going to call on John here to give you an overview of what he does.
Thanks, Peter.
Thank you.
Mayor, councillors, next slide, please. So Originality joined the Accelerator July 2023. What Originality is it's artificial intelligence that we developed. It's able to tell the difference between human-generated text and AI-generated text. So whether or not ChatGPT wrote it or whether or not a human wrote it. The GIF's not working, but we like to think of ourselves as the good Terminator. So able to tell the difference between, whether it's a human or a Terminator. We've had both national and some international coverage that is mentioned, Collingwood and Originality. Next slide. So some of the impact that the accelerators had for Originality. So some kind of quick business stats. We've had 486,000 users from 180 countries. We have 2 patents pending. We have 14 staff, 4 of which are in Collingwood. Our growth rate currently puts us in the top 10% of startups. And some of the impact that the accelerators had to help both achieve that and then also sort of set the foundation for continued growth has been 2 local hires that we wouldn't have done had we not sort of worked through the modeling with some accelerator advisors, and then sponsoring our lead AI researcher to move from overseas to Collingwood on a work visa, hopefully permanently, and establishing the AI research located locally. Key advisors for several critical areas have been significant in setting the foundation and making sure that some of our potential problems that we would be running into, we won't. And then kind of a quick comment on the ecosystem. So both my wife and I were born and raised here, moved away, and then 7 years ago moved back. When we moved back, I was really thinking that I was probably reducing the probability of success on some of my businesses in return for getting to live in the area and get to ski and bike with my kids. So thought a good trade, but over the last 7 years, have really seen the ecosystem thrive with things like the Foundry coming along, with things like the Accelerator now, and looking forward to seeing that ecosystem continue to strengthen. Thanks.
Oh, excellent, thank you, Peter.
Thanks, John. Next slide, please. So some of the results in learning we've seen with our alumni company, substantial job growth and revenue growth and expanding beyond the regions they probably thought of, like expanding heavily in the US. We haven't announced it yet, but we're just working on a partnership with Westchester, New York, with their accelerator down there. It'll be a launch pad for some of our US companies going into the US. Active Reader is one of those. We just had meetings last week that were really successful. We've helped a lot of companies expand beyond just this region, as I mentioned, and also attract significant venture funding. What we're finding a little bit is we're getting more earlier stage companies, which goes a bit more to an incubator model. You'll notice in the appendix, we have a couple of programs we have under development for that, and it's more in business ideation and business valuation. Next slide, please. So the funding received to date, we have been basically running for 3 years. The first year was a bit of a startup year. We had no funding request for 2023. Municipal funding so far has been from the town of Collingwood, provided 48% of our total, County of Simcoe, and then the Community Futures Program for $200,000, Red Grant funding for $100,000, and then private sponsorships for 15. Program alumni, one of our alumni that's done very well through the program, gave us back $30,000, which was nice. Next slide, please. So our request for the 2024 year is from Collingwood for $200,000, and then the other municipalities were looking for $100,000. We've been in discussions with Great County. Town of Blue Mountains had their deputation in January, so we've been in discussions with them. Sega Beach, Owen Sound, Catapult. We don't know really what's going on there, but we've been talking to Great County about that, and then Simcoe County, and then we've also been having discussions with the federal and provincial programs for another $100,000. Next slide. That's basically it. Thank you very much for the opportunity. Are there any questions?
Thank you very much. Do council members have any questions? This is a pretty phenomenal information report and success. Yep, Councillor Doherty.
Thank you, and through you to Mr. Henke. Thank you very much for that presentation. It is, we know that there are great things happening in the entrepreneurial community in this here, but to be reminded of what we've been able to achieve collectively with the Accelerator program is fantastic. Just curious as to why you're approaching a number of other municipalities, plus federal government, why you're asking for such a large proportion of the funding to come from the town of Collingwood.
Most of the businesses that we have and most of the reaction, we did this funding based on roughly what we saw historically in terms of where we're getting businesses from. And that's sort of what we think we'll lay out. We don't really have, like Owen Sound right now, we've had a couple inquiries right now from them, which we haven't had before. We were up to see Catapult at the time about seeing what programs could be interchanged, but that's basically proportionally what we see. We sort of did it in terms of number of businesses we see, and that's how we laid out the proportion. So we think we'll see probably 2 or 3 businesses from town of Blue Mountains, probably about 10 to 12 again from Collingwood. And then the rest we think will be scattered through the various other municipalities. So that's how we came up with the numbers.
Okay. Follow up, or that's good?
Yes, thank you. So my second question is, so are your accelerated businesses, are you accelerating them out of the South Georgian Bay ecosystem, or are they staying and continuing? I know John here certainly has, but are they generally staying and continuing to contribute to economic development in our community?
Yes, all of them are staying here. All of them are resident here. We don't have the same problem. Like before we developed this program, we did a lot of investigation of the other accelerators, what was working, what wasn't working. The biggest boat anchor on most of them was real estate, which, you know, like I said, Councillor Houston has a great facility. We don't need to have real estate. I think it was more of a fluke that we came with that decision because we started during COVID where we didn't have the opportunity to have space anyways. Most of the companies are located here, but when tech, what does happen though is some of the workers that you get are remote. But it's similar to like when I did initial discussion with EDC and BDC and all of them, how are they looking at it? Because in EDC's case, they realized, they said like a lot of these tech jobs have to be offshore because that's just the way they're going to operate in the tech space. So it's just like John had mentioned, he got his big developer down in Vietnam, right? And he was able to compete and get very, very good talent there. He's actually importing that person up here. And a lot of these people will come here. The biggest problem, quite frankly, is like everything else is with housing. It's very expensive. We have Impossible Metals, which is Jason's company, which I don't know if you know, has been featured on CBS and has been a great lightning rod for the area. He can afford to pay salaries because of the type of engineers he's getting and what he needs that high level that can probably afford to, but there's a lot of startups that gets really difficult. So that's probably the biggest challenge. So I think I don't think anybody's going to leave here that's here. And I think that we're really unique here in this area because I mean, when you take a look at Ontario as a whole, you've got University of Waterloo, which is probably the top recruited tech university in North America, if not the world. You have University of Toronto, which is the Hinton Lab, which is in AI, probably the leading area in that space. And so we have the ability to grab talent and then live in this environment and work in this environment. Like Jason said, he never would have guessed that he'd be able to, like John said, run his business up here. And it's been actually a big blessing. So I think people will be coming here the more it gets out there that we have this ecosystem running. So, and it's the type of jobs that, look, my mandate at all was like, I'm from the city, grew up here, or no, I didn't grow up here, got married, lived up here, you know, and I wanted an ecosystem that if my kids wanted to stay here and work, they could. That was my goal. And I think we're well on our way to that.
Excellent. Thank you. Councillor Bates.
That's what we
To clarify it, 200 for 1 year or over a number of years?
That'll last us for about 18 months is what we're looking at. So we think historically, it was mainly just me that was running it. So I was doing a lot of the coaching and everything else. So I wanted to get the model right. Like any startup, we were a startup ourselves. So we pivoted from different things. We looked at different educational models. We looked at all that stuff, and having done a number of different startups, what you need at the end of the day is support at certain levels. Like you're going to run your stage as a company and you don't have time to educate and learn, which is most accelerators do. So that's where this ecosystem of bringing people in is really good. And now that I've got the model set up and I've been able to bring on someone like Alex, and we have other people that we will probably bring in a little bit more detail for supporting various services. That's where I think 18 months will do it, and we'll definitely, get the return on it.
Great. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Okay. Yep. Councillor Houston.
Thank you, Chair. I just wanted to say how much of a need this is for our community, given the growth of the entrepreneurial scene. So I was happy to see the establishment of this organization, and I've heard some positive comments from some of the entrepreneurs that have worked with it. I do have a few questions. One is around the budget ask, and really just if you could provide some context on how that 200,000 will be allocated, as well as maybe some context around the previous 350,000 that was provided.
So on the 200,000, we sort of worked out a budget of roughly what it runs us. So in a lot of cases, we'll have services we bring in that we'll pay for in order to support that, whether it be coaching. Like most of our coaches are volunteer, but in some cases there are needs and services that get done, like whether it's, deeper in financial modeling or market research or things like that to help the businesses get a solid. So we budget roughly around $20,000 per client. And that works out to roughly, if you look at programs like CDAP and those types of programs, they're all at around a $15,000 to $20,000 level. So that's where that amount comes in. So over 18 months, we figure we'll do at least 10 businesses. So that's where from Collingwood. So that's where that comes from. And then in the context of the other one, that was basically, it's mostly been, we took a 2-year budget and we stretched it into 3 years. So it's mostly been like salary and again, coaches and that sort of thing on the programs.
Thank you. As part of the original agreement, were there any types of financial reporting required? I'm not sure.
Yeah, we submitted reporting on. Okay. We didn't, there's a bunch of, like I said, our KPIs that we measure on are revenue growth, jobs, and there's something about how many conversations did we have and all that thing. We didn't have enough resources to track all that. It was basically myself and one advisor. I mean, we can put some of those metrics in place, but to me, at the end of the day, you want to be creating the jobs, the revenue growth, and the things. Those are the things that we report on and have reported to the business development office and to the town of Collingwood.
Okay. Thank you. Final question is just around, I know the original business plan called for a significant amount of corporate sponsorship. Is there still a goal of targeting that?
We looked at the different models. The problem here is like when you look at Peterborough runs a lot of corporate sponsorship, they have a lot more eyeballs. We went and met with them and he said that basically like that's what we've got a number of eyeballs that we can put it out to. So a lot of corporate sponsors will look at that. The Accelerator in Sandbox, as you know, they did corporate sponsorship, worked well for the first year and then died out. So it's not a model that you can sustain yourself on. I mean, our goal is at the end of the day, if we are successful and these businesses become prominent, like I think we can hit probably over $100 million in revenue within the ecosystem, which is really big for this size of ecosystem in the tech space. I think that then you'll be able to start taking a look at maybe attracting or doing some sort of model with the business community that sort of offsets that so it can sustain itself in the longer term. But it's right now, we're still at an early stage. We're at a startup stage.
All right. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Thank you. Anyone else? Yeah, I think when you speak about the KPIs, I think what's most important for us is the jobs.
Yeah.
The revenue certainly benefits the federal and provincial governments through their income tax, but municipalities, we need the jobs and the people and to be able to keep the youth like you've referred to and having your children to be able to come here.
I think it's the quality of the jobs is really important.
Yeah.
I will say that there's been through all the different accelerators, which Johanna was a part of too, is there's a session, I'm not sure if you're familiar with RECON, which is the Regional Economic Centers of Ontario. And we all get together and we meet. They're all like different offices, accelerators and everything else. And how do we fund and there's a lot of things going on where the skill sets one company might be in another region. So how do we work and make it more of a network as opposed to being individual borders, which is a bit of an issue sometimes because, I look at like most of my coaches live out by the Blue Mountains. They don't live in Collingwood, and they're providing services to Collingwood companies. And we have Collingwood companies where people live maybe in Thornbury or vice versa. So what we're trying to do through this process is come up with some model at the end of the day where there's recognition. I get it that you've got funding and the jobs have to be in a certain border, but I think at the end of the day, you'll find that if this can really grow, it's going to be hard to decipher between this region or this region or this region. And that's what Recon's being set up for. And we're trying to figure out a model that works for everybody.
Excellent. Well, I really like the one concept of the one company of paying it forward to, well,
actually, Youthfully also, by the way, took $40,000 of their fundraise and they put it in a fund to support underprivileged youth. And that's now, we had a meeting today and we're marketing that program to corporations to put money in there so that kids that can't afford that level of coaching can get it. So that was their element of paying forward. And then Rapid provides free technical services. So they were in the thing. So they're providing. So there are other benefits that everybody's getting besides just the financial side of it.
Okay. Thank you.
Okay,
so I'll just turn to the clerk here. Do we need a motion to refer it to the budget, or would it automatically happen with the ask? Should have a motion? Okay, so if we could have Mayor Hamlin and the Vice Chair Doherty, any further questions on referring this to the budget? Seeing none, all those in favor? And that's carried unanimously. So thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
All right. Okay, so now we're going to return to staff reports. And so we're going to go to 5.8 and we're going to call on Treasurer Quinlan to please come forward, or wherever she wants to do the presentation on the budget.
Thank you, Chair Jeffrey. I do have a presentation coming up. I know we all feel like we were just here for 2023, but we're talking about 2024 now. So it does come by quite quickly. Sorry, I'm just going to get to my notes here. And you can go to the next slide, please, Jenny. So I just wanted to go over our tentative timeline again, just as a reminder to what the plan is. Doesn't mean it's perfect, doesn't mean, we're going to get there, but this is our hope. So staff, again, this year are aiming to ensure that the budget is passed prior to year end. A full schedule is noted in the report and also here, but briefly, the expectation was that today we would bring forward the first draft, which is what you're seeing in front of you, and that the second and third drafts would then come forward in November with the opportunity to complete a fourth and fifth draft in December. And then the hope is to pass the final budget on December 18th. Again, the dates are tentative and we will be flexible and try and move with what we can get to. We're also looking to incorporate some coffees with council like we did last year. Our hope was late October, early November for the first one. We still haven't determined the date because we wanted to see sort of the results of this evening and also any other information that may come out through our Engage page. Staff have been at the farmers market twice this summer to try and get some excitement around our budget. It's not easy to get people to come out and listen and participate from this matter, but we heard lots of great things, lots of interesting different discussion items, and I think it was well worth our time, and we're certainly going to continue to do that in the future. And of course, our Engage page is up and live and has been for the last several weeks. A little different this year because we didn't complete a survey. That was the initial rollout of the Engage page last year. This year, because we're doing the community-based strategic plan, we didn't think it made sense to have a survey as well. But we did bring, sort of a small survey to the farmers market just to get people to come and talk to us. So that worked out well. The intention for this evening's presentation is really to get council direction on the next draft, and more specifically on the items that we've included for council consideration. And I'm using quotes here. So let's get going. So next slide, please. At the last meeting, we presented an overall economic preview to what is facing the town and our residents. The CPI at that point was 3.8% at the end of August. And this is followed by an increase of 3.2% back in July. Moreover, housing starts for the second quarter of 2023 versus the same time frame in 2022 have decreased 19% year over year in the province. And the town has also experienced a slow in construction as well. We think it's indicative of the interest rates and the things that are happening outside of our control, but certainly something that we're looking at. Right now, the growth rate for the town from an assessment perspective has increased by 1.95%, and that's what's been included in the budget to date. With just one more supplemental billing now that will be expected in November, and that will be our final for this year. Just as a note and a reminder, because of COVID-19, MPAC is going to continue to hold the assessment values at today's rates, with the expectation now that for 2025, we'll have a new assessment base, which means we've been holding that same rate for quite a few years now. Next slide, please. Last month, we also presented an overview of the comparison for tax rate changes against the CPI changes. Although the town has experienced some growth over the same time period, tax funding has not kept up to the same amount as CPI. And again, if we talk about growth and we consider the fact that with every new development charge project comes additional responsibility and additional expenses for the town to manage, both replacement costs and operational costs as well. Growth also means new users of services, which adds to costs of maintenance too. That's not to say that growth is something to avoid or is a negative part. We certainly want to see growth continue on in the town of Collingwood. It's just to recognize the fact that growth, when we talk about growth projects and we get super excited because development charges pays for it, there's always that future impact. So we really need to be cognizant of it and mindful of it. Next slide, please. There's been a lot of pressure on municipal councils and staff over the last few years, not just ours, but certainly we're feeling the pressure of the downloading of responsibilities from senior levels of government, largely in the affordable housing and the homelessness pressures. Increases in operating costs. Insurance has just continued to soar and carries on each year. Increased policing costs. Lots of inflationary things happening, not just for us, but for our residents too. And of course, the supply chain pressures continue on in 2023 and likely in 2024. There's a decline in sources and amounts of revenue, specifically for the town of Collingwood. That would be the OSIF grant, which has reduced significantly over the last year. Cost pressures resulting from life cycle maintenance, from aging infrastructure. We have a lot of infrastructure here that continues to age each year. And of course, we need to be mindful of that. One of the biggest things that we're considering, and we've been talking about for a while, and I am going to bring the report forward sooner rather than later, is on the non-core assets as well. So we do have a plan, an asset management plan for core assets, but we haven't yet included the non-core. And I think that's going to really make us take pause when we look at the overall responsibility of the municipality. Lots of demands for new services or increases in service levels, both from council and the community. We had a judicial inquiry that cost us about $8.5 million. There's been a huge change, I would say, in taxpayers' expectations and what they expect from their local governments rather than, higher level of governments. Lots of policy changes, legislative and regulatory requirements that continue to come down, especially at the provincial tier, which has added a significant amount of pressure to both staff and council. And of course, all of those things play a role. And on the other side of that, there's residents and businesses who, would like to continue to see low to no property tax increases. Next slide, please. So at the time the guidelines were prepared, including inflationary items, so utilities, insurance, fuel, cost of living allowances and benefits, and growth, the total municipal levy was about $41.7 million. That's in comparison to 38.8 from 2023, which meant an increased tax rate of nearly 6%. So when we started this process, we were looking at around 6%. And that's, of course, well over the guideline of 2% that we talked about as part of the last committee of whole. So staff have worked exceptionally hard to reduce where possible and search for efficiencies and continue to apply them. Lots of things we've included, like deferring growth related increases to services. So for example, delaying a vehicle purchase or a staff increase to complete a greater amount of work with, a smaller amount of equipment and staff. Removing taxi licensing and adding the administrative monetary policy to improve staff efficiencies. We incorporated some energy savings from various building projects. So the LED lighting program that's currently going through, and also another one from rec facilities for the pool cover, which drastically reduced our costs. We looked at printers and the contracts, and seems like something really small, but it is quite big. And where they were still required. We print a lot less, we scan a lot less, we do a lot less when it comes to printers. So reducing maintenance contracts and taking a look at those. We reduced staff training where it was possible, while trying to keep in mind employee engagement as well. We increased revenues where possible, completing the review on the development management process to assist in improving efficiencies and collecting the appropriate applications fees for building, planning, and engineering services. And of course, we increased user rates to reflect the CPI increases as well. To fully understand how the proposed 2024 budget has been built, it's really important to understand how we prioritized the buckets. So how we moved from a 6% tax rate increase to a 2%, or within the guideline that was provided. So the very first priority group we called Priority Group 1, and it was extremely urgent items or things we thought had to be in the base in order for us to continue on and operate. We have a second group priority, which is urgent. A third group that says it's important and it has implications if we don't do it, but not maybe as urgent as priority group 2. And finally, priority group 4, which is important but could be deferred. Next slide, please. I think we're a little further ahead than I expected. Sorry, Jenny. I'm just going to take a look at my own slides here. Oh, no, sorry, you're right. So with all of this information in mind, staff took a back to the basics approach. That's the way we looked at the budget so that we were able to meet the 2% guideline. Note, however, when you take a look at this chart, you can see that the total expenses for the municipality are 153.5 million with a municipal levy of about 40.3 million. We include this slide so both members of the public and council can understand that not everything we do is funded by taxes. There's a lot of other sources of revenue, including grants, development charges, user rates, and things of that nature that bring down the total expenses or reflect in the net levy amount. So when we look at what you're actually managing, it's really $153 million worth of works that are occurring in the town of Collingwood for next year, or what's proposed for next year. Of that, 40.3, or we could say nearly a third, is funded through taxes. Next slide, please. So as I mentioned, with all of this information in mind, we took, what we reviewed in the introduction, we took that back to basics approach, and we did meet, or we were able to meet the 2% guideline. But, and I know you were expecting a but, it's not without risk. There are many risks associated with moving forward with a 2% only guideline. There are things that still aren't completed. We have all 3 unions next year will be fully renegotiated. So that's a big amount. Yes, we've included some small amounts, but depending on how the union negotiations go, there will be some exception to what we've included. We, of course, have the non-core asset management plan, a big worry for staff and council as well. It also doesn't include any priority investments. For example, staff have held the affordable housing investment at 125,000. And of course, we've only increased our asset management investments by slightly higher than what the 2023 amounts were. These levels of investment are much less than required. One of the largest and most critical costs is asset renewal. And as the town grows and ages, we end up with a twofold issue. We have older infrastructure and we're adding newer infrastructure, and we have to make sure we have the appropriate funding in place to be able to manage that in the future. And without appropriate tax rate increases, considering affordability and all the things that, of course, council would want to take into consideration, it will be very, very difficult for the town to continue into an easy or more reasonable financial position. Next slide, please. This slide breaks down the impact of the 2% on a median assessed household of $327,000. So essentially that equates to about $48 a year on an annual basis, or just over $4 a month. Based on this and the historical tax rates that are included, the total increase since 2019 would be just over $118, or about $9.85 per month. Next slide, please. To provide some context, and we shared this slide last year as well, and comparative information, this is the 2023 tax rates for our area municipalities. Note again, when you're comparing municipality, it's vitally important to ensure you're approaching a like for like comparison. And we had a lot of discussion about this last year. But for example, one of the biggest things that differentiates the town of Collingwood from our neighbors is the fact that we don't receive the Ontario Municipal Partnership Fund. The grant in the past, in some cases, was over $2 million, and today, in many cases, continues to be greater than $1 million for our neighbors. The town of Collingwood is not eligible for this grant because of the population density, and that's we also reached out to staff and the analysts at the program, and were given the same information. Additionally, I would say another important piece is that not all municipalities provide the same programs and services. For example, in the town of Collingwood, we have 2 arenas. In other areas, they may have 1. We also have our own pool. We have a splash pad and a marina. These items are not always offered in all of our neighboring municipalities either. Next slide, please. So you'll notice that this year, the budget book looks a little different. And this is because we're moving towards a service-based budget. The approach will mean we are able to clearly identify the work that staff does and what the town is trying to accomplish as a whole. There's a lot of benefits to this approach, including having a clear understanding of the current resources, both financial and human, and to deliver a service that we have. It sets out and defines who can make what decisions. It allocates the resources much more effectively and efficiently. It creates a framework to enable the creation and improvement of performance measures, and it identifies best practices and efficiencies. One of the greatest pieces that I think we pulled out of the work we've been doing over the last year or so is understanding who's doing what and whether there's any duplication of services or duplication of efforts, and also just whether it makes sense for a particular area to deliver a certain service, or if it fits better somewhere else, and that maybe efficiencies could be found there. So it's been a labor of love, started by our CAO and very much spearheaded by her. And we've come a long way. We're certainly not where we expect to be or where we hope to be in the next year or so, but I hope you understand the way the budget has been laid out, and you can see, the benefits of it very shortly. Next slide, please. So the work that we of identifying our programs and services started with a Deloitte & Touche report back in 2020. The report is accessible online, but it's also included as a hyperlink to this staff report. It really helped us to begin to identify what the programs and services were. And then staff have taken it from there to try and determine what we feel are truly the services we provide, and what may or may not have changed since then. We have defined our own list of programs, and they include development and growth, environmental management, conservation and sustainability, community standards and safety, arts, culture and heritage, community access and mobility, municipal governance and civic engagement, and of course, corporate services. Again, it's very much a work in progress and will be an evolution over the next year or two. You'll note throughout the budget where we've starred, or the budget book, there's some stars there saying in some cases we haven't actually reallocated costs yet, as we try to determine the best setup for our chart of accounts and also make it work for the programs and services information. We're not quite there yet. There's one in particular I would note. At this point, we've included the library as a whole under community health and well-being. And although they do play a major role in that as well, on further thought, we think it would actually make sense to for them to be included under the arts and heritage section. But again, as we sort out and move forward through our analysis of it, there will be some updates in the next budget book. Next slide, please. So this slide breaks down the cost by program that we have determined so far, keeping in mind that there are some costs that haven't been reallocated and we're still working through that piece, but it replaces essentially what you've seen in the past as cost by department. And you'll note that there's a large swing between development and growth versus community access and mobility. And that's mainly due to the reallocation of debt servicing costs, vehicle expenses, and staff from one program to the other within the 2024 budget. Next slide, please. So we're going to switch gears here a little bit. This was, we tried to keep the earlier part, or the introductions, sort of brief so that the time is spent on the items for council consideration. We have all the directors and managers on the line as well, either virtually or in person here, to help support the details of the requests. As a reminder, again, we prioritized items based on Group 1 being extremely urgent, included in the base already, Group 2 being urgent, Group 3 important but has implications if we don't do it, and finally priority Group 4 important but could be deferred. The items that were included in the base budget were included in the staff report. There are 2.5 positions that have been included. The first one being the engineering manager, the second being an IT business analyst, and the half a position being administrative support for between clerks and mayors and council. We're going to start, though, with talking about priority group rating 2, of which there are 17 items included. Again, I'll provide a brief summary of each, noting that the full business cases are included in the staff report, and we do have department heads and managers here to help us sort through any questions you might have. So the first one we have is the intake pipe inspection. There is no impact to taxation on this because it is user fee supported, but of course it will impact the reserve fund for water services. This is needed since the intake pipe has not been inspected, and it is a 55-year-old pipe. They're generally designed to last 75 to 100 years. But if there was a failure of the pipe, it would result in a loss of drinking water supply to the town. So it's been included at $625,000 in total, but zero taxation impact. The next one we have is testing and removing excess fill that is located at the Public Works Yard. Testing and removal of excess fill from the Public Works Yard located at 545 10th Line North. Historically, the Public Works Yard has been used as a dumping station or a storage station for fills and soils from a variety of corporate projects. There is a new environmental regulation, which means the materials need to be tested and removed from the site. And non-compliance could result in fines or orders to comply from the MOE and MECP. Item number C, or business case number C, is short-term accommodations. I thought we'll leave this one as there is a report coming forward later on in the agenda. The only thing I would add is that it is expected to have a zero taxation impact, as the report proposes that the funds will be borrowed from the parking reserves until there is a positive ROI from the program. We have not included a business case for the small business enterprise contract positions that are finishing up in 2024, primarily because it is completely grant dependent. And the grant is expected to be received from the province, and we'll have the information prior to the end of the year or early next. The next one we have is the fire inspector at $147,000. There's quite a fulsome case that has been put forward in the report, but it is largely based on the community risk assessment that has recently been conducted by an outside consultant, and the analysis demonstrates that with anticipated growth, that the fire department would require 3 to 4 prevention staff to adequately meet the goals and objectives set by bylaw 2018-025. The consulting group is of the opinion that a third staff in the functions of a fire inspector would suffice to adequately meet the inspection and public education needs of the fire department. This position also has a function within the STA program, or the short-term accommodation program, which will again be discussed later on. But if the short-term accommodation program doesn't go through, the net tax impact for this particular position would be $118K. So right now in the chart, you'll see the net tax impact as at 0, but if the short-term accommodation portion doesn't go through, that will change significantly. The next one we have is a project manager that would be split between water and wastewater. The total ask is $144,000. It is user fee supported, so it does not impact the taxation levy. This position will be required to implement the long-term capital program for both the drinking water and wastewater systems. The wastewater treatment plant expansion and outfall class EA, along with the water treatment plant intake EA. Many of these projects, or a majority of the projects, will not be able to proceed in 2024 without this position being approved. Next slide, please. So I was just going to ask, Madam Chair, did you want to discuss the individual items as we go through them, or we want to hold it till the end? I don't think we got that far to.
Yeah, I think we should talk about them so that we lay the foundation for all of the discussions.
Okay.
So unless the committee has any other druthers. No, I think we should go through them.
Go through them all.
Yeah.
Okay.
Thank you.
Okay. You're welcome. Thank you. Did we switch? Yes. Okay. So the next one we have is the new website. The current website we have was launched in the spring of 2019. Since that time, we've extended the contract for both the website and our Bang the Table or engagement site twice as non-standard purchases. That would be required to do again in 2024 if we can't go to open market for development or redevelopment of both the sites. This redevelopment is not just a new look. The redevelopment would also include launching a brand new site on a new platform that will assist us in not only meeting AODA compliance, but having better back-end user-friendly accessibility features to help all content creators ensure their uploaded content is accessible. It's a new design. It's a new platform with a new design, but also with a lot more functionality. If we do not get a website redevelopment, we'll continue to make the patchwork improvements that we have in the past. And again, as we discussed, we would have a third time of a non-standard purchase for this particular item. The next one we have is the accessibility contract, and this is to meet AODA compliance. The ask is for just over $90,000. This position will ensure that the town meets its legislative compliance requirements under the Integrated Accessibility Standards Regulation in a timely, efficient, and consistent manner. Accessibility compliance is a key priority as the town works toward compliance with that Ontario regulation and filling accessibility compliance reports biannually to the Ministry of Seniors and Accessibility. Since 2020, the town has been on a compliance plan with the ministry to address the ongoing web content accessibility guidelines. The compliance plan as the town is currently in is in non-compliance. If it's not approved, the regulation has administrative penalties associated with non-compliance ranging from anywhere from $200 a day to up to $100,000 per day. Item H, or business case H, is for the wastewater treatment plant SOPs, or standard operating procedures, and hydraulic profile review. Again, no impact to taxation because it would be managed through the water and wastewater reserve funds. The ask is $75,000, and the ask was intended to assist where there was a raw sewage overflow and full treatment bypass occurred, both at the wastewater treatment plant and the Minnesota's pump station and Black Ash Creek as well. What's happening in terms of being able to have this information, the climate change modeling is predicting increased frequency and higher intensity of rain events, and having this updated and the profile review completed could help manage the situation much more effectively. And I just need to check my thing to see where we're at. Okay, and business case I, or information management specialist, is a contract or a consulting service. As part of the pandemic, the town had to change and redirect the way we communicate and operate as a corporation, with a majority of the staff working remotely. And part of this transition was the implementation of both SharePoint and Office 365, which was originally meant to act as an intranet site for staff and contain information and resources only. In addition to the shared drive, or Tom Rims as we like to call it, the use of SharePoint and Office 365 has grown and is being utilized on a regular basis as a records and information creation and storage platform without any rules or retention framework. This puts the municipality at risk, as corporate records are not being managed and could result in the premature destruction of records or information and non-compliance with the Municipal Freedom of Information Act. We have this particular request has a zero tax rate impact, as it is being funded solely through the modernization grant. We have, and I'm going to say this, the CLI-ECA, or the Consolidated Linear Infrastructure Environmental Compliance Approval Maintenance Manual, that is required. It is under growth management. We are required to prepare and implement an operations and maintenance manual for this system. It's a new legislated requirement under the EPA and of the OWRA. Where necessary for ease of reference or ease of operations, this manual must consist of separate documents that are applicable to different parts of the system. If we do not complete this program or this manual, it's an offense under Section 184 of the EPA and also Section 98 of the OWRA. This may result in a fine or other conviction, depending on which part of the act is not in compliance. The next one we have is physician recruitment at $50,000. There's been a physician recruitment committee or council that was created as the area continues to struggle for physicians. A letter of support is expected to follow very shortly. We just didn't have it in time for the budget report. Basically, a summary of the data was provided for us as what the need is. It showed that the South Georgian Bay was underserviced by about 4 to 6 doctors every year, and that it is a compounding problem due to housing growth and doctors that are retiring and not being replaced. Every patient without a primary care physician tends to be sicker, more complicated, and significantly drains the hospital's resources with overuse of emergency room visits, more serious undiagnosed illnesses that would have been caught earlier if they were being assessed through routine visit and screening tests. The mandate of the committee is to plan to attract and actively recruit family physicians to our community who will help take on a full complement of patients. And they'll be reaching out to town councils, including ours, small businesses, and physicians to all come together to make it successful. Next slide, please. Okay, I think we're getting to the end of our priority 2. So this will be the last of the priority 2 requests. The DAP review and city view improvements of $40,000. As council may recall, and as we talked about earlier, we're currently in the process of doing a development process and fees review, which includes the planning, engineering, building services, and finance as well. The review is to accurately estimate the cost of service delivery, identify process efficiencies, and confirm an appropriate fee structure to ensure fees are reflective of the true costs of processing and managing development files, and to minimize the financial burden on the municipal taxes. The consultant's report is anticipated later on in 2023. One of the biggest risks of not including this funding is a possibility that there will be an inability for staff to meet Planning Act timeframes. Within Bill 109, as you all may recall, there are timeframes for each planning application. And without learning about the best way or the most efficient way to work through these planning application fees and having the appropriate software, it could mean that there are more refunds or for non-decisions or a limited ability for staff to progress with the necessary improvements. We have mobile signs at 18,000. This ask originates from a request to review the management of the town's entrance signs. Since the original request, it was realized that the signage, which have events on the top, was part of the wayfinding signage project initiated by the previous director, Marketing and Economic Development, several years ago. With funding of this signage paid for in part by the BIA and RTO7, the intention is specifically to drive tourism. Looking at alternative options to have corporate messaging available in prominent locations in a billboard format. One quote was received for approximately $6,000 to have one 5x8 billboard sign with graphics, theme, topic changed over bi-weekly. Proposal is to have 3 signs, one on Highway 26 East, one on Highway 26 West, and one downtown. We also have the request to continue or to create a contract position for the climate change specialist to a full-time position. Back in 2019, the Collingwood Council declared a climate crisis to demonstrate the town's commitment to protecting the community, economy, and ecosystems from the effects of climate change. In the 2021 operating budget, we included a 3-year pilot program to enable the hiring of a contract climate change specialist, recognizing the role the town plays in maintaining a healthy environment and a sustainable future. The broad categories of responsibility for this position under the Customer and Corporate Services Department included leadership and coordination of the town's climate action plan, development of corporate corporate climate action policy and promotion, grant research and coordination, research and presentation of sustainability best practices, preparation and maintenance of climate change presentations and documentation. And the position, of course, has evolved quite a bit over the last several years. Climate change is a developing challenge for all municipalities that doesn't end with the creation of these action plans, and staff resources are required to engage, educate, and implement corporate and community initiatives that follow evolving research, provincial and federal guidance. The next one we have is for a building inspector. Again, this is moving from a contract to a full-time position with zero impact to the tax base, as building department or building services are non-tax supported. It was originally requested to cover increasingly high permit and construction activity. And they are able to confirm, or the building services department is confirming, that the need for this position is full-time now. Permit revenue is rebounding back to pre-slowdown rates. Construction value of issued permits have been holding steady and indicating much larger and much more complicated projects to review and inspect. The costs or implications of not doing it is an increased risk to the municipality for the number of open permits, inability to maintain legislative turnaround times for permit issuance and inspections, and a reduction in customer service. Next slide, please. So this is the beginning of our priority 3 requests. I'm not sure if it makes sense to spend a lot of time talking about the individual items. So we'll just maybe explain very briefly what they are. And then if there's questions as we get into the rounds of discussion of all of them, then maybe we'll go back and pull that information up. And then we follow with number 4 as well, if that's okay.
Does
that make sense?
Yes, it does. Thank you.
Okay. So priority 3, just as a reminder, are important and has implications if we don't do it. To start off, we struggled to put the appropriate prioritization on asset management. And I think part of that, in all honesty, is because we don't yet have the non-core asset management plan incorporated. But it's just so vitally important for the future. We just really need to keep it top in mind. When we do add the non-core, we expect that this will be a big hurdle and will increase the gap significantly from what we have today. So although we've put this in priority 3, there are severe implications if we don't continue on to try and meet the full requirements of asset management. We also have included the Affordable Housing Master Plan, or the Affordable Housing additional amounts to bring it back up to 350. We know that the master plan is coming forward on October 30th, where there will be a myriad of recommendations that council will have to make some decisions about as well. We have half an FTE for the sewer use bylaw compliance. Again, it's covered by wastewater rates, so not included in the tax levy. We also have the advertising feasibility study ask at $100,000, and this came out of a council resolution for a corporate advertising policy. We have office support for the fire department. This once again comes out of their risk assessment that the fire department just recently underwent. And the proposal is that the summer support position would be traded off for a full-time office support person. We have the crossing guard policy at $40,000. Staff feel it would be really advantageous to have a policy in place when it comes to the crossing guard so that we understand where they should be or shouldn't be. And it would help us manage the program a little better. In fact, the annual cost for the crossing guard program is over $200,000, but we could not make any changes or any recommendations to that program without having a policy in place. We also have additional customer service software licenses on this list at about $10,000. This would greatly help with the rollout of the new customer service software and would make the use and operations of the software much more efficient and effective. And then we have the system support coordinator to IT system administrator. I'm not going to go into that too much because, again, that will come up through the IT master plan, but it is supported through that as well. Next slide, please. So then we have our priority 4, which can be deferred. We have the very first one is the heritage review at $230,000. It has a net tax impact of $190,000. We have a fleet analyst position at $124,000, a building operator at $115,000, a public works operator at $94,000. Geographical information systems technician or a GIS tech at $84,000, community climate action plan and waste audits at $70,000, a ward boundary study at $55,000, a lands needs strategy at $35,000, moving the museum programmer from part-time to full-time at $29,000. Customer service, an increase in part-time hours at $28,000, and a creation of event permitting system at $23,000. I also just wanted to add, because we've had so many discussions about council grants this evening, we had 2 requests come forward, that in the budget right now, we have it at $100,000. Generally, the amount that has been in the budget in years past, not including when we had some additional items for out of the cold and particular requests, it was around $50,000. So this is nearly double. Last year, we did include an additional $20,000 to support the GTHS, but as you heard this evening, that has not yet been settled. So when I look at the amount of requests that we had the Institute of Southern Georgian Bay come forward. We also had the Pride Fest come forward again. We have the Georgian Triangle Humane Society, the Climate Change Action Committee. There's a lot of additional items that are coming through there. I think One of the things that's a little bit difficult is we don't necessarily have a robust program to sort of prioritize those specifically. But I just thought we'd mention that there is the additional 50,000, and I just wanted to make council aware of that. This is all on top of the already 50,000 that you contribute to the CRGC program or the Parks and Rec program as well. So before I wrap up, just as part of next steps, as part of the process to bring draft 2 to the 2024 budget, staff will work to include whatever comes out of this meeting, incorporate those changes. In addition to that, there will be a prioritized list of capital projects. We felt that bringing operational and capital all at this particular meeting may be a little too hopeful. It's a lot of information to get through, and we wanted to make sure we could do it appropriately. In draft 3, the budget book will be included, what will be included in the draft 3 budget book is a full year 2023 forecast following the third quarter close, the 10-year capital plan, and individual details and explanations for each financial report that you see within the business plans right now. Following this, staff will also include a 4-year operational plan to assist council in the future planning of the municipality as well. So I think that wraps up my presentation.
Thank you very much, Treasurer Quinlan. I think you better find some water. That was pretty awesome. So what we will do now, there's no one in the gallery who wishes to ask any questions or comment on this staff report. And I will ask the clerk to check with our remote participants, please.
Thank you, Chair Jeffrey. We do have remote attendees participating this evening. If you wish to address the staff report, please press the raise your hand feature at the bottom of your screen. And there's no interest at this time. Oh, we do have one.
Excellent.
And it is Sarah Hopkins.
Good evening, Sarah.
I'm sorry, I might have selected that a little early. I'm for the next part of the presentation. I apologize.
No problems. We're just glad you're here. All right. Okay. So with that, what we're proposing to do is we're going to sever all of the recommendations under 5.8. And the only one I'm going to put on the floor right now is that staff report T 2023-21, the 2024 operational and capital budget draft number 1 be received. I'm going to ask for a mover and a seconder, and then we're going to move into a round table where I'm sure everyone's going to have questions on the budget. And that's all we're going to do right now until after the other 3 items. And then we'll move into the other areas. By that time, we'll have some kind of ideas to the recommendations the committee members want to make. Okay. So at this point, I need a mover and a seconder for the motion that I read out. Councillor Perry, Councillor Ring. Okay. Any comments on that? All right. We're going to move to the round. I have a mover and a seconder. So now we're going to move to the round table part to discuss the budget. And I'm proposing, I'm not going to pick and choose. I think we're just going to go down that side and up this side. And if you don't have any comments at the time, I'll give you the opportunity at the end. Okay. I'm going to start with the deputy mayor, and then we'll move down that side, and then we'll start there and come this way, just for something different. Oh, you're going to pass at this point? Okay. Vice Chair Doherty. Comments, questions?
I need to collect my thoughts. I'll pass it on.
Chicken. Councillor Potts.
I'm going to pass it on to my neighbor here.
Someone has to start. Okay, I'm going to start with the mayor. Go ahead.
I'll take a stab at it. So I have questions, not comments.
Fire.
So I may come back with comments, but my questions are these. The grants that you mentioned were in the budget, 100,000, and then you mentioned some of the groups that had come forward and asked. Have you totaled up the asks of those various ones? I can tell you what they were. It was the Institute of Southern Georgian Bay. Do you remember what?
Yeah, I believe it was 10,000 for the for the Institute of Southern Georgian Bay. What we had originally thought was going to be 20,000 for the GTHS, but as you heard tonight, that's 31,500. The Pride Fest, there hasn't been a particular request for this year. I believe last year, and I'm going to look for Dean to help me out here, or Director Culver, but I think we gave 10,000 this year in 2023. And which one am I missing? The Business Accelerator, I don't necessarily look as I don't look at it that as a grant. We incorporated that as part of our economic development budgets in previous years when we did provide the amount. So, but of course they are requesting 200,000 this year, which is above what we've provided in the past. So
oh yeah,
sorry.
No, you go ahead. Yeah.
So we're looking at probably in the neighborhood of more like 70,000 or 60,000 more than what we've given in the past. And then of course there is the in years that come through. One thing that I wanted to, I think what we need to really do, and we've talked about before, is come up with a sort of application process with a time frame that's when it is required, the amount that they're requesting, and it's due at a particular time. We don't have that in place right now, but certainly something I'd like to bring forward as part of 2024. Yeah, I think that's everything that I have there.
Can I just keep asking?
You keep going until somebody else flashes their card.
Okay. So on the accelerator ask, it was for an 18-month time period. Do you have any sense whether we could put some of that money into the 24 budget and some into 25?
I think we could. I think what we did in 2021, I wasn't part of the 2021 budget, but I believe that's the way we dealt with it for 2021 and 2022. So there was sort of like an overlap. I think their year goes along with the province, if I'm not mistaken. So their year ending is like March 31st. So I think that's how we managed to do that.
Okay, so can you give us that information next time? Because maybe it's not 200 for the budget for 2024.
If I may, Your Worship. So what we could say, if they were requesting 200,000 and now we're not sure that staff supports the 200,000, I would say likely it would be in the neighborhood of 150,000 for 2024 and 50,000 into 2025. That's the way it was spread over 21 and 22.
Okay, because with those numbers, if I'm doing it correctly, we'd just be 10,000 over what's in the budget now with those ones that we've listed, and 100,000 for the accelerator instead of, but I'll let you figure that out. But anyway, yeah. I get the idea. My second question was, when you were going through the priority 2 items, I heard 3 that were provincial requirements. One was the accessibility contract to improve, our accessibility, documents and so on. The second one was a maintenance manual for our consolidated linear infrastructure. And the third one was development approval performance process plans to meet the Bill 109 timelines. And that amounted to under 200,000, but it was close to $190,000. Is that your understanding of those provincial requirements? And is that about how much it was?
If I may, Your Worship, yeah. So the accessibility person was 95,000. The CLI ECA manual is 50. And the DAP review is 40. So yeah, you're in the range of about 190,000.
And just a follow up on that, is there any ability for us to go to the province and say, here again is more downloading onto us from you? We have enough issues of our own. How about sending another 200,000? I mean, is that not, I guess that's not what you do, but that's what I feel like doing. Okay.
Would be nice for sure.
All right. We're with you. So the last thing I'll ask for now is, you mentioned the signs, the mobile signs. And one thing I've noticed every time I drive in from different directions is there's signs saying downtown 4 kilometers ahead or whatever. But when you get to here, Ontario, there's no more signs directing you where to go. So is this to address part of that problem, or is this something different?
If I may, I don't think it's to address sort of the signage to get to locations. It's more about getting community activities and community sort of participation in the things that were happening. But I'll look to Director Peg if she has anything to add to that.
Director Peg?
Sorry, thank you. I was just
Second.
looking at my notes around the AODA contract. So possibly if the question could be repeated, I would appreciate that.
For sure. The question was just with respect to the mobile signs, the intent of the messaging.
Thank you. So through you, Chair. So currently the signage that's placed at the main entrances to the town are really talking about upcoming tourist type attractions or different events that are being hosted by other organizations within the community. The intent of the billboards would really be to push Town of Collingwood as an organization's messages. So if we were hosting a particular event, if we were encouraging certain actions within the community, we would be using those billboards for our approved key messages. And it wouldn't be something that would be shared with other entities, whereas the current boards are not managed through the town specifically. I mean, PRC has a role in that, but the messaging is really about other community organizations and things that are happening. So it would really be town-focused key messaging.
Thank you.
That could be quite useful. Okay, and then my last question for now, because I have one arising out of that, is so I've had people mention to me, residents, about what I've just mentioned to the treasurer, like there's signs, for example, when you're coming in along Poplar from the roundabout at 26, it says, you know, historic downtown Collingwood ahead 4 kilometers. But when you go to the 4 kilometer part, there's nothing, right? There should be probably a sign telling you to turn right on here, Ontario. Are those the town signs? Do they belong to the BIA? Like, do we have anything in our plan to have, you know, further directional on that? And is this the right forum to raise it? Thank you.
Who would like to take that? Executive Director Peg?
I can, thank you, Chair. I can start us on that. I don't have a specific answer, but staff are happy to look into it, certainly. I did consult very quickly with my peers and they shared the same sentiment. It's certainly something we can look into and we'll have to report back. A great question. Thank you.
Okay, those are my questions. Thanks.
That's great. Thank you for starting us. Councillor Baines.
Thank you, Chair Jeffrey. To the Treasurer. Your excellent chart that you presented, the second of the 4 priorities, the second column was total amount. Can you tell me what the total of the total amount adds up to? I assume somewhere around 3.8 million or so, perhaps more, because I know 1.8 of that was the AMP, but do you know what the total of the total amount is?
I do. For just number 2s, is that what we're saying?
Mm-hmm.
No, for all the priorities.
For all the priorities. So the total is 5.5 million.
5.5. Okay, now, if we were to keep to 2%, which is our aspirational goal, what would the quantum be of the 5.5? Would it be 1.2 or something to keep it a 2% increase?
If I may, Councillor Baines, so at this point, the 2% increase includes those base items.
Right.
So the way we're looking at this is these would be in addition to the 2%. So the 2% only adds about, so each percentage point of taxation adds about $370,000. So you're looking at what's been included so far is around $750,000.
Thank you. So all of this is plus above the 2%.
Plus.
Thank you.
Councillor Houston, did I see you bravely putting up a yellow card there?
Yes, thank you, Chair. One's a clarification question regarding the question that the mayor asked about the accelerator. So that $200,000 ask is outside of everything that's in this budget right now. It's not, because I noticed it was included in that grant piece of that 100,000. It was mentioned. I just wanted to clarify that.
It was mentioned as just another item that could be included, but it is not included. And thank you to Director Valentine, but it looks like they're asking for 100,000 in 2024 with the other 100,000 coming in 2025. If you look at the chart that they provided, but none of that funding is included in the budget today. Unless you wanted to take from the 50,000 that we've added to council grants and apply it specifically to that, but it of course wouldn't meet the request.
Okay, thank you. And second question was in regards to the accessibility contract, the AODA. and how it relates to the website redevelopment contract. So the website redevelopment contract would include all of the AODA work that the contractor that was hired to develop the website would include all of that AODA work. So would we still need to hire a position to manage that?
So good question. I'm gonna refer you to Director Peg, but they are two separate projects. So I'll let Director Peg answer the first part about the AODA position, and then we can add into what the website will do for us.
Executive Director Peg.
Thank you, Chair. So through to the councillor. So the AODA contract position specifically, and that's to meet the requirements under the Accessibility for Ontarians with Disabilities Act. So the town has been working really closely with the Ministry for Seniors and Accessibility to ensure that we have an improved compliance plan, which helps mitigate the risk of us being a fine being imposed on us for not being in compliance. So we are actively working towards that plan. The AODA contract position isn't a requirement of the legislation per se, but currently staff are doing that work sort of side of desk. So amongst all the other priorities, the opportunity to create accessible templates, make sure that all of our written communications are accessible, making sure all the presentations received by council are accessible, and the list goes on, including the requirements within our parks and recs, engineering requirements, et cetera. We're doing our best, but we are doing it side of desk. So that request is really to bring in an expert that would be able to support us. And again, it's a one-year contract to help us get into compliance, and specifically around WCAG 2.0, which is a requirement that falls within our website. So the website contract, which now bridges into that, is not only to enhance or meet the requirements, I should say, around accessibility for that WCAG 2.0 and make sure that any content on the website is accessible, but also to transfer us to a more user-friendly internally. So for those updating the website and external facing for customer service purposes. So that position would help support that new contract. But in contract, we mean platform for the website, not an additional individual. So they are related, but they're not contingent on one another. Certainly having the new website would enable us to go out to a competitive RFP. We wouldn't be doing another non-standard, which as our director or treasurer had noted would be our third one. So it is a recommendation to move forward with both, but they aren't necessarily connected fully, although they are related.
Okay. Two more questions then.
Sure.
So that contract position then for the AODA, is that to train staff on how to write for compliance, or is that a person who would be ongoing having to review material before it's used?
Go ahead.
Thank you, through the chair. So the answer is both. So the AODA contract position would really help put some people power behind getting us into compliance, but there would also be a requirement to train staff. So we did within 2023, part of our compliance plan with the ministry was to roll out training. So we are proactively providing training to current staff. We're doing that through HR downloads, and we also did retain a trainer who came in and provided some initial training. But what we're quickly realizing as the volume of work and the volume of records that need to be made accessible really is a 35-hour-a-week job. So right now we have admin staff that are trying to do that side of desk. We have staff, within clerks trying to double check presentations. But the speed in which we work isn't allowing us to do that process justice. And by having this additional resource would allow us to not only make sure that staff know how to do it on a go forward, but just to help us bring it up to an accessible and acceptable baseline.
Okay.
Okay. And then
last question.
Yeah.
This is back to the website. You mentioned that if we don't approve this, it would have to go to a non-standard purchase again. What does that cost on an annual?
Treasurer Quinn?
Good question. I don't know if I have that right at my fingertips, like the current website itself.
Yeah, you had mentioned that because we hadn't updated prior, we we had to each year enter in a non-standard purchase agreement. I'm just curious what the offset of that would be in comparison to the development of a new one.
So I can look up what the actual price is today, but there isn't really a cost to going non-standard. It's just that we're not going out to open market. So at the end of each year, the procurement department comes forward and says, here's all of the POs that we issued that were under non-standard purchasing practices. But in terms of what we pay today, I'm just going to take a quick look here and see if I can easily pull it up. It looks like Director Peg has the number.
Thank you, Treasurer. I was just going to mention that Manager Carter is online, and I believe she has that number at her fingertips.
Oh, help. Thank you. Sorry, I had my computer up so that I could follow the list.
I was waving my physical hand. Thank you.
Go ahead,
Krista. Chair. Just off the top of my head, I know that our annual fees, and that includes hosting, support, maintenance, for both our engagement portal and the website, run about $30,000. Off the top of my head, I can't remember which one's which, but they're roughly the same amount yearly. So the thought too is to go with an all-in-one solution if that product exists, if we can have someone customize something for us. So we can also eliminate some of those duplication costs for hosting, service and maintenance fees, dealing with one service entity, as well as for staff that are uploading information. They're not necessarily duplicating that work, building it on Engage and building it on the website. So there's lots of different functionality benefits that we could get to going with an all-in-one solution. So there wouldn't be an additional cost for next year if you decided to defer or not go with the new website. The non-standard would just be, it would basically be just to continue the existing contracts at that rate, which would go up, I think it's, I don't know, roughly 5 to 10% annually.
Perfect. Thank you for that, Krista. Okay. So Councillor Ring, are you ready if I keep going down?
Yeah.
Okay, go ahead.
Some of these are more clarification than anything else, and hopefully I can get some answers. And I'll start at the top, and I know this isn't going to have an impact on the taxation because it's funded, supposed to be funded by supporting fees. But the intake pipe inspection, $625,000, how do we determine that amount of money? If you wouldn't mind, Director Slama.
Okay, Director Slama, how does that costing arrived at?
Thank you. Through the chair to Councillor Ring. Staff looked and obtained estimated a kind of a budget quote, we would call it, from some firms that perform this type of work. So what it would involve is like shutting down our intake for a day or two, possibly, and then having a diver go in, inspect, identify deficiencies, potentially repair those deficiencies at the time, and to give some longevity, right, and then provide a report back. So that is based on a quote we received from people who do that type of work.
Okay, thank you. All right.
Okay, thank you. And on the same vein, this one here is the testing and removal of the excess fill at the public works yard. To me, $300,000 seems like a lot of money. I mean, I'm not sure exactly how much fill you have there, but how would you determine that figure as well? That one there is actually going to be a tax impact.
Director Slama.
Thank you. Through the chair to Councillor Ring. So again, that staff obtained some quotations for different aspects related to that project. So the first would be having some testing and consulting work done with recommendations of, whether, what is the quality of the soil, and, what is the nature of it, and is it considered contaminated, and then how it would need to be transported and where, right, to certain locations. So it includes that testing, and then we looked at trucking of the fill to the right locations, and we did look at all of the fill that we have on site today. So we have an estimate of that volume. And so it's trucking, disposal of that fill, and proceeding with a testing and determination of it, the nature of it, quality of it.
I thank you for the answer. And I'm sorry that maybe I was misunderstood. I when you were itemizing what you were intended to do for the $300,000, I know what you were probably doing, but I just wondered how you would get to that figure. You were just kind of giving me an answer on what you were testing for and the trucking fees and that. I just it's I don't know. Maybe it's not. I might not be living in a real world in today's pricing, but it just seemed like a lot of money. So I just thought I would ask.
Councillor, can I just build on that one too as a question through to Director Slama? Can that also be phased, or would it cost more to phase it?
Through you, Madam Chair, to answer you and Councillor Ring. So my apologies. So you're looking for like a breakdown?
Well, not necessarily a breakdown, but a quick answer on how would you determine that the testing and the haulage and everything to remove it would come to a total of $300,000
based on the volume, but
okay.
Yeah. And we did talk about like the opportunity to kind of phase it. There's some risk involved with that, because having this soil stored in a manner that is not completely in compliance with the excess soil bylaw. So we take a bit of a risk in that, but there is that potential. Okay. We did just look at kind of like the total volume and looking at dealing with the total volume in the 1 year.
Okay, thank you. Keep going, Councillor.
Thank you. Short-term accommodation program. I know we're going to discuss it later on in this committee today. The $254,000. I realize that's the first year through you to the treasurer. That's the first year startup and administration, licensing, and all everything else to get going in the first year. Was it not intended to be recouped through the licensing fees? And I know that reading the report that's the intent, but if there was a shortfall, then we would fund it through the parking reserve. But it doesn't say that there. Just that basically it's all going to be funded through the parking reserve.
If I may, Madam Chair. So at this point, you are correct that it is expected to be fully self-sustaining, let's say, or if not, in fact, positive revenue. But in the first year, and once you see the report, that's I think 3 or 4 down, there is a phased approach because it will take some time for staff to get the program up and running, and then start to plan for the fees. So the proposal was that we would borrow from the parking reserve fund, and then in 2025 and 2026, they would repay that amount back to the parking fund, and then go on with a positive ROI, essentially. But you'll see that in the SGA report.
Okay, thank you. Can I continue?
Yeah, carry on.
It could on the next one item that I'm going to ask about is the project manager, waste and water treatment. That's a new position proposed, right?
It is, yes.
And then in your explanation of that during the presentation, you said if we didn't hire somebody to take this position, programs could not go forward. What programs couldn't go forward without this position? And if they can't go forward now, what have we been doing up till now?
So if I may, Madam Chair, so what we're saying is that managing the projects, or the number of projects and the level of projects has increased in complexity and length. And I'll look to Director Slama as well. But today, what we're saying is that one person is not able to handle both the wastewater and the water projects that have come along our way. I'll look to Director Slama to add to that, but
Director Slama.
Thank you. Through the chair to Councillor Ring, some of the projects that are mentioned in the report include the wastewater treatment plant expansion and outfall Class EA, which we are hoping to move forward next year. There's the water treatment plant intake Class EA, which would be a study in future years that would look at increasing the capacity of it. We've got the Stewart Road Reservoir Booster Pumping Station, which is our west end facility that would serve the west area of the municipality. And so those are some of the more larger projects that we have in the next 5 years.
Thank you. My next question is on the physician recruitment, and I apologize if you did answer this, and I think it's probably something that we should invest in personally. The $50,000, is that a one-time lump sum signing bonus if we hire a physician to come Collingwood?
Treasurer Quinlan, what kind of initiatives do you know that would be covered under that?
I'm not 100% sure because we have not received a letter of support, but I'm looking to CAO Skinner because she's been involved in those conversations, so she can likely answer it much better than I can.
Okay, CAO Skinner.
Through the chair to Councillor Ring. Councillor Houston and I sit on the physician recruitment group. It's multiple municipalities, including Wasaga, Town of Blue Mountains, Clearview, ourselves, and several others, I believe, looking at how to attract physicians. And the idea is that it is a one-time payment to physicians who are attracted. And then ultimately, I believe the intention is stay in the area for some number of years to fully get that funding. It has not been clarified to me if that's an every year ask or if that's a this year ask. But it's quite clear that all the municipalities intended to contribute equally, and that if a physician went to any of these local municipalities near us, we would all collectively contribute. We're going to try to outprice each other, or maybe make sure someone didn't go to Wasaga or Town of Blue when we know that people from all of our communities do visit doctors back and forth across the border. So I think that we'll get some more information in the near future, and Councillor Houston will represent us at a meeting later this week as this moves forward.
Okay, thank you for the explanation, because that's exactly where I was going to go with this question. It was just on the Barrie News this week when they made the announcements of the opening of the medical center in Wasaga Beach. Their mayor said that $50,000 was a signing bonus when they hire a physician, plus another $50,000 over the next 10 years, as long as they stay at least a minimum of 10 years. We don't have that second $50,000. And so we are kind of, Wasaga Beach is going over what I thought that you said that each municipality agreed to spend.
Yep, Mary Helen.
I think Wasaga is doing their own thing. And they're also offering, I've heard, free rent in a new medical building. There are different areas of the province that are throwing large amounts of money to get primary doctors in their communities, and $100,000 isn't an unusual number. From my understanding, and I haven't been at all these meetings, is we're hoping in our area with the beauty that we offer that maybe 50,000 will do it. I don't know. I have mentioned to our MPP that this is terrible that the province allows bidding between the municipalities in our province to get such a needed service as family doctors. But that is the way that it works right now. And if we don't put any money on the table, anyway, thank you for the opportunity to answer.
Thank you very much. And that was the reason for my follow-up, is when you said that this committee that's been formed, the regional committee, that Wasaga Beach was included. And in your explanation, you said that you were all going to, instead of bidding against each other, we're all going to try to stay the same. Well, I know just on the Barrie News 2 days ago that Wasaga Beach is not already following the rules. But anyways, that's fine. And my questions were answered on the mobile signs. I agree that the affordable housing master plan, and I hate to add to the budget, but I think the up to the 350,000 is badly needed. In fact, I think we'll find out in the master plan later this week that $350,000 isn't anywhere near what those reserves need. The advertising feasibility study, is it something that's needed at this time?
If I may, Madam Chair, so
$100,000, sorry.
Yeah, we have pushed it down to number 4 item. So we are, from the staff's perspective, the priority is deferred.
Right. Okay.
Okay, I'll give somebody else a turn for a minute.
Okay, Councillor Perry.
Actually, Councillor Ring covered one of my questions, so I'm good. Thank you.
You're good. Okay. So I think I saw Director Slama.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I got some information from Manager Cole, and I just thought in an effort to try and provide Councillor Ring with the answers he's looking for, looking back at that excess soil information. So we referenced, went to the City of Barrie, who's been dealing with this situation and disposing of some of their own excess soil. So we know that they have some contracted amounts in the range of $75 to $90 per ton for the removal, the trucking and the removal. So we did carry a slightly more conservative estimate of $100, and we've got 3,500 tons of soil. So is that more along the lines?
Yeah, that's more what I was trying to get out of you. Thank you for the answer.
Thank you for getting that, Director Slama. All right, so I was going to go to next Vice Chair Doherty.
Thank you, Chair. I think I have the butterflies flying in from formation now. And some of my questions have been answered or partially answered, but and there was just some discussion now about the notion of phasing the works yard fill removal project over 2 years. Sounds to me like that is with the right actions in place and safeguards in place, that's something that we could possibly achieve. Is it possible to phase the intake pipe work over 2 years?
Director Slama?
Through the chair to Councillor Doherty, unfortunately, Manager McGinnity had to step away until 8 o'clock. So I'll see what I can find to see if I can better answer that question, but I would like her input.
Yeah, I think we're going to come back to 5.8 after we do the other 3 items. So if you have the answer by then, that'll be suitable. Great. Okay, carry on.
Okay, thank you. I have a number of questions with regard to the IT master plan and the short-term accommodation, so I'll just hold those. But to say that I found an extra $125,000 in revenue.
That's great. We'll take it.
There's a calculation error.
Okay.
In the charts, so it actually works out to an additional $125,000 in revenue.
Cool.
I should. Oh my gosh.
Add that to your PD account.
Thank you. Through you then, just to continue, with regard to the request for the accelerator, it seems to me that when we first put that program together, that we had put together an estimate of $400,000 sort of rings a bell with me. I was trying to find the staff report because it was a couple of years ago, but so I can't remember. And we had anticipated that it was going to come out year by year over the next 3 or 4 years. So last year we didn't have to go to the trough for money for Accelerator. So would there be any kind of a reserve in place then for that?
If I may, Madam Chair.
Sure.
Yeah, so there has not been a reserve put in place. So I believe the way the original council resolution was declared was that the business accelerator would have to come back each year to request the funding. And they did not do so for 2023 budget. So no additional funds were set aside.
Okay. Nothing budgeted. Okay.
Okay. Thank you.
Yeah. Okay. Good.
I will, these are in no particular order, obviously. Affordable housing. Last year, we found money through the surplus. We do anticipate, last we heard, a conservative surplus. Is that something that we can plan for again for 2024, that we would take additional dollars out of the surplus and allocate it to the affordable housing master plan?
Through you, Madam Chair. So certainly if that is council's purview, but recognizing the fact that at this point, the surplus is allocated to life cycle management as well. And the more we take away from it, the less that there is available for asset management. So yes, that is a possibility if that's what council chooses.
Great. Okay. Thank you. Okay. And then, physician recruitment. How much are the other municipalities putting in?
I think I heard equal, but I'll ask the CEO or to confirm.
Right now, through the chair, it is equal at 50,000, and I'm not sure if Wasagu will contribute an additional 50,000, or they'll consider the 2 doctors at 100,000 that they've already put forward as their contribution. Of course, it is dependent on each council's upcoming decisions.
Okay. Anything to add, Councillor Houston? Or no? Good. All right, carry on.
Thank you, Chair. So I would like to make the observation with regard to the physician recruitment that I think that the whole notion of paying physician bonuses is a no-win for municipalities, and it's a slippery slope for municipalities. And I almost feel as though the $50,000 would be better spent on a government relations guru who could advocate continuously to the Ministry of Health to put an end to this kind of competition for physicians to various municipalities. It's unconscionable, really, that it's down to municipalities, down on the taxpayers' back again.
Okay. All right.
Just a comment.
No, I'm with you.
Unless somebody wants to reply to it. And then finally, 2 more. Fire. Can these inspection positions be filled internally, such that there's no need for additional hires for fire? And I realize that might have some implications on crews for various weeks and times of day, but perhaps they could be backfilled by volunteers, just so that we can keep part of that very, very large expense a little tighter. Is Chief?
I'll defer to Chief Thurman. I do believe he's on the line. Yeah, he's coming up now.
Great.
Thank you, Chief Thurman.
Can you hear me?
We can hear you, but we can't see you yet.
My camera is on, but anyway, I'll just discuss it. The first thing is, if you mean from volunteers, because it is a union position that wouldn't be filled with volunteers, we do use our suppression firefighters to help offset this, but they also have their own programs, and you have to be certified in certain areas. Basically, it's not just the inspections, but it's our education program that we're mandated to do. So we're not meeting that goal through the fire marshal's office at this time. So it's a specialized position.
Okay. Thank you very much, Fire Chief Thurman. No follow-up, Councillor Doherty. That's good. Okay.
Just one other comment, and that is, there's a few projects now that we've kicked down the road a couple of times, like the Heritage Review is an example. Somewhere are we keeping a long range plan, some kind of an annual plan where we can say, okay, drop dead 2026, this project is going.
Treasurer Quinlan.
So if I may, Madam Chair. So yes, for sure, there's a 4-year operational plan that is in place for the municipality. But that being said, priorities are flexible and change. And if we speak about the Heritage Review specifically, It's it's about the needs of the community in each year when we get to budget talks, I guess, at the end of the day. There are certain plans that are sort of fundamental, a servicing plan, a crossing plan or things alike, and I'm trying to think of things, but those types of things. But when it comes to a heritage review, it is a bit of a difficult ask in the sense that it's not necessarily required to continue to run the municipality. So it's not a fully on required, but certainly there's a very detailed plan that the CAO manages for the municipality.
Great. Thank you. Those are my questions.
Okay.
Thanks.
Yeah, that's good. Deputy Mayor.
I'll go ahead. And I think I've got a really good understanding on the items that are being presented. This is more some other areas of thought. So I know your intention is to get through this and then move over, and I might be better to put some of this to the second part.
Well, I think if we can get the more answers we can get now before we get to the second part, which is going to be adjusting the draft for public consultation. So I think questions now or comments now.
I think it's mostly comment because it's about the fact that I'm very concerned about water and water rates, and I'm just going to get a clarification through you to the treasurer that the assumption right now is that we're following the strategic financial plan that's been put forward on water, which is calling for an annual increase of 2.5%.
2.5%. Yep.
Yeah. So this particular item, the 625 for the intake, was that considered in the plan when it was established, I guess, 3.5 years ago?
If I may, Madam Chair. So it's the water rate study that we're following. It's not necessarily a strategic financial plan, although it does take in to consideration this, the overall motivation and strategies of the Water Services Department. I can't say that for sure. I did try and take a quick look at the background information, but I can certainly probably get the answer for you after speaking to Manager McGinnity.
And that has more to do with the bigger picture of water overall, right? That's not about necessarily the budget. I was just wondering if that, because it is a large dollar item, I just wondered if it was in there. And I guess when I referred to the strategic financial plan, I was thinking about what was filed with the ministry under their requirement that we have to show an SFP, which is related to the water rate study. So it's just a difference of terminology, and sorry for that. So as I said, I'm concerned in that area because I look at it from the standpoint of the plan calls for 2.5, and 2.5 is an impact as well on the ratepayer. But if it turns out that it's insufficient to meet our needs due to the requirements that we're going to have going forward, then I'm very concerned in that regard. But the other thing I was going to ask for from an information standpoint, I'd already through our emails noted about the summary by expense, and that's going to be included in one of the next drafts. And that correct. I wondered if it would be helpful to have a chart showing the debt level from maybe the past 3 years and the next 3 years, and principal interest basis, just as a piece of information. I'd be interested to see how that's tracking.
Treasurer Quillen?
If I may, Madam Chair, so we did present that information back on the debt report earlier on in April, I believe. So included in the staff report is a link to that document explaining just that.
Perfect. I'll grab that then. Yes, thank you. And as I said, right now, I think I understand the items and what's being requested, so I don't have any further questions at this time.
Councillor Potts.
Thanks, Chair Jeffrey. Just a lot of them have been asked and answered. The position for geographical information systems, so GIS technician, I'm looking at this. Do we not already have personnel that looks after that part of it?
Treasurer Quinlan, Executive Director Peg has her card up here, so we'll refer to her.
Okay, if I may, I will refer to her. I'll just explain that this is a coordinator position. I believe today it's a position. I'll let Director Peg speak to it.
Yeah.
Thank you, Chair. So this new position is one of the recommendations that come out of the IT master plan. Staff have not prioritized it as high as the other IT position that was recommended through that plan and based on the needs of the organization at this time. We do currently have a GIS technician employed by the town, but the workload continues to grow. So as we continue to realize the value in GIS and how it can support the various divisions and departments across the town, the workload continues to grow. But staff do certainly recognize that this likely isn't the year for this position to be added to the complement. And we're continuing to look at opportunities to refine the scope of this work as well, to include data as well. So there's certainly more work that can be done on the position ask, but it was recommended in the IT master plan, and it was also a position that was identified by the IT manager as needed based on capacity of the current incumbent and basically the needs for the really great skill set that individual has. But we have ranked it lower than the other IT position ask. Thank you.
Treasurer Quinlan?
What I wanted to say that is it's ranked as number 4, so as a deferred item.
Just to follow up through you, Chair, and I understand, I believe this one's probably number 4, but I figured I'd ask while the opportunity was here.
Absolutely.
The Public Works, I was really surprised to see a position, an additional position for a Public Works operator. We just currently, and I spoke to it not long ago, that we had just taken away a contract position to establish a technician position in the Public Works Department. And I'm thinking that, at that time, it seemed that, when you start taking away, I think I might have questioned it if I can remember correctly or asked, but you could have kept a contract position in place and maybe swapped it from winter operations to summer operations if that would have covered it. But I don't see a point, and maybe you can clarify more, but of why we now need to add when we've just taken away 3 months ago. Thanks.
Treasurer Quinlan.
I'll look to Director Slama for response.
Thank you through the chair to Councillor Potts. So while staff did recommend the removal of one of the winter temporary positions to help accommodate the ask for a full-time transit coordinator, which does complement the Public Works group. This ask going forward, which again is rated as a number 4 and we understand will be deferred for this year, but it looks at, having a full-time position year round. So as we look to not just winter operations, right, but when we look at all the operations the Public Work team does and how our infrastructure, the amount of our infrastructure that we're operating and maintaining and managing is growing in each year. We felt it was a good time to just introduce this, the possibility of a position. But again, we did feel it was one that could be deferred to a future year.
Okay, thank you for that response.
Yeah, thanks. And one more question, and it's just regarding the pile of fill at the Public Works. So in my understanding that the entire pile that we currently have is contaminated, it's been proven contaminated soil, or is it, we're assuming that it's contaminated and we've kind of gone out to see what the worst case scenario would be for cost. And I guess I'll ask that to start and it'll probably answer, but just knowing that, over the years with piles that have been piled there, it's always been screened and put out as topsoil. So I have a larger concern if that's what we were using material for, if now we're finding out that it is a contaminated soil and we're facing these costs for removal. Thanks.
Okay, so I'll also refer that through to Director Slama.
Yeah, thank you, Madam Chair. Through you to Councillor Potts. So again, the budget that we have provided includes the testing of the pile because you are correct. It has not been tested yet and it has not been confirmed to be contaminated or what the level of potential contamination is. So it is a bit of a worst case scenario that, well, we hope, which is a worst case scenario scenario with the budget that we have presented. This pile of fill is the one that comes from excavations, from emergency water main breaks, ditching, some of the sanitary, the storm, cleaning up the storm sewer. So it's, and some parks works. So it's a little bit different than the topsoil pile. If you had any further questions, I do have Manager Cole on the line if we wanted him to address.
Is that answer sufficient for now, or would you prefer to go through to Manager Cole?
No, that's good for now.
Okay.
Thanks.
Great. All right. Mary Ellen.
Can I ask a couple more questions?
Sure.
Okay. So on the fill, I had understood that the province brought in new regulations for fill, excess fill, they call it, perhaps in the last year, putting onerous requirements on municipalities and those who move, I'll say, dirt around. Is this obligation arising out of that new regulation?
Director Sonya?
Yes, through the chair to Mayor Hamlin. Yes, you are correct.
Okay. All right. Thank you. I have another one in my provincial ask pile then. Okay. So my second question was, I did look through, of course, the report on our agenda tonight for IT services. And a few things jumped out at me, like we have an urgent need to replace the server for our water system, one or two of the servers, like it's well past its due date, or that we don't have a business contingency plan that includes a disaster recovery strategy for technology, and so on and so on. Those sort of urgent things that were identified in there, are they included in the twos in this? Or where are they, or has that analysis been done?
Treasurer Quillen?
At this time, Your Worship, no. The original part that has been included are the positions at this point, and I believe there's some additional reporting that will come forward later.
Okay, and then I have one more question. One of the councillors asked about the totals. I think it was Councillor Houston, and the total that relates to the net tax impact is more like 2.7 million. Is that, and then the total ask was the 5 million, but some of that, the reason there's a discrepancy, of course, is there's user fees and so on. But for us setting a tax rate, should we be focusing on the 2.7 number, or, how would you suggest we direct our attentions with those numbers?
So that's a good question. I think, maybe what we're trying to address first off is the tax portion first. So that 2.7, 2.8, whatever it's in that neighborhood. The items that have a tax impact, because we are trying to, roll down that path, is probably something we should try to address today. And then when it comes to the water, and I think Deputy Mayor Fryer brought up that, there is an impact. Just because it's in a different user group rate doesn't mean there isn't an impact. But perhaps we could talk about that separately after you get through the other piece. And even if it means that, we bring back additional information in the second draft as an update specific to the non-tax supported. If we wanted to chunk it like that, it might make it a little bit less of an elephant to eat this evening.
That's a good idea. Thank you.
That's a great idea. All right. So that was one of my questions in terms of, it's easy in the budget. We kind of go user fee. Cool.
Yeah.
But I would like to have an understanding of what that impact is on those other user fee sides. And so if that's how we can handle it going forward, have that information. I think that's important because it's easy to make the decision here.
It is.
But we've got to understand what we're doing to the other side. So my one comment, I know through FCM, the statistics have shown that the other orders of government sales tax over, I forget what period of time, have gone up 14%, their revenues. So they're collecting on higher volume. And nationally, municipal taxes have declined at a minus 0.54. So I don't think we should be feeling bad of where we're at. We've done what we had to do. I think we've been really fiscally responsible. We've put ourselves in a great cash position. And so from that perspective, we just keep working hard. My question, the first budget that was presented was 5%. Staff came back with the 2% as requested, working very hard. But my understanding that if we add all the other things that are now on the bucket list, it's 7%. So how did we go from 5 minus 3 to 2 plus 7 to get us to 9 to get things on the list?
So
that's how my mind works.
Yeah, and I hear you. So to start, when staff came forward originally with the guidelines, we said, to be honest, if we incorporated all the things that we needed to, or have been requested through multiple different avenues, that it would really be that the amount would be between 5 and 7%. But we thought we could provide you with something that was palatable, addressed some of council's concerns, as many concerns as we could, within that 5% range. The request came back that, and let me pause there for a second and say, not without looking at services and saying, we may need to retract or change or do something different. So that was sort of the original proposal from staff. That shouldn't say sort of, that was the original proposal coming from staff. To go to the 2%, and we would have had to do the same work to be within that 5%. The work that we did to get to the 2% would be pretty well equivalent in the sense that we would be doing prioritization. We would look at all different avenues, all, the increased revenues, different regulations, including all the efficiencies that have come through so far. So we would have still done that work, but we would have taken it up to a cap of that 5% had we predicted. And we would still be in a similar predicament in that there would be some things that just couldn't be incorporated. Or there may be some services that we're saying, if you want to do X, then we have to take out Y, or that might have been the discussion more so. Mm-hmm. So I guess to explain, now you're looking at, if you wanted to include everything that was on this list, which we're not saying include everything, because the items that are in category 4, for example, are what staff are saying as your, that this year's just not the year for it, because we just can't, facilitate it, and that there is reason for deferral. But if council were looking at this list and said, we don't agree that a certain thing is number 4, we think it should be number 2, or vice versa, then those are the discussions I think that we should be having. And also the discussions would be at what limit, what is the top side that as a group or as members of council want to get to, or may, I guess the word is, I don't want to say encourage, but may entertain to say, we think that X, Y, and Z, whatever of these priorities are ultimately important, and we want them included in 2024. And we're willing as a council to increase our tax rate to Y.
CO Skinner, you had a comment?
Thank you. Through you to you. Based on council's direction, we tried really hard to get to the 2%, and we did get to the 2%. And I want to make a really clear statement. You could adopt, not I'm asking you to, we have another process we'd like you to go through, but tonight you could adopt that 2% budget, and the base work that the municipality must do is included in the 2%. So we got rid of everything we could that was excess. We've reallocated resources from bylaw and elsewhere to make sure that we can do a 2% budget. And that is what's in front of you. If I was you, of course, there's a number of items that have marginal to no tax input. And I think you'll see in the next version have reasonable non-tax inputs for things that are user delivered, for example. And there's an outline in the report that's provided to council. It starts around page 11. I won't go through all the details, but it talks about a couple of new positions that have been included in the 2%. 3 actually that were mentioned briefly, portions of 3, some inflationary items, funding for asset management that are within the 2%. And then there were so many things that in this back to basics, we just really couldn't find a way to drive into the 2%. And I think that is where you are now, is you're going to say which ones are so important to me that they're worth adding. Or maybe you want us to go back and look at other things within the 2%, but it's been very hard to get to the things that keep the municipality operating at roughly the level of service where we are today.
Okay, thank you. My other question is, later on, we're going to maybe pick and choose some of those things in terms of the draft to go to public consultation. Is there any merit to taking that other 7% list to the public and saying, this is what we didn't put in it yet? And how do you feel about these items, as opposed to just asking people to have input on what we pick and choose here to present to them?
If I may, Chair Jeffrey, we have taken a similar approach in the past. So, for example, last year, we came back with a certain percentage increase and explained what was included in that from the list of priorities that council had chosen. It doesn't mean, so I do think it makes sense to try and gear towards a percentage increase at some point this evening to say this is our absolute cap. And we could maybe as staff go away and say, you know, push these things. You guys tell us which of these things, if we said this is the percentage increase, and then that is what is presented to the public to say, here are all the different options that council looked at. This is, you know, more maybe up for debate, I guess isn't really the right word, but to present to the public at the public meeting, but within the range of we're only willing to go up to this amount in terms of increase. Because I think what becomes what becomes difficult for council and staff for that matter is people get very focused on the dollars and how much they're paying in taxes. But they don't recognize necessarily that if you want something to happen and it's, you know, not included in today's world, like, for example, affordable housing that we never did before 2021 or 2022 for that matter, you have to pay for it. It doesn't come off the back of what we're already doing unless there's a service retraction that goes along with it. So I do think it's a good way to explain, and it also provides the public with an opportunity to voice their concerns and say, this is really what we feel, you know, we're willing to pay for, and we want this included. And we heard a lot of that in last year's Coffee with Council meeting. Lots of information about affordable housing, lots of people going, you know, with the asset management plan side, but there was a big debate or discussion specifically about the items that council were looking to consider at that time too.
Okay, great. Just a couple more questions. So within category 2, I think it could be pretty obvious, but maybe not for all the ones that have ongoing impacts and the ones that are one-time impacts, I think. And that's maybe part of that 3-year forecast beyond the budget, how we're impacting going forward would be helpful. And then I really did like moving to the program service model that you've created in the presentation with the CAO. But I really found the 7 cents a day, in my humble opinion, not really. I mean, it makes us look like it's minuscule, but I think in terms of residents' real-time budgets, they would look more at their monthly or annual budgets. I think that's more that they have in mind rather than a daily budget. So maybe for going forward, I just think when I look at a budget and somebody says 7 cents a day, well, then I got to multiply it out And I pull out my phone and the calculator. I just think it'd be more helpful to residents to have either monthly or annual. So that was my input. So I think that's it for me for now. And I don't see it. Oh, Mayor Hamlin, one more. That's all you get. Because we need to move this party along.
Okay. One thing I noticed with number 4 was the land needs study, and it's an amount for $35,000. And is that to make give some guidance to council as to what lands we should have for, I don't know, I'll throw out some examples, water towers, or I don't know, whatever, lands that staff think we should be considering putting in our community in the future. Is that what that's for? Okay.
I'm going to look to Clerk Almas, but I believe that, yes, that is correct, that the idea is to review the lands that are available and also maybe make sort of plans and projections to what we will require, what we need, and what sort of pricing we're looking at. I think the deputy clerk has put together quite a fulsome amount of information, but that we need to take it a step further to really understand the costs associated with the future land requirements of the municipality.
So basically it. Well, for me, that's an important step. It seems to me historically, the town did have a lot of land, and for various reasons over the decades, it's been sold off. And we're at a point now where we need land for lots of different uses. And I think it would be helpful for us to have some look that we could consider as a council and a community about what do we need land for, what's the time frame for it, and because, what if land prices drop and we have money in the kitty? That would be a happy coincidence, and we'd have a plan.
Hold your breath.
Okay, so anyway, that was one thought. My second thought was, when you come back, could you please put in a category what the provincial requirements are due to legal, new legal requirements or ones that we haven't met? I've added up 217,000, but perhaps you could just do that correctly. Also, if you could put together the items that are in priorities 2 and 3 as to their tax impact only, because some of them relate, for example, to our STA regime, and should we set that up? And there's quite a bit of funds, and although they're listed in the $5 million column, they would be temporarily taken from our parking reserve, I believe, I understand, but then refunded as we got licensing fees in. So I just really like to know, what's the tax impact of 2 and 3 anyway, I think I said it. Okay. Those are my questions.
So Mayor Hamlin, your intention is not for our discussions tonight, but going forward once we get to the next stage.
Yeah.
Correct. Okay.
I do have the answers right now, if that's helpful.
You are awesome.
For priority 3 total, net tax impact is 1.3 million. And for priority 2 total, it's a $700,000 tax impact.
And then I guess if I added it correctly, 217,000 of that is the provincial requirements, but you'll let us know.
Correct. I'll double check on the 217. Yeah, that won't take long.
Thank you.
Okay. I had a couple other thoughts, but I'm going to leave them for the next section. Okay. So we've gone around the table. So what we're going to do now is just simply receive the report, and we'll move to any decision makings after we do the next 3 reports. So all those in favor of receiving? That is carried unanimously. Thank you, Treasurer Quinlan, for all that work. All right, so now that's going to take us to 5.1, which is the Human Resources Master Plan. And I will call on Executive Director Peg.
Thank you, Chair. So before committee this evening is a recommendation that the Human Resources Master Plan be endorsed in principle as presented and subject to annual budget approvals. The objective of this plan is to create a clear path forward for our HR division. This is a progressive step forward, and it actually marks the first HR master plan that the town of Collingwood has ever completed. So I'm happy to welcome HR Manager McQuaig, who will lead us into the formal presentation and introduce our consultants, BDO, who helped complete this work. Thank you. Manager McQuaig.
Thank you, Chair. So as the Executive Director indicated, we've had this master plan completed because the town of Collingwood continues to grow and develop as a community, and the maturation of town programs and services to respond to the essential needs and growing community expectations is imperative. So Human Resources contributes as an internal support function that provides professional advice and guidance to all town departments and individual employees. And as mentioned by the Executive Director, to ensure the HR division has a clear and prioritized roadmap into the future, the town engaged BDO Canada LLP through a competitive bid process to develop a 10-year Human Resources Services Master Plan. The plan recognizes the cross-functional nature of human resources and highlights where collaborative approaches with individual staff, management, and union executives would be in the best interest of the town and the community served. So with us this evening, in attendance from BDO to present an overview of the report are Sarah Hopkins and Rebecca Ryan, People and Change Managers, as well as Haley Van Vliet, Partner of People and Change.
Okay, thank you. Welcome.
Great, thank you for having us today. Good evening, everyone. As mentioned, myself and my colleagues, Sarah Hopkins and Haley Van Vliet, will be providing you with a high-level overview of the Human Resources Services Master Plan. So if we can flip to the next slide, we'll get into it. Thank you. As mentioned, the town of Collingwood engaged BDO Canada to develop a HR Services Master Plan to guide the HR division in their support of the organisation and in turn the community. Primary objective of this project was to create a clear sense of direction, a 10-year strategic roadmap, and a robust tactical action plan for the HR team to implement in order to elevate HR service delivery. Originally, one of the most significant constraints facing the HR team was assumed to be the level of administrative work that they were facing. This finding was validated through our analysis, and it served as a primary factor in the development of the HR Master Plan. Next slide, please. Thank you. Our project approach consisted of 5 distinct phases, which were completed between January and October of 2023. Our methodology involved documentation review and stakeholder engagement in order to incorporate feedback and lessons learned into the HR Master Plan. In total, we hosted 27 stakeholder engagements, reaching a total of 50 participants from across the organization. And from there, we worked closely with the HR team to validate our analysis and to map out the future state. This resulted in the definition of a final report, a summary report, and a practical and robust implementation plan that will support the mobilization and the implementation of the 10-year master plan. Next slide, please. The results of the current state assessment were determined by using BDO's HR maturity assessment model. This model is a diagnostic tool developed by our people advisory team and based on HR best practice. It is reviewed and validated on a regular basis by our team of HR professionals. The intention of the tool is to provide HR functions with a baseline assessment of their key services, to identify opportunities for improvement, and to complete internal benchmarking to guide progress and performance. Using this model, the performance of each of the 15 HR services provided by the team was assessed as either low, medium, or high, based on the level of alignment between current practices and HR best practice. So for example, an assessment of low would indicate a low level of alignment between current operations and HR best practice, determining that significant effort may be required in order to improve the performance of the service and to meet a higher standard of delivery. Whereas an assessment of high indicates that the function is already performing in line with HR best practices. Current state assessment acted as a baseline in the development of the HR Master Plan, which aims to address gaps in services, prioritize effort, and to leverage the strengths that we've observed in some of the services. Next slide, please. So for each of the 15 services provided by HR, we've provided the following information: a summary of the ideal state, a rationale for change, including the anticipated benefits, recommended timing and the associated level of effort, critical steps required to move from the current state towards the ideal state, the key performance indicators that should be used to manage and to measure success and progress, and the constraints and challenges that should be considered and addressed where possible to enable successful implementation. More information on each of the 15 services can be found in our detailed report. Next slide, please. We developed the HR Services Master Plan on the assumption that all 15 services are important and will continue to be delivered by the HR division over the coming years. However, we recognize that resources are limited, and therefore we use the prioritization matrix to help guide decision-making. Each service was plotted on the matrix based on 2 key criteria. The first is the level of dependencies, which indicates how critical the success of one HR service is to the success of other HR services, and the scale of the capacity requirements, which indicates the level of additional capacity required to successfully execute the recommendations in the plan. So, for example, a rating of high would indicate that the town will require additional organizational capacity in order to deliver on the objectives and the outcomes outlined in the master plan. From here, we identified 2 quick wins, the first being health and safety and the second being rewards and recognition. This means that with a relatively low level of effort and capacity, improvements could be made to the delivery of these services. However, we recommend that the town prioritizes the following 4 HR services in order to enhance overall service delivery to the organization. The first is HR technology. This will involve implementing technology and digital tools to allow HR and staff to carry out processes as efficiently as possible, reduce manual effort, and enhance information sharing. The second is human resources analytics, which will involve leveraging technology and automation to measure and manage the performance of HR processes and to support decision-making. This may include things such as real-time reporting and performance dashboards on key HR services. The third is HR service delivery. This will involve redefining and streamlining some key HR processes to reduce administrative work, to be more customer-centric, and to operate more efficiently. And the fourth is performance management, which will include evolving current performance management, processes and templates in order to provide clearer expectations to staff and management and to focus on the achievement of measurable outcomes. It should be noted that implementing appropriate HR technology is or has been identified as our number 1 recommendation and priority for the town, as it is a critical enabler to the success of almost all of the other HR services. That concludes a summary of our approach and some of our key findings. I will now pass it over to my colleague, Sarah Hopkins, to review our concluding recommendations. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Rebecca. Sarah?
Thank you, Rebecca. If you could please move to the next slide. Great. So based on the critical steps identified for each of the HR services, we developed the following recommendations to drive the HR master plan forward. First, the Human Resources Services Master Plan should be considered a dynamic document that will likely need to be revised over time to align with internal and external changes. Second, human resources technology is required to reduce the number of transactional and administrative duties for the HR team. Third, we have recommended training, upskilling, or additional capacity for specific initiatives for some HR services. Specifically, we have identified additional capacity requirements for compensation and benefits, as well as for learning and development. Next slide, please. We also identified that the town could consider shifting to an optimal human resources operating model as the town and services grow. A human resources operating model is a structure and method for how a human resources team is organized, makes decisions, and provides services. In applying this model to the future in the town, we recognize the need for strategic, operational, and expert level HR capacity. This would involve the executive director and HR manager taking on a greater share of strategic responsibilities giving the HR manager the opportunity to focus on building and maintaining relationships with all departments, directors, managers, and supervisors. The Human Resources Coordinator would undertake the role of HR shared services, and the centers of expertise would fall to the Health and Safety Coordinator and any other strategic areas of expertise, for example, an EDI specialist. Next slide, please. We understand that financial impacts must be considered prior to implementing these recommendations, especially in a public sector environment. As a result, we have provided the estimated financial impact under the categories of people, processes, and technology. Under people, we identified the need for additional capacity and capabilities for compensation and benefits, equity, diversity, and inclusion, and accessibility, and recommend seeking this support through a third-party service provider. These values serve as an estimate only and require formal proposals to confirm pricing. Under processes, we anticipate minimal costs. However, we cannot quantify the direct financial impact at this time. Next slide, please. As previously mentioned, the implementation of HR technology is critical to drive the HR master plan forward. The cost to implement a human resources information system significantly varies depending on the vendor selected, the modules implemented, and the degree of integration with pre-existing systems. We have identified the estimated cost to implement an HRIS depending on the number of modules selected. However, again, a formal proposal would be required to confirm pricing. Next slide, please. Our recommended next steps are as follows. First, Council should review and approve the HR master plan. However, we recognize that this does not constitute approval for financial investments. Second, administration should prepare a budget for 2024 so that financial investments can be approved by Council. Third, baseline data for key performance indicators should be determined. Fourth, a reporting cadence to monitor and manage the progression of the master plan should be developed. And finally, a communication plan should be developed to ensure senior understanding, buy-in, and change management support. Next slide, please. Thank you for your time. The three of us will now take any questions you may have.
Okay, thank you for your presentation. So firstly, we do not have any public wishing to participate in this staff report. So I'll ask the clerk to check our remote participants.
I think we do, Chair Jeffrey, have two remote participants. If there's anyone wishing to address this staff report and the HR master plan, please press the raise your hand feature at the bottom of your screen. And not at this time, Chair Jeffrey.
Okay, thank you. All right, so the motion that has been provided for the recommendation to us tonight is that staff report CCS 2023-06, Human Resources Services Master Plan, and the summary report be endorsed in principle as presented, subject to annual budget approvals. Could I have a mover and a seconder, please? Councillor Baines and Deputy Mayor Fryer. And at this point, for an amendment, I'm going to pass the chair to Vice Chair Doherty before we get into discussions and questions. Madam.
I have you, Chair.
Thank you. All right. I'd like to remove the words endorsed in principle as presented and replace with to receive the report with next steps to be, actually, maybe I'm removing everything from endorsed to the end of the line, is to be received with next steps to be included in annual budget approvals. I really find it uncomfortable to approve as opposed to just receiving it. I mean, I don't have the expertise to question the consultant's report, or I think historically, I checked with the clerk's department today, historically, including the waterfront master plan and other plans, we've simply received and relied on staff to take the recommendations from the consultants and bring them into them. So hence my amendment, and I would need a seconder.
Thank you. And there's a seconder. Deputy Mayor Fryer. Any questions, discussion? Mayor Hamlin?
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. My question to someone through you is, Are there any items in the employee master plan or human resources master plan that don't require a budget approval? Because I'm sort of worried that if we say everything's subject to budget approval, but there's things that don't require a budget, we're stopping the process in some fashion. So that's my question. Thank you.
Definitely. And there are certain aspects of the plan that don't specifically require a budget. However, the foundation of the plan is really tied around the implementation of the HR technology. So that cost would be important and essential to then move forward and implement the other initiatives that we've identified, as that lays the foundation for the report.
Follow up?
No, that's great. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other questions? CAO.
Thank you. I see both sides of the approach. The reason that we have worded it in this way is because in general, as we become more sophisticated, we use these master plans under the umbrella of the strategic plan to drive our culture and to drive how we intend to go forward. I know one that we've talked about quite a bit has been the urban forestry master plan, and the idea that, well, we've endorsed this plan, we should be moving forward with the plan. And when I look at these things, even though this particular one is largely internal facing services, it's very important for the future of the municipality. We need to have the right people. We need to have the right compensation scheme. We need to have the services that are important to have within a municipality. And when I bring forward with the treasurer and the other departments, the positions, they usually are based on the master plans. So I think there's really two ways that I look at this. One is the preferable, to me, the preferable, which might not be yours, which is that you endorse in principle the direction that these things are going. It doesn't mean that you can't change your mind or provide specific instruction on a certain item, but it tells us as staff that it's going in a direction in general that you are comfortable with. Not asking you to be experts. In fact, we're not experts. That's why we hired BDO to give us this, balanced report from an outside viewpoint. Alternately, if you do truly believe that these are very much internal staff-driven pieces, we could talk about being more explicit with the delegation of authority to say, these are, staff authorities to do these plans and then bring forward individual items and budgets. But I would propose and really prefer that you looked at these in general, were comfortable with their direction every several years as they get updated, and then we would use that direction to bring forward the budget items and other elements, on a daily basis as we use these. Mm-hmm. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other comments or questions? Deputy Mayor.
Thank you, Vice Chair. I guess I don't see a concern with the amendment wording. It's still fulfilling what's been talked about there. I recognize it may be a case of trying to frame it a little bit differently. But at this stage, I'm supportive of the amendment because I still think that I would expect that there's elements within this that aren't budget related. That's exactly what we'd hear from staff. Is this something that can come forward? And these are the reasons why. And so I'm supportive of the amendment.
The only, in terms of the wording of the amendment, I think that I could address the concern by received and in terms of next step, any items requiring a financial. In other words, we're receiving it, but any items requiring funding would have to be included in annual budget approvals. So I'm just limiting to the fact that anything requiring money has to come back, but we're receiving it. And then staff have a professionals, consultants report to move forward.
Mayor Hamlin.
I'm still concerned with this. At the county level, I've had some discussions with the CAO there in the last week about a report that was done a couple of years ago. And he said, well, it was just received, like nothing's going, you know, we had no direction. So it basically went into the circular container on the floor. So I'm sort of worried if we say just receive it, and then every year if we want to implement part of it, we have to come back here and go through it all again. I would rather endorse it in principle, like the motion suggests, because then we're giving a blessing for them to plan and move forward. And anything that doesn't require the spending of money, they can just do it. And if, as long as it's qualified as it is, that no money's going to be spent unless it comes to budget, I sort of think we're covered all ways. So anyway, I won't support the amendment. Thank you.
Thank you. Second last word.
No, I'm good. No, I'm good.
Well, I will just, I guess, end the conversation then by saying I do support actually Mayor Hamlin's comments just now that to give some indication of our general level of support for the initiative. And I mean, it is clearly stated in the document that we can support the recommendation in principle that we are not making any budget commitments. So I feel that by accepting the motion the way it is worded, that we are giving some direction to staff as to how to proceed. And I like that. Councillor Baines.
Thank you, Vice Chair Doherty. I think it was Mayor Philip Gibbons of Toronto used to say, you don't hire a dog and do your own barking. With great respect to BDO, you guys are the dog. You made the recommendation, and I do support the original motion as per Mayor Hamlin's comments on that. Thank you.
So we have an amendment on the floor moved by Chair Jeffrey and seconded by Deputy Mayor. I will call the vote then. All in favor? That's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and that passes.
Should ask.
Or I guess I should. Yeah. Okay. Just assuming. All right. So opposed. 2, 3, 4. Okay. The amendment passes.
If you don't mind, I'll take it back and do discussion then on the whole motion
okay.
as amended.
Very
Is that
good.
okay?
Thank
All right.
you.
So now we'll open it up to the committee members if they have any other questions with respect to the HR master plan. Deputy Mayor? And then Mayor Hamlin.
I'm just going to add that I was quite impressed with the report for the information that it provided. I don't want to convey anything, but thank you to the work of the consultants and our staff. That is a very good report.
Thank you. Sorry, Mayor Hamlin, you were next.
Yeah, I also wanted to say it was a great report, and it really shows our municipality has got to that stage where we actually have to organize ourselves around human resources. So thank you for all that thinking that went into it. The question I have is under the HR service of compensation and benefits, the $30,000 to $50,000 amount. This is compensation review of all non-union salaries against the market. Is this study through you, Madam Chair? That I just have a recollection of, and maybe it was 2022 even or 2021, that we had a review done of our non-union staff, and in fact we implemented a total increase in non-union staff compensation of about $400,000. And I'm just wondering how, if my recollection is right, and if this is an update of that or how this fits into what I'm thinking about. Thank you.
Okay. All right. Executive Director Peg.
Thank you, Chair. Through you to Mayor Hamlin. So the mayor is correct. In initiated in 2019, we did have a non-union compensation review that was completed that did cost the municipality more than the number that's been identified in this report. The reason for that is that a holistic review had not been done in some time, and it was quite a comprehensive review, which involved looking at the job descriptions for each of the non-union job classifications and positions. A market refresh review would cost within the range that BDO has suggested. So now that we have that baseline on an annual basis to ensure that, we'll say on roughly an annual basis, if we identify that there's a gap growing, the municipality would complete a market refresh to ensure that we maintain our council set pay policy of P50. And that would be within the range that's been presented in this report.
Thank you. Just as a follow-up, so that we would expect to see this amount annually in the budget?
Executive Director Peck? Executive Director Peck.
It is a mouthful. Thank you, Chair. So I would say that would depend. So our HR team does keep an eye on the market and works very closely with Gallagher Consulting, who is awarded ongoing work on our non-union compensation plan through an RFP process. So we do keep an eye on trends within the market. So within the last year or two, with some of the changes post-COVID, we did identify that the market was shifting, and our neighboring municipalities were completing new compensation reviews, which triggered the need for us to do a market refresh. If our comparator municipalities maintain status quo with cost of living adjustments and, some new positions, we can often get some of that information on our own. That being said, we are required to maintain pay equity compliance, which is a legislative requirement, and those changes are something that have to be done. We do get support through a pay equity expert in Gallagher Consulting, so that would be a standing budget item. But in terms of a market refresh or compensation analysis, that would be something that would be recommended based on current market conditions and would be considered on an annual basis, but not necessarily brought forward, depending the need.
Thank you for that explanation. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. All right, any other questions on the motion as amended? Seeing none, then I'll call the question. All those in favor? And that's carried unanimously. Thank you very much. So we are going to take a brief recess, 10 minutes. As soon as I have quorum, if you're not back at 10 minutes, we're going ahead without you. So 10 minutes. and thank you for being here on such good timing. So we're at staff report 5.2, which is the IT master plan, and I will ask who introduces the IT master plan. Oh, she's not here.
All right.
Okay. Commander Neskville, it is you. You are up. Well, she did. She just from afar.
Good evening. Good evening. For those at home, my name is Mike Danskill. I'm the manager of information technology with the town of Collingwood. And whether you love it or despise it, technology plays an important role in everyone's lives at home and in the workplace. Here at the town, technology is embedded from accounting to Zambonis and everything in between. In 2022, we hit a first 5-year cycle, being a new department in 2017. Our department is very much consumed in the day-to-day, but I felt it was important not to be distracted by this and to have a good look at where we are at with an eye on where we are going. Technology is leapfrogging itself so quickly that we cannot predict the future. However, it is incredibly important to ensure that we have a plan. And through the town's procurement process, we hired or employed the services of the Perry Group to undertake the task of developing an information technology master plan. And with that said, I see we have Susan Chase on the line of the Perry Group, who will walk you through her presentation.
Okay, thank you. Welcome, Susan.
Thank you very much. Thanks, Mike. I appreciate it. Thank you very much, Mayor and Council, Chair and Council. I'd like to start off with just a little bit of context about why technology is really so important to the town, but also to really further emphasize much of what you've been hearing today. I've joined you for this budget meeting and been hearing all the different projects that are underway, and several of them have certainly involved technology. But I wanted to talk about how technology and perhaps going digital can really help to meet some of the growing requirements of and expectations of the community, but also of the workforce. So if we go to the next slide, please. So we know we've seen a lot of major changes in society over the last few years. There's been the internet, of course, the smartphone, but companies like Amazon, Netflix, and Google, they've really had a major impact on service delivery and how services are being received by the end consumer. Every one of these, I'm sure all of you have had some experiences with these, good and possibly some bad too, but they're easy to use. They're very consistent in their approach. They're available anywhere. It doesn't matter. You don't have to be at your home computer or anything to be able to use them, of course. They're available 24/7. They're available on absolutely any device as well. And this reach, this impact has really been felt throughout the service industry. So it's not just these kind of companies, not just the Amazons and the Metas of the world who are doing digital services and taking advantage, leveraging technology. It's every service industry. So if we look at banks, insurance companies, even our grocery stores and department stores are all really meeting that challenge that's been thrown to them by the Amazons of the world. Government is very similar to that. We're seeing that internet penetration is universal. More and more people every day are getting on the internet and are using it. And we've got a few statistics here to show you. 92% of Canadians were online in 2020. We know that number is higher already by now. 82% of Canadians made purchases last year. And again, this number from Stats Canada, of course, was from 2020. So we know through the pandemic, it's all been simply accelerated. One of the interesting stats here is 80% of Ontarians booked their vaccination appointment during the pandemic online. That's a 2021 number there. What's most interesting about this number, however, is 80% of people booked it themselves online. But of the remaining 20%, those people, either their caregiver booked it online for them, or they called into one of the centers and it was booked online. So in actuality, 100% of vaccination bookings were booked online using the technology. And a surprisingly high number of Canadians are using online banking, 75%. And I think this is a really good reference point for municipal services because it's a trusted institution. Next slide, please. One of the interesting things about our workforce is they're changing. We've got what we call the digital natives. They've entered the workforce. So now these are the people who have grown up with technology. They don't know a world any different. And I often use the example of, my daughters. I have 2 daughters, and one of them certainly is very digital. And she if she can't access a business or a service or anything like that using her smartphone, it simply doesn't exist to her. She moves on to the next provider very, very quickly. And that's what's a challenge with the digital natives. They're now in the workforce and they're creating these different kinds of expectations for the use of technology. They don't really care. And Mike will know this, they don't really care that there's an IT department providing support and service, because they'll actually go to YouTube or Google first to find their own answers, or they already know it intuitively. And if it's not intuitive, they just move on and they get the next best product. So we've got these people in the workforce. Well, we've still got what we call the digital resistors, the people who are kind of opposed to the change that technology brings about. So it just makes for a very different workforce. But I think there's also, and the pandemic certainly accelerated this, the work from anywhere. Of course, we've had that through the pandemic, but now post-pandemic, we're finding there's an awful lot of organizations who are doing some kind of hybrid remote work arrangements. Now, this can be people from, in the office environment working, but what's more important for our context here is it's the people out in the field doing their job, building inspectors, bylaw officers, those sorts of people. They need access to the technology as well. And they're expecting it because they know it's possible and they know it's available. All staff need different types of devices and they need access to the tools and the solutions that they are used to using. So again, it's not good enough to be out in the field and then coming back into an office and then typing in your data or getting the information once you're in the office or syncing it or anything like that. They need that map, they need that image, they need that information when they're in the field. And it's really about automating all those different routine tasks, making sure the systems are fully integrated so that people can have access to the information that they need in order to do their job more effectively and more efficiently. Go to the next slide, please. So we know that a really modern organization uses technology to simplify processes and really to deliver services in a more efficient way. Staff rely on technology to do their job. We've heard this time and time again. You heard it several times through the conversations earlier today. But it's also about what the customers, the end customers, defining them as you will, whether that's your residents, your local businesses, developers, partners, anything you want. They are expecting a different type of service from you as well. They're expecting it to be convenient, fast, and efficient. We like this quote. It's a couple years old now, actually, but it was from the Treasury Board Secretariat of Canada. And he said, government today provides blockbuster services in this Netflix world. And it's very, very true. We still are expecting our customers to come in to the municipal office at times, to fill out that permit or to get that information or pay that fee, that sort of thing. And that's not what our customers are looking for anymore. It's about being digital, online, and on demand, so it's available when they need it. If you go to the next slide, please. We think banking, again, I'll bring this forward as an example, is just a brilliant example of how they've really leveraged technology and taken advantage of digitizing all of their processes. There's a couple of you around that table there who remember when you went to the bank. And of course, you went Monday to Friday. Odds are it was 9 to 3 the hours. It did get extended to 9 to 5 there, but you had to do all your banking with a teller. And they were perfectly lovely people, but it was just through the teller. And you had to go to your branch. Remember, you couldn't go to another branch. This wasn't that long ago. Well, the banks got on track with this and they started digitizing their processes, making it a little bit more accessible for people. And if you go to the next slide, that led us to, of course, the ATM machines and that sort of thing. And now you could bank from anywhere. It was easier to access. The information was up to date. If you went to an ATM machine, did some banking, and then you had to go into a teller for another reason, the teller had that up-to-date information right there. They could tell that you just deposited some funds or you just withdrew funds because it was that automated and that real time and very quickly. And so that's because they were able to take advantage, leveraging the technology that they had, digitizing their processes from start to finish, and really provide solutions to the customer. Ultimately, where we've come to now is the next slide, please, is where you can actually simply take a photo of your check and it's deposited. And, hardly even that anymore. Every time I use this slide, I have to say this. I would have loved to have been sitting around that board table when somebody said, what if we let our customers deposit their check with a photo? I can just imagine how that conversation went. But the reality is they've done it. They've recognized that it's a way of delivering services to the customers in a way that's needed and the way that's almost being expected. So if we go to the next slide, please. These here are some of the trends that we're seeing in government, in Canadian government right now that are happening. I'm not going to go into all of these things, but It's happening right now, and it's what your customers and your workforce are asking for. And this is why we've put together this master plan. Looking for things like data and analytics. We've just heard that with the HR master plan report. They're looking for some data and information coming out. We're also looking to move more services to the cloud to make it easier to access, to help with disaster recovery, and to make it taking up less footprint at the municipal office. But it's also just about that accessibility more than anything. And collaboration is key. The treasurer mentioned SharePoint 365 earlier today, and that's about collaborating and enabling staff to collaborate with one another. And these are some of the tools that we're looking at for the town of Collingwood that they really need to be able to take advantage of in order to deliver the services, again, as your customers are expecting you to do, but also for the workforce. So if we go to the next slide, really, it's all about, the importance of technology and why this master plan was so important. It's because of the pressures you have on core services. Budgets are limited. How can we do better? How can we leverage what we have? How can we make everything more efficient, whether that's just giving staff the tools that they need or digitizing those processes so that the computer does more of the work and staff can be tending to the value-added services even more. Customer expectations have changed and they're continuing to change. We know this technology, digital keeps evolving. It's forever changing and it will continue to evolve as the new technologies come in. We're looking at ChatGPT, AI, how are those things really impacting municipal services? We are seeing municipalities using and leveraging those tools. Is Collingwood ready for it? Not quite. So how do we get them there? Reducing costs, increasing efficiencies. I've talked about that. The growth of the community. We know that Collingwood, it's a desirable community to live and work in for sure. So how do we continue to attract the right businesses? I was listening earlier to the gentleman, I didn't make note of his name, but the GB Accelerator. That's about attracting businesses to the community. And these businesses want to see that it is a digital community and there are those opportunities available. And we've already talked about staff expectations. We've included this quote down at the bottom. It's just very poignant, we think. Alex Bonet, he was the previous CIO of Canada, but he said there's no difference between digital service delivery and service delivery. Today, everything is digital. And we believe very strongly in that. And we think government needs to get on board and start recognizing this. So if we go to the next slide. So that brings us to Collingwood's IT master plan. So as Mike said earlier, I work for Perry Group and we were hired to help develop a 5-year master plan. And this was the quotes from the RFP document that you had. So the town already recognizes the need for effective use of technology to support the high quality services that are delivered by the municipality. And that's really important. So we kept that in mind as we move forward. Next slide, please. We work in a very collaborative way. So this just isn't with the IT department alone. This is with the entire organization. So these are just some numbers. We did a survey to all staff. We had over 95 responses to that survey. We had 26 interviews and workshops that were held across the organization, meeting with the leaders, all the teams, every department, sometimes broken up into a couple departments. And of course, we had our core teams, the steering committee and IT, who we met with several times. So we believe that we've gathered a lot of really good feedback from both sides of the fence, I will say. So not only from IT as the service delivery partner in the organization, but those receiving the services and getting that kind of information. So the next slide highlights some of the key positives that we found. The team is very small, but they're knowledgeable and they're very interested. They're very supportive and they're very, very trusted. They do dabble in emerging technologies. They try to keep themselves very aware and moving things forward. Leadership was phenomenal. The steering committee really looking for how technology can help. They were very engaged. They asked great questions. They challenged us throughout the whole process, but they're interested, and that's super important. You have several best of breed solutions already in place in the organization, and that's very positive, and very strong use of GIS. We saw that. You heard earlier that about when the question was asked about the GIS technician. Yeah, they are kind of overworked, but they are working extraordinarily well in delivering excellent service. You have very strong network foundations, good internet connectivity, which really allows it becomes foundational for further growth. So we're able to consider how we can add to the service delivery. The IT service catalog right now is a really good starting point. Like I said, there's strong foundations in place, so we can look to move forward. There can be continuous improvement on some of the products that are being delivered now, but we can also start enhancing and adding to those. And there's a couple more technical things there. Monthly vulnerability scanning is a really good security practice that's in place, and we saw a number of really positive security practices. So if we move to the next slide. Some of the challenges, though, that we saw, and we see these definitely as opportunities, some of those best of breed business solutions that are in place are not fully leveraged. So there's opportunities to take better advantage of some of the products that you currently have in place and get staff the training on it so that they can use those better and start improving those service deliveries. And sometimes it's because there's a manual process in between, so staff aren't super comfortable with the entire digital process. So they use the technology for a bit, then they go off to paper or like an Excel spreadsheet, and then they come back to the technology. There's greater efficiencies to be found if we can digitize that entire process. Or another example is there are some forms that are filled out online that have to then be re-entered into a system. So how can we get it so the customer fills out that form themselves online directly? Training, I mentioned, sorry? Oh, okay. Sorry. Okay. Training, I mentioned there is a need for further training and overall interest in more training opportunities. So that was good to hear. Staff know that they need to learn more, and that's a very positive thing. One of the other concerns that we have is the lack of really a supporting framework around cloud. And what this means is we have companies who come to staff in other departments and they say things, and it's, you know, a direct quote, but from multiple vendors, you don't have to worry about the IT network or bothering IT with the solution because it's all in the cloud. We can take care of it all. There's nothing further from the truth than that. Yes, it doesn't go on the network, but still we need to put the security policies on these systems. We need to have access to the data, and we have to understand how it's being backed up and monitored and how that data is actually being used and is it being protected, because we are a government organization. So we want to see some policies in place around the cloud governance. And cybersecurity, of course, there are really good policies in place and practices in place for sure. But as you know, I don't have to tell you, it's changing daily. So we have to keep on that. So there's that constant attention required. We think there's the opportunity to do some really good end-to-end workflows, so digitizing the process all the way through. As I mentioned just a minute ago, there are a number of processes that kind of have that manual intervention. We think that can be streamlined for greater efficiencies. There's a few items in the overall infrastructure of servers that need to be upgraded, that sort of thing. And then as was mentioned earlier as well, the business continuity and disaster recovery, there really isn't those plans in place. And we think that's a risk for the organization. So if you move to the next slide, please. We've done a little bit of financial analysis. We note the IT operating budget really hasn't, from the start of the department just 5 years ago, there was a good influx of investment into technology, but it stayed relatively stable over the years. So we think that's a bit of a concern considering the growth of the organization and the growing expectations. And we also note that the operating expenditures are quite low when you look at some of the best practices that are out there. So Perry Group's suggested range there is that we see in Ontario municipalities is between 2.5% to 4.5% for operating. The 4.3% there is actually the Gartner recommendation for small municipalities, and Collingwood, you'll see, is quite low. Next slide, please. So what we've been looking to do is, and what the IT master plan aims to do, is really come up with a plan that has all these common systems that are usable by everybody. So not just by a single department, but able to be used by all staff as appropriate. So obviously there's access controls in here, but we want the customers adding the data into those systems. We want to see the customer service staff being able to see the same information that the end customer sees the same information that the field staff see. It's this sort of thing. Everything is interconnected and pulled together in such a way that it's holistic, but it's thoughtful and it's very clear. And the data is entered once and stored once and not duplicated, and you don't have to worry about redundancies. So with that in mind, if you go to the next slide, please, one of the recommendations we have is we need to get IT more up this pyramid. So just to explain this really quickly, and the report does a much better job of explaining it. At the bottom of the pyramid is our solid utility, and this is where we typically see IT departments. You know, you pick up your phone and it works. You turn on your computer, it works. You have access to the things you do. You call them, you get decent support. Moving up the pyramid, when IT is your partner player, they're working with the businesses. When the challenge is being discussed, when it's being talked about, these are the problems we're facing in our business. We can't reach our customers properly. We have these bumps in service delivery. It's just not working well for us. There's got to be more efficiencies. You have IT right at the table with you, helping to solve those problems. And that's why that business analyst role was so important, because they can help really identify what the business process is, where there are efficiencies to be found. So in order to help position IT, some of the recommendations we have are the next slide. And these were some of the short-term recommendations for the IT department itself. And you've talked about these. These are obviously subject to budget, no doubt about it, and the staff and everybody. So I won't have to go into that. You've heard all of that right now, but this is what we were recommending. So it's good to see some of these things are moving forward. Some of these things are being discussed, but it's really about elevating IT in a small way so that they can address all the functional requirements of the organization for technology and for moving towards more digital services. And if you go to the next slide, please. So we set out through it all 5 key programs of work, focus areas as we call them. And the first one there is IT infrastructure. So that's really maintaining that modern, secure, resilient, and interoperable infrastructure. So that's making sure the network stays upgraded, the servers stay upgraded, the desktop devices remain current and consistent, that sort of thing. The next focus area is about digital customer services. How can we improve service delivery, make it more digital so that people have more access, but not only the outside customer, but the internal customer as well. So giving staff access to online forms, access to their vacation data, for example, so that they know exactly how much time they have left. It's digitizing the customer service in those ways. We want to modernize and automate those core business processes and the business solutions. So leverage the tools that we have in place, make them work for us, and digitize the whole process start to finish. One of the other focus areas is about the modern and digital workplace, giving staff the tools they need, giving staff the solutions they need, and the training, of course, so that they can come to work and feel good about their jobs because they have the tools at hand to do what they need to do. And then finally, leverage the full power of GIS and data. You've heard about that, but I'm going to emphasize a little bit more about the data side of it too. So we really see our GIS people have a strength, the bench strength, if you will, in managing data. And so it's a really good place to start pulling together the terabytes of data that the town has right now, getting a handle on understanding where the data is, how it's being stored, and making it usable so that we can do analytics on it, get some reporting, some performance measures, all that sort of thing. So really leveraging that full power. If you go to the next slide, please, there is a lot of projects that were identified that are on the work plan for the next few years, but we did have the steering committee identify the top 10 priorities, went through a whole process with this, and this was just the top 10 that they came up with, and you saw some of them on the budget. These, of course, are fluid. They're subject to the needs. It's a 5-year plan, so next year things might shift. We don't know that, and of course, they're always subject to the budget process, so we're not saying these have to be in place, but these were ranked the highest by the steering committee and by staff. So speaking of budget, I'm going really quickly here. The next slide.
Susan, Susan, sorry to interrupt, but just before you keep going, I have something administratively I need to look after here. First of all, the committee's almost been in session for 5 hours, so we need to extend by an hour. We'll do it an hour at a time, depending on how much stamina you have and how far we get. So if I could have a mover and a seconder, Councillor Potts, Deputy Mayor Fryer, all those in favor. Thank you for that. Carry on, Susan.
Okay, thank you. We're almost done here. If you go to the next slide, please. So budget considerations, because of course technology doesn't come cheap, but it's not just about technology. It really is that trifecta of people, process, and technology that we've talked about throughout this master plan. We've got some resource changes that needed to be made, some skill sets that are required to really deliver some of these solutions. We've talked a lot about processes and digitizing those processes, reevaluating them, that kind of continuous improvement of how we're doing the service delivery. And then of course there is the technology as well. So it really is important to recognize that the approval or endorsement or whatever of this strategy doesn't mean approval of all the projects and all the budgets in all the years. It's of course subject to the annual budget process going through the steering committee. We're working with the steering committee as well on the whole project intake and prioritization process, helping them to refine that. But we just wanted to emphasize that it's a lot of money in the end, but this all doesn't have to be approved at this point, and nor should it be, even if you have the money. Technology changes too rapidly. So what we're saying today we might not want it next year. So we need for this strategy to be fluid enough and agile enough to change with the times and to change with the different requirements. We don't know what new legislation is going to come to us as a municipality, so we have to be able to adapt and move forward. So as I noted just in the last bullet point, it really is the responsibility of the manager of IT and the steering committee to use that proposed roadmap as the input to the annual work planning and the budget process. So the next slide then. So some of the expected outcomes, we believe very strongly, and this is based on working with our clients across Canada, primarily in Ontario, but certainly across Canada, that by doing some of these projects and really paying attention to especially the process reviews and those core foundational projects that we've talked about, both infrastructure, but also solutions and governance, that we can see some improved efficiencies of the workforce. Staff will have an easier time with those tools at hand, with the right tools at hand. We know we're going to have improved effectiveness of policymaking, decision-making when you have access to the right data, the right information, and can do the analysis that's needed. We know that service delivery, if we can empower our end customers to have more self-service, it lowers the costs. We know the more we can put online, it's a lot cheaper than any kind of in-person delivery of service. And it's about convenience. Amazon-like services, right? Do we really expect the municipality to be delivering services like that? Not really, but I know a few municipalities who looked at, can we sell our green bins and stuff through Amazon? Can be done, right? So it's about that different mindset. How can we move forward? And really, it's about increasing the connectedness, being able to engage better with the community. And next slide. That's the end of my quick presentation on the report.
Great. Thank you, Susan, so much for that. So we do not have anyone in the gallery to participate in this staff report, and I'll ask the clerk regarding our remote participants.
Thank you. Any attendees participating remotely, if you'd like to speak to the staff report, please press the raise your hand feature at the bottom of your screen. And not at this time, Chair Jeffrey.
Okay, thank you. All right, so the recommendation that we will put on the floor this evening is that staff report CCS 2023-05 Information Technology Master Plan be endorsed in principle as presented, subject to annual budget approvals. Can I have a mover and a seconder, please? Councillor Baines and Vice Chair Doherty. And Vice Chair Doherty, similar to the last one, I'd like to pass the gavel to you for an amendment. And my amendment, exactly the same as the last one, is to remove the words endorsed in principle to the end and add the words received and any, how did I word it last time? Any steps that require funding will be considered in annual budget approvals.
Okay. Seconder, Deputy Mayor Pryor. Great. Thank you. Comments, discussion?
Hasn't changed since the last one.
Mayor Hamlin?
Yes, I will just echo what our consultant has said, that it's, and I'll just read it from her slide, it's important to recognize that approval of the strategy does not mean approval of associated budgets for subsequent years, but it does give a map, a guide for staff as to how they should proceed in thinking about our digital future. So I'm not in support of the amendment.
Any other comments? Councillor Bain?
Thank you. Just as our chair has stated her amendment again, so I would state my opposition. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Okay. If there's no further comment, we have an amendment on the table. Moved and seconded. All in favor? 2, 3, 5. And opposed? 1, 2, 3, 4, and the amendment passes.
Thank you. All right, so discussion on the motion as amended. Are there any questions from the committee members? Oh, Councillor Baines.
Thank you, Chair. I'd just like to say to Susan Chase, that was a very dynamic and thoughtful presentation. I think it was one of the more educational of the night. So congratulations.
All right. Seeing no other comments. Oh, Councillor or Vice Chair Doherty.
Thank you. And this is a question that I will direct to Ms. Chase, but I'm not sure whether we may not have to flip it over to staff. But if you could just slip back to the slide that identifies priorities, the top 10.
Staff are finding that slide.
Okay. I think it was the second to last.
Thank you.
That's it. Thank you. So my question is, are these top 10 in the order in which they're listed, or are these are the priorities potentially different, or the ranked priorities different, or the ranks of the priorities?
Susan?
Through you, Chair, to the councillor, we used a criteria to establish these priorities. So we wanted to have a quantitative criteria. So this is how they were ranked according to that scoring. There was much discussion about them as well. Some of the scores then changed post-discussion, but these are the top 10 according to that criteria.
Thank you. Follow up?
Yes, yeah. So I guess, well, it depends, I guess, how we proceed with budget, but at this point in time, I'm just questioning the ranking. We've already discussed the website refresh, and there seemed to be, in my view, some consensus around the table that that was something that we could postpone, and yet we're seeing it listed here as number 4. I have heard various members of staff speaking about the need for upgrades for CityView and WorkTech software, and I'm seeing them much lower on the priority list. So all to say, they don't jive with what I've heard generally. But I guess at the end of the day, we'll wait and see what comes forward during budget.
Okay. All right. So no response. I think you answered your own question.
I guess I did.
Okay. Just checking, just to make sure. Any other comments, questions? Seeing none, then I'll call the vote. All those in favor of the motion as amended, and that is carried unanimously. Thank you very much. And thank you, Susan, for hanging in there with us this evening.
My pleasure. Thank you.
All right. So that brings us to 5.7, which is the short-term accommodation recommendation. And this is going to be delivered by our clerk, I believe.
Thank you, Chair Jeffrey. I will not prolong this either in the for efficiency purposes, and I'll ask our licensing officer, Amanda Phone, that's going to be doing the presentation, even some of the preliminary stuff, if you'd like to, brush by some of that to get into the meat of our recommendations from the consultation, that would be great.
Sure. Thank you, and good evening, Chair Jeffrey, council, colleagues, and members of the public. Thank you for having me here this evening to present on the proposed short-term accommodation licensing program. excuse me, outlined in staff report C 2023-24. Next slide, please. So I'll just highlight kind of some of the background here. Under the town zoning bylaw, it is currently prohibited to use a dwelling unit as a short-term accommodation other than a bed and breakfast. The zoning bylaw also provides a definition for short-term accommodation, which in summary means a rental of a dwelling unit or part of one for 30 days or less. Despite this ban, there are over 360 operating in town. While SDAs can offer several benefits to hosts, visitors, and the local economy, they also pose challenges. The growth of the STA market in Collingwood has raised concerns about the negative impacts on neighborhoods and has shed light on the limits of current regulations. Since June of 2022, Council has approved several staff reports and recommendations with respect to STAs and a possible licensing program. Next slide, please. Most recently, with Council support, staff conducted a public consultation to obtain feedback on the draft STA licensing bylaw and potential zoning bylaw amendments. The survey was available from June 19th till July 31st and received 253 responses. Staff also hosted an open house on July 12th, and where the public could ask questions and provide input on the proposed licensing program. Approximately 40 individuals attended. The survey responses were mainly from year-round Collingwood residents who owned one property in town. Just over half of respondents are aware of STAs in their neighborhood. 7% had previously operated an STA, and 4% of participants are currently providers of STAs. Next slide, please. This slide just summarizes some of the feedback from some of the survey questions. So 66% of survey respondents definitely agreed and 14% somewhat agreed with the need to license STAs. So roughly around 80% agreed with licensing. And the majority of the respondents also agreed with the responsible person requirement, the principal residence approach, the limit of one license per property, as well as the 3 proposed licensing classes. Half of participants also supported the proposed licensing fees, and less than half of participants agreed with the proposed dwelling types, the limit of on the number of rental days per year, and the limit of licenses. Next slide, please. In addition to the survey questions, respondents were also asked to provide additional comments related to various aspects of the licensing program. The report outlines these 7 themes and staff's response, but the most frequently commented concerns were relating to the disturbances and safety issues experienced by neighbors of STAs and how enforcement will improve with licensing. One of the guiding principles for the review of STAs was to determine a solution that will allow staff to address neighborhood issues and deal with negligent hosts. While licensing may present some enforcement challenges, we believe it will improve the town's current approach and the ability for STAs to peacefully coexist within neighborhoods. By establishing regulations under a licensing program, the town will have the authority to impose conditions on hosts to address these neighborhood concerns, and it also provides additional enforcement tools such as demerit points or license suspension or termination that will allow the town to better address issues locally. The availability and affordability of long-term rentals and housing is also an evident concern to the community. Some commented that STAs improve affordability for existing or aspiring homeowners, and that these opportunities should not be limited. The proposed licensing bylaw permits STAs where the host's principal residence and in an accessory unit on the same property as the owner's principal residence. This will prevent STAs from operating in non-principal residences, with the hope that this stock will return to the long-term or housing market, while at the same time allowing 200 residents to earn additional income from STAs, which may help them to afford their homes. Some participants also expressed their opposition to allowing STAs, and others suggested STAs should not be governed by regulations, but through market factors, for example. However, home sharing is increasing in popularity, and hosts will continue to find ways around the current rules as technology evolves. The lack of enforcement tools under the current system creates challenges for the town to enforce a ban. And without licensing, there would be no requirement for the STA host to be a resident of Collingwood or for them to comply with licensing conditions such as fire safety and occupancy requirements. Other comments also included the benefits that STAs provide to the local economy and hosts, and that licensing should not be funded through general tax revenue, but through the users of the program and licensing fees. Next slide, please. So while most requirements of the STAs are set out in the licensing bylaw, changes to the official plan and the zoning bylaw are also necessary to recognize STAs as a permitted use and align the provisions with the licensing bylaw. However, since bed and breakfasts are currently permitted, staff are proposing a two-phase approach to prevent any delays with the implementation of this licensing program. Under phase 1, a Class A license would be required for bed and breakfasts only. Pending council approval, staff would prepare for implementation of phase 1 as of February 1st of 2024, with a deadline for application submission set for March 1st. Staff will also initiate the zoning bylaw amendment during this time, pending council approval of the official plan update. After the implementation of phase 1, following council approval of the official plan and zoning bylaw amendment, staff will report back to council with a status update on the phase 1, an updated licensing bylaw, and the plan and timing for rollout of phase 2. Next slide, please. Under phase 1, bed and breakfast operators will be able to apply for a Class A license. Since bed and breakfasts are currently permitted, as I've mentioned, through the zoning bylaw, staff are proposing to bring this program in effect as of February 1st. An analysis of existing staff was undertaken to understand what resources were needed to implement the licensing program. It was determined that some application review, inspections, and program support can be provided under phase 1 using existing staff resources. However, to administer and enforce the program, additional staff are needed as there is no capacity to add this extra work to the current staff complement. So in terms of staffing, to implement, oversee, and administer the licensing program and bylaw, 0.75 of a licensing officer position is required. The remainder of this position is being requested through the 2024 budget to be recoverable through other town programs and licensing fees. Additionally, a bylaw services coordinator is proposed to be equally shared between the licensing program and the bylaw services division. This position would assist the licensing officer in administering and coordinating the licensing program. A municipal law enforcement officer 3 position is recommended to have a delayed start date of July 1st to ensure that there is sufficient time to recruit and train the officer in advance of phase 2 implementation. In terms of program costs, there is a one-time implementation and reduced ongoing costs for CityView's licensing software, which will seamlessly integrate into the public portal on the town's website and will allow the town to manage and receive applications, track inspections, and enforcement actions. And the intent is for this to be fully implemented for phase 2. The Bylaw Services Division also currently uses a compliance monitoring solution from Granicus to assist with enforcement. And this saves staff time sufficiently by identifying STAs, removing the duplicate listings, and linking advertisements to properties in town. And this will continue to assist staff in auditing the listings and enforcement of the licensing program. A licensing appeal committee is necessary to hear the appeals relating to refusals to issue a license, or if a license is suspended, revoked, or terminated, and an appeal fee is proposed to cover the costs of this committee. Lastly, contingency funds are recommended as there may be a need for prosecution or legal services to support the implementation and enforcement of the STA licensing program. To be clear, this does not include any contingency funds if either of the planning instruments are appealed. And just as of note, year 1 costs are slightly higher than the ongoing due to the one-time implementation cost of the licensing software. Next slide, please. So phase 2 is the introduction of the full licensing program, which requires the approval of the official plan and zoning bylaw amendment in order to implement. This will enable residents to apply for Class B and Class C licenses until the 200 licenses have been issued. Phase 2 continues the staffing and other program costs that were required for phase 1. But in phase 2, there is the addition of a part-time fire inspector who will be responsible for the application review and fire inspections that are required as part of the application process to verify the compliance with the fire code. Next slide, please. Staff considered comments from council and the public and have also proposed some amendments to the bylaw. First, changes were made to the licensing bylaw to align it with the phased implementation plan by removing some of the provisions that pertain to Class B and Class C licenses. The limit on the total number of rental days was removed due to the challenges and staffing needs to enforce this provision, and instead, Class B and C applicants will be required to submit an affidavit confirming their principal residence. If a property is under the authority of a condominium corporation, the applicant will be required to obtain written permission to apply for an STA license. And just to be clear that we are still proposing that they are in single detached dwelling units. So that definitely limits the condominium corporations that are that would be applied to in this case. And lastly, staff recommend applying the administrative monetary penalties system to licensing, which will offer a more streamlined approach and efficient method of handling bylaw offenses and encourage voluntary compliance. And staff intend to bring that forward in 2024. Next slide, please. Another proposed change is an update to the licensing fees. The intent of the fees is to cover the costs associated with administering and enforcing the licensing program so that the users of the program are funding it rather than these costs being passed on to the general tax base. In developing the recommended fee structure, various factors were included, such as the estimated total cost of the program, comparable municipal licensing fees, the limit of 200 licenses, the objective of the program being cost neutral, and local nightly rental rates. To be clear, the proposed licensing fees are also inclusive of the property standards and fire inspections that are required and the compliance checks that are also done by planning and building during the application review. So that's all captured within those licensing fees that you see in front of you. And assuming that all 200 licenses are fully issued by the town, revenue from the licensing fees alone could bring up to $450,000, which will cover the proposed costs of the program. And if AMPS is introduced, the administrative monetary penalties system, this could also bring another revenue stream for the program as well. The licensing fees could also be reviewed over time and tweaked to ensure that they are covering the necessary costs of the program if there are any gaps. But given the phased implementation, we have proposed to leverage some of the funds from the surplus parking funds to offset any expenses during the first 2 years of implementation so that we are ensuring that the program does remain self-sustaining and there are no costs unfairly passed to other residents until the program can be fully implemented. And once it's fully implemented, we have full intention to reimburse this revenue from the parking reserve. Next slide, please. So there were additional matters identified in the report for council's consideration as well, and they were not included in the total estimated costs. So they do bring with them some additional financial considerations. The first being whether council desires enforcement of the STA licensing program outside of normal business hours. It is recognized that some of the issues within neighborhoods may occur outside of regular business hours, such as on evenings and weekends when STAs are typically more active. If council does desire enforcement of the licensing program outside of the regular business hours, additional staffing would likely be required, and the number of staffing would be dependent on the level of service that's set by council, so the days and hours of operation. Some municipalities also use Granicus's 24-hour complaint hotline to assist with their customer service and enforcement. So upon receiving a complaint, Granicus would either contact the responsible person to attempt to resolve the complaint, or they would contact the town. And if in the event that the complaint is not urgent, that's typically when they would reach out to the town. The cost for this solution is approximately just over $6,000 per year, and it is recommended that this would be implemented along with phase 2 as well, when the full rollout of the program is, and we have the full revenue stream coming in through the licensing fees. Next slide, please. Just for time, I will skip over this slide, but just to note that these are the recommendations that are included in the staff report. And that concludes my presentation. Thank you so much for listening.
Thank you very much, Amanda. So we have no one in the gallery requesting to participate in this staff report, and I'll ask the clerk to check with our remote participants, please.
Thank you, Chair Jeffrey. There are no raised hands.
Okay, thank you very much for that. All right, so I will read the recommendation. That staff report C 2023-24 licensing short-term accommodations be received, and that council approve the phased-in implementation of the short-term accommodation licensing program Appendix A, subject to the necessary land use planning policy and regulatory approvals required to support Class B and C licenses as recommended herein, and that staff be directed to proceed with a town-initiated zoning bylaw amendment, and that council authorize the use of surplus parking funds to cover any expenses during the first 2 years of implementation, such as staffing, licensing, software, and other program costs, until the program becomes self-sustaining and the parking reserve be reimbursed from future years' revenues, and further that staff report back to council with an update on phase 1 implementation, any necessary revisions to the licensing bylaw, and a plan for rolling out phase 2 of the licensing program following the approval of a zoning bylaw amendment. Have a mover and a seconder, please. Councillor Ring, Councillor Perry. All right, and I am going to sever out the part with respect to the surplus parking funds, just to pursue a little further some items on that. Does anybody require anything else to be severed out? Councillor Baines. Oh, right.
Thank you, Chair Jeffrey. It would sever out, I believe it's Class C3, excuse me. The provision of ADUs being an acceptable STA. I'm opposed to that, so.
Okay, we will vote on that separately as well. So I've made a note of here, and I just Clerk Almus, do you know offhand which clause I would be taking that out of? Man, the second one? No, I wrote it beside the right one. Or and the council approved the phased-in implementation. Yeah. Okay. All right. Perfect. All right. All right. We got that covered. Yes.
Thank you. Is it possible to sever out the first part so that we can receive it and then speak to the rest?
Yeah, for sure.
Okay.
Yeah, absolutely. All right. So with that suggestion, we'll vote on receiving. All those in favor? And that is carried unanimously. Thank you very much. All right. Questions and comments. Councillor Perry.
Forgot the microphone. Thank you. I do have a question regarding demerit points, and I'm going to try and, I know what I want to say in my head, but whether it comes out that way, it might be different. So as far as the demerit points go, so supposing I have an STA and I've accumulated a certain amount of demerit points, and I let my license lapse, go a couple of years, reapply for a license, get a license. Do those demerit points carry over for the same property?
Through you, Chair Jeffrey, to Councillor Perry. So anytime a property is sold, the individual would have to apply for a license. The license is not transferable for that, in that case, the demerit points, for a particular individual who has a license on a property, they last for 2 years.
Okay.
And for example, they have to accumulate 15 demerit points. That would mean their license is terminated and revoked. So that would last for 2 years.
Okay. So, okay. Thank you. So it's a 2-year max and then you start at 0 again?
Yeah.
Okay. Yes. Thank you very much.
Okay.
Yeah.
Manager Herod, did you want to add anything to that? I just saw you come on. I just didn't know whether you wanted to speak to it or not.
No, I think Amanda answered that. So I was just turning on my camera because I noticed that it was off.
Yeah, no problems. Thank you. All right. Oh boy. Okay. So we got Councillor Houston and then Councillor Potts and then Deputy Mayor. And if I forget that order, tell me. And then Mayor Hamlin.
Thank you, Chair. First, I just want to say thank you for all the work that's gone into this. I am fully in support of a licensing program. My questions are around Phase 1 and Class A. For existing legally conforming B&Bs, do we know how many there are currently in Collingwood?
Amanda?
Through you, Chair, to Councillor Houston. Currently, we do not license them. We do not collect information. So we actually don't know how many bed and breakfasts are currently operating. And one of the issues we run into right now in bylaw services is a lot of individuals actually think that they're running bed and breakfasts and that they do comply with the zoning bylaw requirements, but it turns out that usually most of them don't. Unfortunately, that happens. So definitely licensing, we would give us that information to kind of know who is operating compliance and not.
Thank you. And how about any of the ones that are currently operating under a business name? We do know of those ones. I know some of them have taken part in our municipal accommodation tax roundtables. My understanding is those do go through, I guess, a more rigorous process. More costly insurance, things like that. Do we have an understanding of how many of those there are in town?
Through you, Chair. Unfortunately, I don't have that information in front of me. I am aware the fire department does inspect some bed and breakfasts, so they do have some records. But in terms of like the business ones operating in town, I unfortunately I don't have that information in front of me. I don't know how many we have. Sorry. It's okay.
Okay.
Is that information that you would want for when this comes up at council?
Yeah, and my reason is just based on the fact that these businesses have additional costs, startup costs, insurance costs. I'm not sure if I support Phase 1 with Class A implementation requiring them to pay these licensing fees. I would equate them similar to a hotel is my reason for asking.
Mm-hmm. Okay. All right. So staff will have that request so that we can have it at. Oh, right. Thank you. Manager Herod.
Thank you. So through Chair to Councillor Houston. So based on information that I know from the fire department and based on kind of my knowledge of existing B&Bs, I believe there could be 4 to 5 like existing like bona fide B&Bs. I believe there is one on here Ontario Street, well, 2 on here Ontario Street for sure. I believe there's also one on Finley Street, and there may be 2 more, one on Forest Drive potentially. And I believe the fire department has done at least, or has become aware of at least 20 of them through their various inspections.
Thank you.
Yeah, I guess just just one final follow-up. Not really a question, but more of a comment. That would be, as this comes back forward to council, if we could maybe take into consideration grandfathering in some of these existing businesses that have been operating and have invested a significant amount of money.
Okay, so that may take some form of amendment if you want to do that now, it would go into, right now we're working on clauses 2, 3, and 5 without the ADUs on STA. Would everybody prefer we go through one at a time? I think the clerk's nodding her head, so we're going to do that. All right. So should I just continue with all the offerings, or we'll just move to the offerings on this one clause and then I'll figure out where yours is going to go? Where will your amendment go within? Number 2? Yeah, okay. All right. So you can bring your amendment now if you would like.
Okay, and I might need help with this, but to include existing legally conforming bed and breakfasts, grandfathering them in. I'm not sure how to best word that.
Okay, just grandfathering without fees or something. Or... Yeah. Okay, seconder for the amendment.
I'm prepared to second it because it is one of the lines of questioning that I was going to come up with. So I'd like to second it and get it on the table and then speak to it.
Sure. All right. So it's seconded by the deputy mayor. You okay? All right. Clerk Almas, fire away.
Certainly. Thank you, Chair Jeffrey. So it will be difficult because we don't register, we don't license businesses currently. So for us to determine someone coming to us saying that they had a legally non-conforming use when we don't register them to begin with might be a little bit difficult. You know, there is different mechanisms that we could look at and the commercial uses, but it might be a little bit more trickier. So we'll have to investigate depending on the outcome of this recommendation before the report comes back next.
Okay, and Councillor Houston, you can respond to the clerk's comments.
Yes, I think because as part of implementation of phase 1, I would assume we would be identifying all of the bed and breakfasts, and at that time, I would imagine the ones that are operating as a business would be able to produce business licenses. No?
No. They don't license businesses, so.
We don't, but they would have a registered business license.
Clerk Ramos?
Certainly, and I don't know the whole ins and outs of the business component of it, but an individual could register a corporation or a business as well if they're doing an Airbnb in a residential area. So we'd have to take a look at what that means.
Okay. All right. What did you have to offer, Deputy Mayor?
I had, sorry, I left my mic on and that probably caused you problems. This was where I was going to. I was going to suggest that we, in some way, look at this as we'll grandfather something if it can be determined to be complying, and leave it to staff to determine that over the course of the time leading up to the council meeting. Because I share the same concern as you. If you had a conforming, even though it's not registered situation, and they've been in operation for a number of time, then I struggle a little bit with imposing something on them. But I recognize the difficulty of identifying them and establishing if they're so that my suggestion was going to be something similar to that. Can we leave it to staff to come back and finalize what we think we may put on the floor to grandfather?
So, Councillor Houston, are you okay with that wording, and as opposed to amending it now, as just asking staff to come back with a recommendation that may achieve that, if it's possible for the council meeting? Okay, all right. So we're all agreed on. Are you agreed on that? All right. We have a mover and a seconder. Is there any other conversation with respect to that amendment, Mayor Hamlin?
Yeah, I'll just echo, I really feel like we need to recognize that B&Bs have been peaceable small business operators in our community and aren't the reason, as I understand it, in any event, that we're going to this licensing system. So to impose these for them, I think, will be onerous costs. Doesn't seem quite right. So I'm in support of this. Thank you.
Okay. Seeing no other hands, then all those in favor of the amendment, and that is carried unanimously. So we'll carry on with the second clause as amended, without the class A ADUs for STAs. Okay. I'm not seeing any other questions. Oh, right. Sorry. Councillor Potts was first, then Vice Chair Doherty. Do you have something else, Deputy Mayor, after that? I'm just trying to keep a list here.
Okay. Thanks, Chair Jeffrey. A great presentation. I've heard mixed from contacts that have got in touch with me where it's ruining neighborhoods, and in other cases, residents are actually benefiting to be able to pay their bills. What I'm looking at here is I see there's a yearly fee that has to be renewed each year. Is there some sort of process each year where they reapply? Is the neighborhood engaged? And I even look at when they apply for an STA, the neighborhood engaged. And I use an example of, let's use a neighborhood that's maybe having a bad experience with one that's not regulated right now, but and they apply. Is it, I think it would be a benefit to go through the neighborhood to say, has there been any issues, or do you have any issues? Such and such a resident has applied to this, and to get feedback, because it is important, because it does strain our local neighborhoods. And so I don't know if that was something maybe through the process of applying. I didn't see it, but I could have missed it. So I'm just looking for input.
Amanda.
Excuse me, sorry, through you, Chair. So we did consider that, and I have heard that from a number of members of the public as well, just as a suggestion, similar to kind of what we do for zoning bylaw amendments. However, that being said, the licensing bylaw typically would contain all of the requirements that must be met in order to obtain a license. And it's not typically we don't typically see where somebody is kind of determining someone else's eligibility for a license. It's usually based on that kind of criteria that's outlined in the bylaw. And so once a license, like if the town, for example, grants a license based on the conditions that we've reviewed and they've met, if there are any issues, the licensing bylaw provides the town with the ability to then suspend or revoke or terminate that license. There's also the annual requirement, as you mentioned, which would mean that the individual would have to reapply. At that point, we would definitely look at, the complaints that were received against the property. There are a number of conditions outlined in the bylaw that would give reason for the licensing officer not to issue the license. So definitely those things would be taken into consideration. But yeah, at this point, there is nothing in the licensing bylaw that speaks to that specific provision. But with that being said, staff feel that the way it's drafted and with the annual requirement, that we think we've kind of covered all of those boxes.
Okay, Clerk Collins.
And just to add on to that, with the demerit system too, we want neighborhoods to be diligent as well. So when they do have concerns, make sure they advise the town. So then we can take demerit points off, and then it doesn't impact their eligibility.
Okay, yeah, follow up.
Yeah, thanks. Just a follow up, and for the additional bylaw positions that maybe be required, if they were to go through, would this put an end to the ongoing answers that us councillors get from residents that bylaw is short staffed? Is this going to kind of accommodate that perspective as well, or are we going to approve this or go through with this and then months down the road be faced with the same answers coming into us?
Okay, Thank you, Councillor Potts. So Amanda, would like to respond?
Sure. Through you, Chair, to Councillor Potts. I'll start off, and maybe Adam might want to feed in on my comment, but the position that's being requested is for the licensing program. That municipal law enforcement officer is dedicated solely to delivering enforcement of the licensing program. So there would not be any kind of shared responsibility with the bylaw services division. So Adam, I'm not sure if you want to kind of speak to that. Manager Ward?
Thank you, and through the chair to Councillor Potts. So, so in the last year, the bylaw services division has been challenged. We've lost a number of staff over the years. We've brought on some new staff. So certainly, it's been slower responding to complaints because of these challenges. Certainly, if there is an ability to have this municipal law enforcement officer take on a little bit additional responsibilities, such as some property standards, because it will be part of their kind of job through the licensing process. Certainly some of those tasks could be assigned, but as Amanda indicated, the sole focus of this position was for licensing. And again, it is our hope that they will be able to take on some additional responsibilities. It may be like a 90% licensing, 10% bylaw enforcement.
Gorgalis.
And sorry, thank you, Chair Jeffrey. Just to jump onto that piece, the benefit too is still our bylaw division is getting all the calls about current STA problems that they can't enforce. They still have to follow up and monitor and whatnot. So that piece will be taken out because this dedicated individual will be looking after that to also free up some of the time of the existing complement.
Yeah, I can certainly appreciate that response. And again, great presentation. Thanks.
All right. Next on my list was Vice Chair Doherty.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Chair. And thank you very much for the presentation. It was very thorough. And I'm very strongly in support in principle for this program. It's long overdue. I do have a couple of questions about the specific implementation, though. The first is why during the second phase are we excluding apartment-style condominiums or apartments, duplexes or townhomes? Why are we if they are still the principal residence? Why are they excluded?
Hi, Amanda.
Thank you. Sorry, through you, Chair. So we have looked at kind of the current market out there right now. Majority of STAs that are operating are out of single detached dwellings and not in multifamily homes. Just recognizing that the other community priorities also with the affordable housing, we also were taking that into consideration in terms of limiting the licenses, but also limiting to where they're located, not in kind of areas and types of dwelling units that might be kind of lower rent or more affordable for individuals in town. And we are also kind of carrying forward the current requirements with the bed and breakfasts. But that's not to say that, if we implement the program, that we definitely can look at the success of licensing and look at other types of dwelling units. Perhaps if there is an interest from the community in expanding the program, that's definitely something we could look at.
Thank you. Paula?
Thank you. Yeah, I think that would be a great idea, because if we are basing this decision in part because it's good for some of our residents to be able to earn extra income, then if a resident happens to own a duplex or a townhome, or renting an apartment, as far as that goes, they may still need some assistance in carrying that. So I don't see really the difference, but certainly as we start, we have to start somewhere. So that makes sense. Second question that I have is, because it wasn't clear from the report, are the STAs going to be given a unique identifier or number, and will that have to be recorded on the platform upon which they're advertising? Yes. Okay.
Yes, through you, Chair. It is a requirement in the licensing bylaw, and it will also be required to be posted on the town's website as well. So it will be accessible for residents to view the numbers.
Okay, great. Thank you. Just if I can carry on. I find that notwithstanding the fact that it's meant to be revenue neutral, I still think, in my view, that the cost of implementation, staff and software, is extremely high, in particular in year one, because, I mean, you got to assume that we're going to be ramping up. We're not going to have 200 STAs operating all at once. So I certainly would like to see some consideration of phasing from a budgetary standpoint, and whatever that takes. And the software, when we have an option, a less expensive, very effective, seems like, option with Granicus, then I don't see, in the early days anyway, any point in investing in the CityView software at $50,000 plus. Right. I had another question. It jumped out. I'll
come back.
Okay, it'll come back.
All right. So then I think I have Councillor Ring, and then Mayor Hamlin, and then Deputy Mayor Fryer. Did you have any? No. Does somebody else have a card up there? No. No. Okay. All right. So then I'll go to Mayor Hamlin.
Thank you. I just have a few questions through you, Madam Chair. The first one is, I believe the report mentioned there were some 350 illegal STAs currently operating, and we're going to, if this was approved, license 200. How will they be selected?
Excuse me. Through you, Chair. Sure. So based on, I mean, to speak first to the amount and the reason we chose that number, just based on the parameters of the licensing bylaw that we are proposing, the fact that it has to be in a principal residence, in a single detached dwelling unit, and a number of other factors as well, we don't anticipate that all 350 are going to be eligible. Individuals who are operating them primarily as short-term accommodations, for example, where there's no individual even living in the residence, those will not be allowed under the proposed licensing bylaws. So those individuals would not be eligible for a license, and that's kind of how that would be determined. So at that point, we all those factors considered, we don't anticipate we'll get more than 200 licenses.
I have a few questions. Okay, so my second one is, so for those, let's say that we end up with 140 that shouldn't be operating, will we be able to turn our enforcement person or persons on them immediately to shut them down?
Yes, so the intent of kind of that rollout approach, and what we see with phase one, for example, with setting the application deadline, and we would do kind of a same rollout approach probably for phase two as well, where we would tell individuals, you know, you have till March 1st to apply, and after that, that's when we're starting kind of the enforcement approach. So it allows individuals to kind of get all the things that they need to get together, like their insurance, electrical safety certificate, and all of those inspections and everything that they need to apply. And then it'll allow us to kind of get our stuff together and get ready for enforcement going forward. But yes, as soon as kind of that deadline date is dropped, then we would be able to look at all of our license numbers and enforce whoever is not licensed, whoever does not have a license number in their advertisement. And yes, sorry.
Okay, my next question, is from my, observations, we can't put it higher than that. It seems that every municipality that has decided to introduce licensing, they still have so many illegal STAs operating. And it seems to me that some people are just unscrupulous, like they'll use license numbers from, other legal ones and put them up and put them on the websites. And I mean, there's so many tricks of the trade out there. And I believe that this will only work if we have a robust enforcement, process. I know this report doesn't really address that in too much detail yet, but I just wanted to offer up that I did think it was important that, that we do include the Grannis off hours hotline to allow people to access that after hours. And also the report comments that there's no way to recoup enforcement costs, but I was hoping that perhaps, and then this could be a further report, but I'm hoping that the fines that we could collect would cover enforcement costs. And I don't know, has staff I guess my question is, has staff turned their mind to that yet? Thank you.
Clerk Almost.
Thank you, Chair Jeffrey. That's a good question. And the mayor actually had submitted that question in advance, and staff did have a chance to take a look at it. The fines generally would range between $500 to $2,000. So there would be some compensation that comes back to that. But again, I don't know, Acting Manager Herod, if there's anything further that you wanted to add.
Certainly. So through the chair to Mayor Hamlin, if we're referring to kind of the existing system without kind of any changes, Clerk Elmis is correct in saying that the fines are kind of limited, and we're not expecting, even though we can get up to $25,000 for a conviction under the Planning Act, generally speaking, the fines range between $500 to $2,500 per conviction. Having said that, with the licensing bylaw and the administrative monetary penalties included with that, generally municipalities have found success in that and have been able to recoup a significant amount of enforcement costs. Certainly the penalty notices can't be punitive, but certainly they can be within kind of an appropriate range of like $1,000 per contravention, for example.
Okay, well, that's good. I am anticipating a future report with robust discussion about how high the fines can be. Those are my questions. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you, Mayor Hamlin. So I have the Deputy Mayor, and then I have Councillor Baines. And
I'm just going to be brief because the Mayor Hamlin was right in the same area that I was thinking of. And I go right back to the 80% of the people that responded that indicated that we needed to have an SDA program. Mm-hmm. And I'm complimenting staff on the report they've put together, because I like the stages that you've set forward, because it's going to be growing pains for us and for the community. If everybody wants it, then we need it's a collective job to get this to work and work and go into those other stages that we might have to move into, because I am concerned about I think in order for this to work, enforcement is so important to it. Mm-hmm. And I recognize that we're trying to work within the normal business hour framework, and we're going to have input from neighbors and things like that. But hopefully it'll eventually grow to the stage where it can be basically covered by the municipality, and we can be monitoring for the illegal use of a number or the illegal advertising and those types of things. So as I said, I'm very pleased. I'm very supportive, and it is something I know you're going to be coming to us at various times with those other implementations that need to happen. So I'm fully supportive of it.
So 1 minute, Councillor Baines. So while I have this motion on the floor, can I still ask to extend? mean, the whole thing's on the floor right now. We've just severed it.
Should do most of this then.
Okay. All right. I was just asking the clerk to clarify the fact that we have a 6,000 word motion on the floor, but I still need a motion to extend, and we're going to do it even though that motion's on the floor. So if I could have a mover and a seconder to extend, please. Deputy Mayor, Councillor Ring, all those in favor? And that's carried unanimously. I love your stamina. All right. With that done, Councillor Baines has the floor.
Just quickly, thank you. Through you, Chair Jeffrey, to Officer Phone. I'm curious about how you came up upon the 30 days application process, because it would seem to me, I mean, were you looking at other municipalities introducing the program? Because I think that's personally very optimistic if you have 200 or perhaps 250 applications all hitting within 30 days. Can you give some background as to how you came up with that time period? Thank you.
Sorry, I'm like losing my voice every time I go to talk. Apologies. Through you, Chair, to Councillor Baines. So just to clarify, sorry, do you mind repeating your question?
Yeah, it's just a question how you came upon the 30-day time.
Yes. Yes, thank you. So just for clarification, the time frame actually isn't a drop dead date necessarily for the license applications per se, if they're going through it and filling it in. It's more so, leading up to February 1st, if that's the implementation, let's say, we would be, promoting the new rules throughout the community. The public would be very well aware that we are introducing these new rules. And as of February 1st, the application would open. And the key thing is they just have to have their application in by March 1st. So any individuals who are maybe not going through the application process, we don't anticipate the full process might not be completed at that point, just given they have to schedule a fire inspection and a property standards inspection, for example. So that'll kind of take some time. We'll need to spread it out. But they just need to show that they're actually applying for one. But if they have not shown that, then we can just assume that they're not going to, and then appropriate enforcement actions essentially would be taken from that.
Thank you. And I see Manager Herod is.
Yep, Manager Herod.
Thank you, Chair, and through you to Councillor Baines. So just to clarify, that 30-day time frame, if you're referring to the March 1st deadline, so this is just for bed and breakfast. So we're not expecting there to be 200 B&Bs. In fact, I would be surprised again if we have that 25. I'm thinking between like 10 to 20 B&Bs operating within town.
All right. One more. This is the last because I'm going to have my turn and we're calling the vote.
It's just a question of clarification with regard to the vote. By supporting each one of these, are we also supporting the budget as recommended? Because I do have a concern about, yeah, okay, thank you.
No, correct. Tell me if I'm wrong.
That's correct. You also need to approve the budget as it goes forward, but should you not approve the budget, then it may conversely impact this decision, but this decision doesn't approve the budget.
Mm-hmm. Okay. All right. Which is why we put it in this order. Councillor Baines, one more.
I still want to sever my ADUs.
Oh, I know that's severed for sure. We're not voting on that. I just said we're voting on everything but those, right? Okay. All right. So my comments are really quickly. This is that I find we always want to book our bylaw staff for everybody 8:30 to 4:30. And I don't know why we can't have some kind of other shifts like an 8:30 to 4:30 and something to 11:30 to spread it out a little more. I mean, it's obvious we know when the problems are going to occur. They're going to be evenings. So I'm pretty sure there must be work that we can be doing at the same time as being available to people who need to call in, because I just know how frustrating it's been for me in the past. And I'm a council member and I'm supposed to know my way around these complaint processes, but that could be the most frustrating thing when you're experiencing something that's not pleasant in your neighborhood. So that would be my one question is, do we have to all work 8:30 to 4:30, or can we look at some kind of shifts within that structure? And then it's something else. Maybe that's all that is for that one. Clerk Thomas? Yeah.
Thank you. I can address that question. So any sort of nuisance, noise bylaw, mischief, any sort of issue, even including parking, the OPP can also follow up on. But it's not to say that that staff wouldn't be able to consider additional hours. The concern that we have is generally for an after hours party type atmosphere, we would have some security or safety concerns for our officers. So we would have to have a potential conversation with the OPP regarding that. But if we did have this software that was a hotline, again, it's got to go to the responsible person factor first, and that responsible person should be able to get that party under control within the 30 minutes or hour max, I think, that we've provided for. And then again, the OPP is always available to.
I'm not offering up an amendment or anything. My question is why can't we? Because I do know how difficult it is when you're a resident out there. I did think of my other questions. So in terms of the Manager Herod's response to one of my colleagues here about the 90-10 split, I'm a little worried. I do know that our CAO does have some delegated authority. I would want some assurances here that that is not going to occur. If we approve this budget or approve this approach and a budget going through, that how do we ensure that there won't be a secondment out of this budget area into another wage area with that delegated authority? And I'm just not sure. I'm not insinuating you would. I'm just saying it's in our place. It's in our system. We haven't brought delegated authority to council yet for its consideration. But maybe CEO Skinner, if you could just respond to that, how we cover that off.
In this particular one, the program or service that you potentially would be endorsing is that you have an STA program that has a specific set of resources associated with it. So I would see this as one that, we're making a commitment to you, should the program be approved, that these resources would be applied to that program. Bylaw is a little different than some things, just in the sense that we have, and I can't remember what it's called, it's a level of service basically around what's enforced. And it's related to your earlier question as well about, for example, being called out at night. There's only one type of enforcement that we call out our own staff at night for, which would be the animal control. But those things are, under the control and direction of council. And we do have a different report, not STA report, that Manager Herod and the legislative director will be bringing forward around the levels of service and the types times during the day that we and night that we do or don't have staff on board.
Okay, thank you for that response. All right, so we are now going to vote on the second paragraph without the ADUs for STAs. All those in favor? Oh, sorry.
Did that second one not need amended?
It's as amended. It's already amended. Or no, yes, it was already amended.
Okay.
Yeah, so we're voting on this as amended without the ADUs for STA.
Okay, sorry.
Okay, clear? Clear as mud. All those in favor? And that's carried unanimously. Thank you very much. All right, so then moving to the vote for Councillor Bain's request to sever that we're voting with respect to the recommendation of the ADUs for STAs. Do you wish to comment any further? I think it's pretty clear. You've commented every time it's come up.
Thank you, but I can just restate that in about a week, we will come up to the first year anniversary of our election to council, where, if you all recall, affordable housing was the #1 issue. Accessory dwelling units, in my opinion, represent the fastest and most cost-effective means to deliver on the need for affordable, attainable housing, workforce housing here in Collingwood. To implement that program and then immediately transfer it over to the use of STAs, in my opinion, flies completely counter to our overarching goal of affordable or attainable housing. And it's for that reason that I just can't support the inclusion of ADUs in the STAs. Other than that, I'm fully in support of it all. Yep. Thank you.
Certainly, just for clarification, so any ADUs that go through our ADU program through affordable housing are not eligible to be licensed. Okay.
Are not, excuse me, for STA license? Right, but any others after the program expires. So my objection still remains in regards to even for those ones after the 20.
Okay, and CO Skinner.
Sorry, I'm just looking for some clarity. Thank you to the Councillor Baines. So an ADU could be someone who has a basement apartment, so they're nothing to do with any or apartment in their home. How would we know when to stop it, to start excluding them from being allowed to apply for a licensed STA?
You're asking me that, right?
Maybe that needs to go through someone else.
Yeah, it just that I was looking for the clarity around the you're asked to make sure I understood, because I thought
that's a fair point. Yeah. My conception of this, as I understood ADUs, are the sort of granny suite that is out in the backyard that is being proposed to be built, the 600 or 400 square foot accessory dwelling unit that is outside the principal residence, if you will. It's those that I really want to see used as long-term rentals for employees and for our children here in town. Thank you.
Yep, I saw Councillor Ring. I'm just waiting. Clerk almost wanted to make a clarification.
Sorry, I'll just I just for clarification further too, you're talking about detached accessory unit, so not an accessory unit that's within an existing dwelling.
Correct.
Okay.
Clear, crystal clear. Councillor Ring.
Originally, when the idea of STAs come up and licensing, I was very vocal against it. But I've come to learn that I think it's something that was necessary, and and maybe it's just my view to Councillor Bain. The idea with the ADU being a detached ADU, and that's what we're talking about, I think, is people are going to have to build them, and to get any grants or from the town's program or the county's program, they have to be particularly, they have to sign on for, I think it's 15, 20 years or something as a long-term resident. So I don't think it would apply for people that just want to use them as short-term residents. So I can't see people wanting to build these units and not getting the ability to use the funding that's available to them through the grants programs. I'm hoping that's the case.
All right, I have Deputy Mayor Fryer and then Councillor Potts.
I was just going to add on to Councillor Ring's comments because we've received comment from a affordable housing task force, and those have been incorporated in the decisions that have been made. So it's trying to capture it, and I know that the task force has indicated their support for it as reached. So I'm hopeful. I can't say, Councillor Baines, that something's not going to happen like you're thinking of, but I know that the task force has thought about this and they're in support of it.
Councillor Potts.
Thanks, Chair Jeffrey. I'm just looking for clarification. I'm a little confused. Is it maybe with Councillor Baines, like, are we, and the clerk had reference to being a detached building, and then there's the program to go through the I guess it's the grant or whatever through the town. So what is it like? What is it you're referring to? Is it that program, or is it just a detached building in general? Just clarification.
You're asking me.
Yeah, through to you, Councillor Baines.
Detached ADUs in the backyard, yes.
All right, so we're all clear? Okay, all those in favor with respect to ADUs for SDAs, all those in favor? We're voting, no, it was staff's recommendation within the recommendation. So you're voting for. Councillor Baines may vote against because he may still be against the staff recommendation. So all those in favor of staff's recommendation with respect to ADUs for SDAs, all those in favor? Opposed? And that carries. Okay. All right, so that's on to, and that staff be directed to proceed with a town initiated zoning bylaw amendment. We have a mover and a seconder. I don't see any other comments. All those in favor? And that is carried unanimously. Thank you very much. Which brings us to the paragraph regarding the use of surplus parking funds. I'd asked for this to be severed because I had questions about the motivation to bring this in as tight as you can if we're giving a carte blanche check into our parking reserves. I'm wondering if might be the benefit of a maximum, annual maximum, unless you come back to council to ask about it, or I mean, I think it was requested 150,000 a year. I'd also like to motivate maybe year one or year two be less than year one, but I just not really comfortable giving an open check to the parking reserve. Thomas.
Thank you, Chair Jeffrey. Obviously, the first year is going to be a bit of a trial in understanding where we're at. You haven't seen the success of our parking programs this year. And so we are looking at having it reimbursed once this program gets into place. So we originally did actually have a dollar amount indicated in the resolution. And then we thought, you know what, if we maybe be conservative and just leave it open. But I can appreciate your concern. I don't know if Acting Manager Harrod has anything further to add on the use of the surplus funds. And again, it's to be reimbursed after the program gets self-sustaining, and hopefully we have a MAT program in place as well.
Anything to add, Manager Harrod?
So through Chair sorry, I'm not sure who asked the question.
It was me.
Okay. Okay. So I would say, I guess we need like if you wanted to put a dollar figure on there, like the amounts that were kind of indicated in the report, we're assuming that the town would charge for a licensing fee for bed and breakfast, even the established ones. And so we would just need clarification as to whether or not this is this exemption possibly is for the lifetime of the of these bed and breakfasts, or if it's just for the first year. But certainly I think based on kind of the analysis that was done, we could put a dollar figure on it. And I think it's going to be around 150 to 200,000 per year. And again, to be paid back.
Yeah, understanding that. So then my other question with respect to that is, I think the clerk has somewhat answered as well, is are we going to be jeopardizing any other parking initiatives to come forward by depleting that reserve? I'll ask the clerk to respond.
Thank you. I can address that question, Chair Jeffrey. So the parking reserve is to go for additional capital expenses related to parking. And at this point, a parking garage or parking structure or a resurface of a parking lot is not within a 2-year time frame. So we feel that I think the onset is 5 years, that would give us time to replenish that reserve to not create any impact on future capital needs from that reserve fund.
Yep. Councillor Doherty.
Thank you, Chair. So I'd just like to reinforce my point that if we keep the expense, particularly the startup expense for this experiment, use little finger quotes, then we don't have to dip into the parking reserve to any great degree, hopefully. But on the other hand, I do appreciate what the clerk has said, that we don't know how it's going to work out in year one. And so to put a dollar figure on the maximum amount that could be taken out of the parking reserve, could be threatening the success of the program.
Yep. All right. I'll save an amendment for maybe council if I decide. Okay. So then we're going to vote on that paragraph. So all those in favor of the surplus parking funds, open check. All those in favor? Opposed, if any? She almost hit me. All right. And then the final regarding further that staff report back to council with an update on phase 1 implementation and carrying on. So we would always really appreciate, I'm seeing no discussion, all those in favor. And that is carried unanimously. We worked our way through the STA. So just looking at the clock, I'm going to look at the clerk. I'm moving those for sure, but we're back to budget. So we've given no direction on the budget right now. So should we move to defer those right now and get them out of the way? The only thing that would leave is a requirement for public delegations if there is anybody remotely by that time. All right. All right, so right now I would entertain from someone a motion to defer staff reports 5.6 and 5.5. One being council staff relations policy and the second being the third quarter operational report, unless you want to keep extending till the wee hours. All right, thank you, Councillor Potts. Seconder, thank you, Councillor Baines. All those in favor, I don't even know where I put my yes. And that's carried unanimously. Okay, so those are deferred. Excellent. So that brings us back to the budget. So we're moving on. So the second paragraph where we're at is not on the floor yet. I guess I'll put all the rest on the floor with the intention to sever. All right, so the recommendations going on the floor are, and that staff be directed to move forward to include the items as identified by members of council in the second draft of the budget, and that council pre-approve the engineering manager position, and if the position is onboarded prior to year end, that the expense be supported through the operating contingency fund, and further that council endorse staff move forward with a public engagement session, in early November. Mover and a seconder, and we're going to sever those. Mayor Hamlin? Vice Chair Doherty. All right. So the first one I think is the big one. We need to get ready for the public consultations. So any advice in terms of, I believe we'll be working to the numbered 2 priorities. Do you have a process, Madam Treasurer, that you thought might work better for us in this?
Well, thank you, Madam Chair. I think that maybe what we could do is if we talked about before, I don't want to say the break, but before we broke up to talk about the master plans, that maybe we stay focused or deal with the tax impact parts first, and then we'll bring the non-tax supported at the next meeting for budget, and we'll talk about those specifically, and that will at least get us going and be set up well for a coffee with council. So I didn't know if you just wanted to go on a list. I did want to answer the mayor's question if I could, for sure, just in terms of the provincial dollars and also the deputy mayor's question as well. From a provincial standpoint for those regulations, and we could, debate what should be included, but I am including the excess fill at the Public Works Yard and also the new website. So in total, I'm looking at about $615,000 that is due to provincial legislation. And then Deputy Mayor, with respect to your question on whether the intake pipe inspection was included in the previous water and wastewater study, I can't find any evidence of that. Of course, the pipe replacement is included in the study, but I can't see any evidence that the inspection report was. So certainly we're going to be doing a 2024 study that's actually starting already, but at this point it's not there that I can see.
Okay. Is it possible to put that list priority to list back up?
Sure. I think actually, if you don't mind, so that they're all together, could I snip something, Deputy Clerk Dahl, and send that and share that instead, just so that we can see all of them at one time? Does that make it a little bit easier if we're looking at them all, or how do you feel about that?
Even if you would like to share it, you're welcome to.
What? How does that work? How do I do that? I would love to do that.
If you are on the Zoom link.
Yeah, I'm not on the Zoom link.
Okay.
Sorry.
Yeah, just share it to us.
Send it to your teams. Yeah. Okay. Let me do that. So, pardon me, just give me 1 second here.
I just can't see my screen for discussion at the same time as I look at my computer. So
that makes it difficult for sure. Okay. So Beck, I'm just sending it to your way right now, Becky.
Sure. Yep. Deputy Mayor's got a question.
Thank you, Chair. Regarding the testing for the fill situation, can that testing be done in the fairly near term that we could determine if it's going to be necessary? Because did I understand the answer to the question is that we didn't know for certain the extent of the.
Yes, and we're hoping that 300,000 was worst case scenario. Maybe I'll look to Director Slama. What kind of timeline would the testing take?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Through you to Deputy Mayor Fryer. The testing can't be completed in the next month. I would say, to go through our proper procurement process, I would say 3 months, unfortunately.
Okay, thank you. All right.
Waiting on Deputy Clerk Dahl. So we could start, and then we'll once they get up, then we can have a look at them. But the very first one, in fact, is the 300,000 for the testing and removal of the Public Works Yard. Excess fill at the Public Works Yard, not the actual Public Works Yard to be removed.
Deputy Mayor.
And just a clarification through you to the Treasurer, that's determined to be an imperative one based on regulation.
It is under the urgent category, but I suspect, and I'll look to Director Slama a wee bit here, that maybe the starting point, the 300,000 is sort of a worst case, we think, at this point. So would it make sense to, stage that, get the testing results, and maybe take a look at, we'll have some better clarity once the test results come in. And if required, we could always, and I know we don't like to hear this, but we could always use the Public Works Reserve to offset in 2024 if we find that it does need to be done right at that moment.
You read my mind. So thank you for providing that.
Okay. Sorry. So we're on the first one, and was that a solution in terms of the go forward? Do we need to direct clerk Thomas, in terms of that we would?
So I'd be prepared to make a recommendation or a motion to stage this over a 2-year period on the assumption that it may be worst case scenario and the second part wouldn't be required. And as the treasurer pointed out, use the contingency to cover that until it can be replaced through the second year.
All right, seconder. Mayor Hamlin and Councillor Potts, you wish to speak?
Thanks, Chair Jeffrey. Just if I can recall, with the pile of material we're talking about, there was a portion that was used from the excavation of the the splash pad that was contaminated with glass and garbage. Was there any money set aside through that project that could help maybe if it was offset? I'm taking a shot in the dark here, but I'm just to see if there was anything allocated through that construction process that might alleviate this hefty cost. Just a question, thought I'd ask.
Appreciate the question through you, Chair Jeffrey. No, at this point, there were no additional funds set aside that I'm aware of. I think Director Culver is also on the phone, virtual as well. So if I've misrepresented that, we can hear from him.
No, through you, Chair. No, there weren't additional funds set aside. The funding that moved the material from the park to the pile was part of the budget.
Councillor Ring.
Just through a follow up to Councillor Potts brought this to with his question was, okay, if a lot of that fill was taken from the construction of the splash pad, some of that fill could be well over 2 years in this pile, right? Like this isn't just in the last few months. Why have we got it as urgent this budget when it wasn't urgent last budget when it's the same pile?
Well, I think that we've kind of solved that with the phase-in approach and understanding that we can. But I mean, staff can respond to why it wasn't urgent last budget. Maybe it was and we didn't do it. Director Slum.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Through you to Councillor Ring. Yeah, I would say that, we are delayed in our, investigation of, what we need to do to comply with this regulation. So, that's why, it wasn't done previously. So staff are bringing it forward today.
Okay. CEO Skinner.
Just very briefly, and this is a new reg. These are all new requirements that we've never had before. So arguably, could we have gotten it into the last budget? Perhaps, but it's new to us to understand what's required.
Okay. All right. So now specifically to the Deputy Mayor's amendment, which has been moved and seconded, seeing no further discussion, all those in favor of the direction and amendment, and that is carried unanimously. Thank you. Next.
Okay. The next one we have is the new website and engagement portal at $130,000.
Okay. Any direction, conversation, questions? Councillor Baines? Is there a seconder? Is there a seconder for that? Okay, well, so did Councillor Perry first and then the mayor. Okay, we have a question before we attempt that.
Thank you, Chair. And I'm going to put my library board helmet on right now. Is this, I thought I saw it did include the library website as well. Did I read that correctly?
Executive Director Peg.
Thank you, Chair. Through to the councillors. So the library is actually in the process of updating their website right now. So they did receive board approval to proceed with that work in 2023.
Okay, thank you. That's I thought that, but I just wanted clarification. Thank you.
Mayor Hamlin?
Yes, through you, Madam Chair. The presentation, suggested that there were certain things that we could defer, that we didn't have to do it all in 1 year. And I'm just wondering if this was one of those or what the recommendation was.
Okay, seems to be the theme of this tonight. If anything we can phase, we wish to phase. Who would like to answer that? Is that Executive Director Peg?
Thank you, Chair. Sorry, Mayor Hamlin, if you could repeat the question, please.
Yes, there were a number of recommendations from the IT report, but I thought I heard the consultant say that, of course, you wouldn't be expected to implement them all in the first year. And I'm just wondering if this is one of the ones that we absolutely should be implementing this year, or it's one of the ones you could wait. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair, and through to Mayor Hamlin. So completely agree with the consultant that not all of the recommendations in the IT master plan need to move forward all at the same time. Staff have reviewed that list, and a number of the items, I believe it's actually 9 out of 10, are in flight in some form. So the number one recommendation was around, for example, the customer service software, and that's already been implemented and on its way. They're at different levels of maturity of the project, and the IT steering committee, which is our governance team, has to review these items, and it's at different varying levels of that process. In terms of the website, similar to, I guess, Councillor Houston's question around the accessibility compliance, if we weren't to move forward with the implementation of the website at this time, we could look to update Drupal to aim to achieve accessibility compliance, but it would not address any of the user friendly enhancements that would be achieved through a new website. So it could potentially cause a duplication of work. So next year or the years to follow, we'd be coming back either asking to continue to update and continue to award that work through non-standard and not create the user-friendly from a customer service standpoint that we would achieve through a new website.
Okay, so I think what I heard, Madam Chair, was this is the first step of a process. So I'll second that motion. Councillor Payne. Okay. Yeah, sorry. Councillor Payne.
Okay, that's late. I was going to say, wait a minute, motion. Okay. And can we have some kind of way of tracking when we get to whatever represents a 1% increase? I just hate, again, I'm not for these blank checks. Gee, we're there. All right. Wow, that's scary.
Well, not completely true. If we phased in the 300,000, so I'm just throwing ideas out here, but it would be, let's say 150,000 so far. Let's say 50% of it goes into 2024. And then if you added the full website and engagement portal, then we'd be at 280,000. So we're not quite at a 1 percentage point yet.
Okay. Okay. Any other discussion, Councillor Houston?
My question touches on two of these things. So the website as well as the accessibility contract. I know that ODA compliance and reporting is required by the end of this year, December 31st, 2023. By not doing this in the 2024 budget, are there risks related to not being AODA compliant by 2024?
Executive Director Peg.
Thank you, Chair. Through you to Councillor Houston. So we did request an extension of our compliance plan with the ministry and received approval to the end of January. Part of the, end of December 2024. Part of that compliance plan did include a suggestion of a new website, but it was very, very clearly noted that it would be pending budget approval of a new website. As mentioned, though, we can continue to try and do the AODA work, but it is side of desk. So working with the CAO and department heads, we would have to prioritize other work that's within our operational plan because we just don't have the capacity to do it all right now. And it is a large bulk of work.
Okay. Ready to vote? I mean, what and with the budget process, you can put it in and take it out later if you want to see where you end up. So I just wanted to have an indicator as to how many percentage points we were adding tonight for council, and you can change it at the recommendation for the draft to go to the public consultation. You can also amend that at council. Okay, and you're not penalized going forward. It can be moved in and out. Okay, all those in favor of this motion? And that's, oh, sorry, can you put those up again? I need to count. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. All right, those opposed? 3. All right, so that's carried for now. Moving on to the AODA compliance for $95,424. Do we have any recommendation or motion? I don't know if we have much choice. Those are pretty hefty fines. Sure. Mayor Hamlin?
Yes, thank you. I'm getting the feeling that all the municipalities and agencies that have to comply with this, none of them are even close to complying, but I don't know why I have that feeling. So I'm just wondering if our staff have any sense, like if we didn't comply, would we be in the majority of what's happening, or do we have to really worry about us getting enforced? Thank you.
Can you answer on behalf of the ministry, please? Executive Director Peg. These impossible questions.
Thank you, Chair, and through to Mayor Hamlin. So municipalities I should say the municipalities that we keep in contact with in the Ontario Network of Accessibility Professionals, which is ONAP, we are members of that. Municipalities, and I won't say in general, a number of municipalities are struggling with the WCAG compliance portion of the AODA, and specifically because even if we became in compliance today and someone uploaded a document tomorrow that was not compliant, we would be out of compliance. And that's where the piece that Councillor Houston had raised about internal staff training and making sure that people understand how to carry the torch forward is so important. The challenge that we have today is that there's so much catch up to do. That again, we have people on staff. So Shelby Verkent's a great example of someone that comes with a very strong accessibility background, and she's been providing great information and insight, but she's only able to do that side of desk. So, you know, to answer the question, yes, there are other municipalities that are struggling. But the ministry does expect a compliance plan to be in place, and they are doing I'll call it audits loosely because the words escape me, to make sure that people are compliant or organizations are compliant.
Thank you. Okay. Yes, Councillor Houston.
Thank you, Chair. I honestly don't think I don't see any way that we can avoid this one, to be honest. From a business perspective, I do understand that in the past and currently there may still be some grants and funding available for organizations to implement AODA. Is there anything to your knowledge that municipalities can leverage?
Executive Director Peg.
Thank you. So I'm not aware of any at this time. I know if things do come across our desks and through our networks like ONAP, that we do look into them. Often because we're considered a large municipality, we're not captured within being eligible for some of the funding for some of these programs. So possibly You know, if we do become aware of them, and I know the treasurer's team's also looking for grants and different opportunities as they become available, but at this time, I'm not aware of any.
Okay. We have a mover and a seconder. Yep. Councillor Houston, second, I saw Mayor Hamlin. Yep. Councillor Doherty.
Thank you. And I may just need to clean my ears out, but I just want to confirm that staff are accomplishing this work as required, not easily, but it is being done. Can I through you to
Executive Director Peg is nodding no. So
thank you, Chair. So we are currently not compliant. So we are doing the best we can. We have work plans in place to try and get us there, but with current capacity constraints and the amount of effort that will be required to raise us to a compliant baseline is significant. Certainly, if this role was not approved, then working with the CAO, we would look to reprioritize some of the workload that is in the operational plan for 2024 to try and meet our legislative compliance.
okay. All right. I'm not seeing any other yellow cards. So all those in favor of putting this into the first public consultation. Those in favor, opposed, and that is carried.
Madam Chair, just to say that at that point, we're now at 1 percentage point. So adding that amount in.
Got it.
Just for council's awareness. So we can move on to the next one, the maintenance manual for the consolidated linear infrastructure environmental compliance approval. It's a mouthful. And that's at $50,000.
Is there? No, that's next. Physician is after this one. They're both 50,000, right?
Oh, my list may be sorted differently. My apologies.
I was looking at maintenance manual. I just was hearing what I was reading.
Okay. It is the 50,000 that was included from engineering for the it's a provincial legislation item as well, and it's for 50,000.
We better move that one. I don't know. All right, Mayor Hamlin's moving it. Is there a seconder? I have no seconder. All right, moving on. Next.
Okay. Physician recruitment is the next 50,000.
I don't have a mover or a seconder for that one.
Okay, and
moving
then
on.
I'm sorry, development approval process review recommendations along with city view requirements at $40,000.
All right, so there's a note there that it could possibly be offset, or is that the 40,000 is after the offset?
No, the offset hasn't been calculated yet because we haven't seen the final recommendations from the DAP review, but there certainly will be some additional application fees that will offset it. We just don't know how much yet.
Okay, so a mover or a seconder for now? Councillor Doherty, Councillor Hamlin. Any other questions? All those in favor? Opposed? That is carried. Oh, wait. Those in favor? 1, 2, 3, 4. Those opposed? And that is defeated. Maybe I kept forgetting to count myself. All right. Next on the list.
Mobile signs for the entrance of the town, 18,000.
Do I have a mover? For now, nothing. Our next one.
Okay, and then we have the climate change specialist moving from a contract position to a full-time position.
Mayor Hamlin, seconder. Vice Chair Doherty, questions, Councillor Ring.
What is the benefits of changing from contract to full-time? Is the contract hours not Did that just compensating the additional hours that this person would be expected?
Okay, so I will look to Executive Director Peg to clarify on that, please.
Thank you, Chair. Through to the councillor. So when this position was initially introduced, it was on a 3-year pilot. The 3-year pilot is set to expire on October 19th of 2024. Okay. So the ask for the position to become full-time is twofold. One, we've been very fortunate to have a wonderful employee in that role currently, who's managed to develop the role well beyond our initial expectations and thoughts. So not only would this enable us to continue to move the projects forward, it hopefully would enable us to retain the employee that's in that role currently.
Okay, so I have it moved and seconded. Is there any other questions with respect to this position? Okay, seeing none, all those in favor? Opposed? And that is carried. So we have added the 16,500.
Okay. So we'll move on to number 3 priorities. And the first one we have is asset management with a net tax impact of 912,000.
I'm just going to cut to the chase here. Is there anyone willing to add to the tax base for anything in priority 3? Mayor Hamlin?
So, this is such a hard, situation, because asset management, I think what we're saying is we don't want to pay for it next year. We're willing to push it down the road, and maybe, we'll be dead by then. It's sort of, yeah, it is. It's sort of like what's happening with the, anyway, we won't get into the federal government issues, but anyway, I just feel we have to deal with this as it comes up. And I don't know how we're going to afford it all, but I can't believe that asset management isn't a really important thing. The province has made us do our study. Okay, so here's my question. Has the province given us any guidelines about how we're supposed to fund or when we're supposed to fund our asset management plans?
Treasurer Quinlan?
Chair Jeffrey, so as part of the asset management plan, you have to lay out a financial strategy. They don't say you must follow your financial strategy. Obviously, it's in the benefit of the municipality to be able to fund it. But they certainly request that you lay out your financial strategy. So I think, something that we could, and as part of our asset management plan that's been presented so far, is steps towards that full financing plan. So being able to fully cover the gap, and also, what we're talking about here is starting to move on to the non-core. So even though we're suggesting that 912,000 could be, and we're estimating that 50% is user fee supported and 50% is net tax, even just making progressions, small progressions every year, make a big difference. So the 100,000 that is included in the 2% is quite honestly a drop in the bucket. Any amount we can slowly add to that base helps immensely. So even if there was something that came forward to say maybe we start with another 200,000 or 100,000 or something in that range, or 0.5%, or whatever council sees wishes to put forward. I just think what's so important is that every little bit counts, and the more you plan and include in the base this year, it helps for next year and the year after and the year after. So that's sort of the thought behind that.
Councillor Baines?
Wait, I'm not finished. Oh, sorry. Excuse me, Madam Chair. May I have a follow-up? You may. Thank you. I guess what on one hand, I don't want to put forward an irresponsible position. This is one of our key mandates, is making sure we replace, these core assets as they come up. But I know it's such a big number, and we're going to have our non-core as well. Has staff how are we going to do this? Is it going to be a major borrowing exercise? Like, is that an option? Or, is there a plan that you could share with us? Because I don't know what plan we're on. I guess it's fair to say. Thank you.
CO Skinner's flashing the card here.
I think this is a really important issue. We're laughing a bit at the amount of how much this asset management amount is, but really it is the amount if we were to do contracts at today's prices to replace the assets we have over time. There is a comprehensive report that's planned within this year, although the deadline for the province has now been extended into next year for the non-core assets. I think that if you're not comfortable with the 912 or what portion of the 912 makes sense, that potentially a bit more information in the next update when it comes back to council, perhaps when you deal with non-tax or very shortly after that, would put people in the good frame of mind, because I think that a portion of this, maybe not all of the 912, is prudent for us to have in mind, and we look at the assets the community needs.
Okay. I like that recommendation. Is the committee's agreed? Okay. I do not believe we do. Do we need direction? No, they've offered. Do we need direction?
I didn't feel I needed a motion, although the clerk is looking at me like maybe we should, but I do believe, as the chair had mentioned just a moment earlier, you can add or subtract items from this budget as you go forward. And if you don't want to bring it in today and we provide you with a little more information at the next review of the budget and you wish to bring it in at that time, you would have the flexibility to do so.
Okay. Because another public consultation would follow after we make those changes anyway, right? So we can test their tolerance for what we add again.
Yes, and I'm sorry, Chair, I should not have spoken. The information is existing information from our asset management study. I'm not suggesting that staff would go do new research as part of this, but to provide you with the information that is available.
Understood. Mayor Hanlon?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Also, with respect to the items priority 3, I would like to see the Affordable Housing Master Plan recommendation amount come back after we see the report that's coming in a couple of weeks. And also, just to go back to the IT study for a moment, if I could, and I have the same question as to whatever might still be here that we haven't dealt with. When I read the report, as I mentioned earlier, there were certain things that were highlighted as urgent. And one was updating the software for our water system, SCADA, or I believe it was called. Is that included in one? Like, there were a few urgent items there that I highlighted, and I just wondering what staff.
Treasurer Quinlan or Director Slama, who would like to?
It's already been included in the 2023 budget, from my understanding. It's just a matter of implementing the program.
Yep, that's my understanding as well. Thank you.
Oh, thank you. Those are my questions.
Deputy Mayor, and then I think Councillor Doherty had some kind of.
In regards to items 3, I'm definitely in support of the affordable housing amount being in there to make it the 350-ish number that we've been saying to the task force from day one will be there annually. So I would want it included at this stage as we're studying impact, recognizing that we will have the report come and the discussion from a public input standpoint that could propose a different figure or something in that line. But I'd be prepared to put it on the floor. I'd have to have a seconder, obviously.
Right. All right, you have a seconder. I have a question. The $1 million that came in, did that put us in better stead, accelerated our ability to respond to some of the task force recommendations, or I think the report's going to be important, but I need a better financial understanding of how the $1 million played into that reserve and how we're doing.
Just as a follow-up from my perspective, that's kind of what I'm implying. When we have our meeting on the 30th, and we received the input from the public, we'll keep in mind the fact that we did have the $1 million come in, and that may be determined to put us in a stead where over the next 2 or 3 years, we don't have to have an amount in taxes. But at this stage, I felt since that meeting was still to happen, I proposed that we have that included until we've got that information.
Okay, Treasurer Quinlan.
Chair Jeffrey, just to be clear, the $1 million has not yet been received. The $1 million is part of the this at this point in the agreement is when the homes sell, and the homes have not sold yet. We were trying to encourage an updated agreement as part of our discussions with that developer, but at this point, the agreement is what stands, and that is that the funds are received once the homes are sold.
Okay. All right. So we have it moved and seconded. I'm not seeing any other questions. So I'll call for the vote. All those in favor of including this for public consultation. And that is carried unanimously. Thank you. Clerk Holmes. Do I have to extend again? All right. So could I have a mover and a second to extend? I have no intention of going past 11 o'clock. So you might have to find a new chair. A mover and a seconder, please. Councillor Doherty and Councillor Baines. All those in favor. And that's carried unanimously, tortuously. Okay. Next.
Tortuously. Okay,
numbers girl, but this is
not the, but I get it. No, I'm just kidding. So we'll carry on with the three. So the next one is the advertising feasibility study for 100,000.
Mover and a seconder. Not seeing any.
Okay.
Next.
Office support for the fire department at $43,890.
Mover, seconder.
Okay. Crossing guard policy at 40,000.
Nope.
Okay. Additional customer service software licenses at 10,500.
Good. We have a mover, or do we have a seconder? Mayor Hamlin. So it's moved by Councillor Doherty and second by. It just always amazes me in a $110 million budget that we can't find 10,500 in number one. how 10,500 becomes a number three. Anyway. Okay. No other comments? All those in favor? Oh, do you really think you need it? Oh, good. All those in favor, you really think you need it? Opposed? That's carried unanimously. Thank you.
Okay. The next one is system support coordinator to IT systems administrator at 9,100.
Yep. Councillor Doherty and Councillor Houston. Ditto. Any other comments? All those in favor? Opposed? 2, 3, 4. That is carried. Okay.
Okay. We're into the number 4, so we're getting close here. The heritage review at a net tax impact of 190,000.
May I just make a comment going forward? That may be one of those ones where, all the years we've declined it because of the total amount. Had we been doing a smaller amount every year, we might have gotten to a more increased amount by this point. So maybe going forward, we might consider putting something in the future, depending on how we can come out with these. I feel like we need to keep contributing to build it up.
I was going to add something to that, but we are bringing an updated reserve fund policy through the Heritage Committee, so that might help that as well eventually.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
Fleet analyst at 105,000.
Nope.
Building operator at 98,000.
Not seeing anything.
Okay. Public works operator at 93,000.
I'm not seeing a mover.
GIS technician at 83,000.
Not seeing a mover.
Community climate action plan and waste audits at 70,000.
Okay, I have a mover. Oh, request to speak. Okay, go ahead.
Thank you. Because ultimately this would be part of our climate change and mitigation strategy, is there any way that we could break that down a lesser amount and get some of the work done this year?
Pardon me, I'm sorry. I was looking to Director Peg to answer that question.
No, Executive Director Peg's got her card up, so she's going to take that one for.
Thank you.
Thank you. So this request becomes more urgent if the climate change specialist position did not proceed. So the impact to the 2024 operating budget is estimated at the noted amount there, about 70,000. We could try and do it in part if it was the will of council. So the community climate change plan consultant is about 50,000 and the waste audits are about 20,000. So we could start with part of that work.
Could I just clarification? You said the climate specialist additional amount did not be approved? It was approved, right?
Yes, sorry. This ask would be even more urgent. Like we have it marked as a 4 right now is deferred in the event through other rounds of the budget. If the climate specialist did not go forward, then this would be
okay. Gotcha. Caught up.
Outdated. Thank you.
So Chair, so I'm not clear. So how would we vote on this if it is possible that we can put a lesser amount in?
You just recommend a lesser amount.
Okay, I'll recommend 35,000, half.
Okay. Yes. Okay, seconder, Mayor Hamlin. Question, Councillor Ring.
These 4s are all deferred anyways at this point.
Their staff recommended as deferred. So you have a colleague who's suggesting they don't want it to be deferred.
Okay. But having said that, if we just leave it as deferred at this point, that doesn't mean we can't. We've still got a bunch more sessions, I'm assuming, before we're done here.
I wish it could be this easy. Okay.
Okay. Well, if it's this easy, I would still like to recommend that it stays deferred at this point. That's
okay.
Opinion.
All right. So you're opposed, Councillor Mayor Hamlin.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I just have a question through you. Our community climate action plan, is this finished yet? I thought we hadn't really finished it yet. And I'm just wondering if we haven't, how this audit fits into that exercise. Thank you.
Executive Director Peg.
Thank you. So the community climate action plan's completion is lined up actually with the contract for the climate change specialist. So end of October is when we were anticipating having that plan wrapped up and in front of council. In terms of, and sorry, I've lost the second part of that question.
Oh, I guess I don't understand what this $70,000 is for. Is it work that comes out of the community action plan then, or what exactly? Thank you, Madam Chair. Is this?
Thank you. It's to have a consultant help support the professional drafting of the plan. So Nicole's working with community partners and coming up with we'll say the roots of the plan, but it was to have an expert, a consultant help finalize the details of that and pull together a really professional package similar to what we've seen in other municipalities. And then the waste audit portion, the current incumbent in the climate change specialist role does have a waste audit background, so would potentially be able to take that work in-house.
Okay. Thank you.
All right, so we do have a mover and a seconder for a lesser amount. Is that correct? Or no, not in this one. Was that the last one? 35,000. All right, we have a mover and a seconder. All those in favor? Opposed? And that is defeated. Okay, next.
We have the ward boundary study for 55,000.
No mover.
No mover. We have the land needs strategy for 35,000.
No mover.
The museum programmer part-time to full-time position, 29,000.
No mover.
Customer service increase in part-time hours at 28,000.
Councillor Baines.
I would speak in support of this because I think with the reductions we're making elsewhere, but a good frontline customer service staff is can be helpful in dealing with some of the friction, if you will, that may be out there amongst the voters, particularly with these cuts. So I would speak on behalf of that.
Okay. Is there a seconder?
Okay.
All right. Next.
And finally, we have the creation of event permitting into some software at 23,000 or 22,500.
And I do not see a mover.
And that's it.
Okay. Well done.
Thank you.
All right. So we will look for the final report to come into the. Yeah. No, I know. No. So we'll look for the final end result of that. All right. So what was on the floor for that was then that staff be directed to move forward to include the items as identified by members of council in the second draft of the budget. I have a mover and a seconder, so we just need to vote. All those in favor of what we've done so far. Okay, we're done. All right. Next up, and that council pre-approve the engineering manager position, and if the position is onboarded prior to year end, the expense be supported through the operating contingency fund. Do I have a mover and a seconder? Councillor Doherty, seconder. Mayor Hamlin, and if we could maybe have a clarification of the actual net budget amount. Let's see, to move forward to include items. No, sorry, pre-approve. Do we have an amount that would represent to come out of the contingency fund, CEO Skinner or Treasurer Quinlan?
To you, Chair. I just wanted to point out it is already included in the 2% amount that was in the base budget, and the amount is the Treasurer, I believe, has at her fingertips.
The amount that has been, pardon me, Madam Chair, the amount that's been included in the 2% is at 160,000. But as I believe it was you that noted to me earlier that there is about 50,000 that we should be reallocating or including in our cross-charge allocation to user rates. Doesn't mean it doesn't impact our taxpayer as a whole, but it isn't part of the tax base. So really the net amount that would be included in the 2024 budget would be 110,000. The reference to the contingency was to say that if we could get going and start advertising for this position right away and perhaps have somebody in prior to the end of the year. If you wanted to put an amount on that, if we looked at 110,000 as a full year impact, $10,000 maximum for contingency would likely be more than enough.
Okay. All right. So I have a mover and a seconder. Are there any other questions? Yes, Councillor Ring.
I would just like to speak against pre-approving it prior to budget deliberations. As just explained, we could have somebody hired tomorrow if they're available, and I would once they're hired, I would think that they're going to be added to the budget, and we really can't do much about it. So I would rather leave it not pre-approved, and we'll deal with it at budget time.
So it is already in the 2% that staff.
It's already in the 2% at this point. Yeah, I'm not saying we don't have it, but just pre-approving is what we're voting on. Is that not right?
Yeah, you're correct. Yep. All right. Any other conversation? Questions?
Just going to speak in support. You know that if there's any one discipline that we're challenged right now to hire is in engineering. So it's going to take a while. And, you know, when we see how much of the operations of our town in general are focused right now around engineering and the need for, quick responses to our residents. This is, to me, this is a very important role to fill.
Councillor Potts.
Thanks, Chair Jeffrey. I'm going to speak against it until there's a fulsome review and completed to understand an inventory of all staff and what positions. I will not support it. I will continue to not support it. Thanks.
Okay. All right. And I think for me, I think by fact that just by simply pre-approving, we lock ourselves in to the other amount. I think we want the flexibility as we go forward with our public consultation. I think we usurp the public consultation by pre-approving. All right. Is there, and seeing no others, all those in favor? Unopposed? And that is defeated. All right. All right, and our last and further that council endorse staff move forward with a public engagement session in early November. A mover and a seconder, please. Deputy Mayor, Councillor Perry. And we're never against public consultation. All those in favor? And that is carried unanimously. Thank you very much. All right. Well done, everybody. Well done. So that the only remaining thing we have is public delegations. I don't see anybody wishing a public delegation in the gallery. Is there anybody crazy enough on our remote? So, okay. So we have nobody remotely, so that's great. Unless Jessica, you'd like to come on up next time. Yeah, there you go. All right. So there's nothing else but adjournment.
Did you do the consent agenda?
I did not. Yeah, Councillor Potts beat you by like a minute. All those in favor? That's carried unanimously. Thank you, everybody, particularly staff and media who hung around. Thank you.